Prologue. We are living in a jazz age of super-accentuated rhythm in all things, in a rhythm that, to jazz a word, is super-normal, a rhythm which is the back flare from the rhythm of a super war. F. Scott Fitzgerald, Jacob's Band Monthly, January 1921. Miami Post obituary page. Miami Beach, Florida, August 15th, 1977. Ben Sorrentino, ex-Los Angeles Prohibition-era mobster, died in his home here this morning of heart failure. He was 78. His wife, Sherry, and two sons, Ben Jr. and Alphonse, were present. Known in his gangster days as Benny the Bug, Sorrentino was described in one biography as the most brutal cutthroat in American history. In the City of Angels, he engaged in a notorious gangland war that saw more than 200 slaughtered by handguns, shotguns, Tommy guns, knives, baseball bats, and brass knuckles. Innocent men, women, and children were all caught in the crossfire. Yet inexplicably, in that bygone era, he gained celebrity status in a town of celebrities. Benny had charm, Meyer Lansky, another notable Miami Beach retiree, said on hearing of his passing. People just naturally liked him, wanted to please him. He had that effect on everyone, especially women. It was charm, all right, but the charm of a snake. Just after arriving in Hollywood in 1927, he most notably dated the famous silent film actress, Pauline Windsor. He was arrested for her murder in 1928, the only time he was tried for a crime. When evidence and witnesses disappeared, he was acquitted and... Chapter 1. The Perils of Pauline. August 21st, 1927. Los Angeles. At night, along Southern California's Pacific coast, countless people noticed the fiery object plunging out of a starry sky. A meteorite, no doubt, likely a large one. They watched for several seconds till it disappeared into the Santa Monica Mountains. At dawn, 2.5 days later, Pauline Windsor was driving her Duesenberg convertible at a high rate of speed in those same Santa Monica Mountains, a dust cloud from the dirt road trailing behind. Her platinum blonde hair, short and bobbed, tossed wildly in the buffeting wind. Dressed in an evening gown and silk stockings that accentuated her shapely legs, she felt the chill of the wind, but ignored it. Recklessly, Pauline skirted the yawning drop-offs, expertly shifting gears around the sharp curves. She knew it was crazy, this thrill ride, but the sexual heat from this past evening still held her in an intoxicating fever. Dancing at the Coconut Grove till 3 a.m. with none other than Ben Sorrentino, the gangster. She had gone to the Grove with her close friend and sometime leading man, Michael Murray. The fan magazines accounted them their favorite movie couple behind Mary Pickford and Douglas Fairbanks. In fact, Michael was homosexual and had a long-time boyfriend with whom he lived. If his real sex life were known, he'd be tarred and feathered in the press and driven from town, an outcast never to work in films again. His occasional outings with Pauline were to maintain his virile, romantic on-screen image. She valued his friendship and was happy to play her Mata Hari part in his secret life. Last night, the Grove dazzled the film crowd, outdoing itself for its Tuesday evening dance contest. When Pauline and Michael arrived, glitter covered the high ceilings, and a waterfall flowed down the back wall. Mechanical monkeys hung from tall palm trees that had been plucked years before off the set of Rudolph Valentino's film, The Sheik. The loud, pounding rhythm of the band playing the Varsity Drag filled the room, and several people had already taken to the floor to try the frenetic step. As she walked in on Michael's arm, people waved to them. Some called out greetings, mostly to her. After all, at just 26, she was one of the 2 or 3 most popular actresses in the world. dubbed America's heroine by the press. She thoroughly enjoyed her regal status. A cigarette girl rushed up and asked her for an autograph. "Sure, honey," Pauline said, took the offered pencil and signed her name in the girl's notepad. Then the maitre d' led the couple to a table where they joined two up-and-coming actors at Global Pictures, Pauline's studio. She knew them only as Wesley and Joni. The publicity department had set up this outing. The two couples hugged in greeting and smiled for photographers, then took their seats. With the knowledge the police had been bought off, Pauline ordered a bourbon and water. Prohibition be damned. Tapping her foot to the music, she desperately wanted to dance. Michael, one of the handsomest leading men in the movies, had fallen arches and wouldn't be caught dead on a dance floor. Glancing about the room, hoping to find a partner, she saw several people she knew. Gloria Swanson, John Gilbert without his girlfriend Greta Garbo, John Barrymore sitting with Mary Astor, Roman Navarro, and several others. Tuesday nights at the Grove brought out Hollywood's film stars, but none of them were heading her way to ask her to dance. Abruptly, Greenie Walsh, a two-bit hood who worked Global Studios selling drugs, slid into a seat at their table. Each studio had its cellar. Drugs were easier to get than alcohol, and that easy enough. The man had small, bloodshot eyes, slicked-back brown hair, and a narrow, pock-marked face. He gave Pauline a smug grin that revealed crooked, yellow teeth. "What's knittin', kitten?" She held his gaze and didn't answer. After a moment, Walsh frowned and turned to Wesley. "You're looking good, Wes. Getting bigger and bigger parts, I hear. Time to celebrate. Get hopped up, you know. I can help you there. I got the best dope money can buy, but I won't have it long. The room's buzzing tonight. My supply will go like that." He snapped his fingers. Wesley nodded, and Joni said giddily, "Me too." Michael lifted his hand slightly like a man bidding at an auction. "Now you're talking." Walsh grinned and slid little paper packets across the table to the three of them and pocketed the dollars in return, not particularly evasive about the maneuver. "How about you, Queenie?" he said to Pauline. "First-class dope." "Come on, Pauline," Joni said. "We can all boil the owl tonight." Pauline glanced at Michael, who shrugged, already pouring the white powder into a tin the size of his thumb. "Make up your mind, Toots," Walsh said. "I got other people to see." With her glacial blue eyes, she stared at Walsh and said icily, "Go to hell, Mr. Walsh." His face twisted into a sneer. About to retort, he glanced over her shoulder at a man approaching the table. "Oh, shit." Walsh sprang to his feet and hurried away. Pauline turned around to see who it was. In a town where handsome men were common, the man walking toward her with such a confident swagger was striking. Dressed to the nines in a tux, tall with wavy black hair and a swarthy complexion, he walked with an animal power in his stride, and she felt her insides turn liquid. She thought she knew every famous actor in Hollywood, and by his looks, this man had to be a star. As he came up to her table, his dark, narcotic eyes pierced her, sent jolts of electricity through her. He gave a slight bow. "Miss Windsor, I'm Ben Sorrentino. I was hoping you would honor me with this dance. I've never tried the varsity drag, and thought if you're willing, we might give it a spin." She felt a sudden shock at his name. Of course she knew who he was. Everyone in Los Angeles knew. He was no actor. He was a mobster, a cohort of that Al Capone fellow in Chicago. She faintly knew of the name Benny the Bug. That's what people called him, but she doubted if they did it to his face. As he gazed down on her, her blood spiked. Suddenly, she yearned for the wild days of her youth when she first came out to Hollywood with Mack Sennett, starred as one of his bathing beauties with Mabel Normand, and anything went. She lifted her hand for him to take. "I am a poor dancer, Mr. Sorrentino. You are taking on quite the challenge." He smiled, supremely confident.
Somehow, I think you'll do all right.
The rest of the night was a whirlwind of gaiety and excitement. She hung on his words, laughed at his jokes, and thoroughly enjoyed the attention of someone so notorious. He was the most charming man she'd ever met. Around midnight, Michael slipped off to be with his boyfriend, while Wesley and Joni went onto the dance floor and stayed as if it were a marathon contest. Among hundreds, she and Ben were alone.
I have a suite upstairs,
he said with directness. The Coconut Grove was in the Ambassador Hotel. No naive girl from the hinterlands anymore, if she'd ever been. Pauline knew what he meant. She looked him in the eye. You want to sleep with me? Is that what you're saying? He did not grin or leer. In fact, he was deliberate, thoughtful.
Oh, Miss Windsor, I wasn't thinking of sleeping.
She laughed. They went up to his suite. On the dirt road in the mountains that next morning, Pauline began breaking the doozy, easing her speed and staying well clear of the cliffs. She had no secret wish to die. She had 2 children, and loved them too much to leave them orphaned through foolish euphoria. Hell, she even felt guilty on those few occasions when she dated and left them with her mother or nanny. Slowly, she approached a series of switchbacks that led down to a large orange grove below. When she reached the bottom, the dirt road flattened out and widened as it ran straight down the middle of the grove. Toward the end where it approached Mulholland Highway, she saw something and suddenly braked hard, skidding to a stop. A woman was sitting alongside the road, and she was naked. Pauline hurried around the car. Are you all right? Seeing her from this close, she gagged. The woman was badly burned. She appeared asleep or dead, with her head resting on her knees and her arms folded around her legs. Severe burns covered most of the left side of her body. Her black hair had been completely scorched away on that side, her scalp blistered and oozing. Along much of her body, she had waxy and blistered skin in great swaths. This was far worse than a sunburn. She had been burned by fire. How could she even be alive? The woman looked up as if just realizing someone was there. Her eyes widened in shock. Sybil, she muttered. Who? Through dry and cracked lips, she whispered, Do you have any water? No, but there's a gas station on Mulholland. I'm sure we can get water there. Pauline reached out her hand. Let me help you up. Can you make it to the car? The woman nodded, took the hand, and groaning, got to her feet. At the car, she hesitated, staring at it in confusion. What is this? She muttered in a hoarse rasp. It's a doozy, Pauline explained. A Duesenberg? Come on, I've got to get you to a hospital. The woman drew back. No hospital. No police. At the sudden flash of anger, Pauline drew back, then said, But you're badly burned. The woman sagged a bit, the force of her injury seemingly taking hold of her once again. No hospital. No police. Promise me. I just need some water. All right. Carefully, Pauline took her arm, afraid the woman's skin might slide off in her hand, and led her to the back of the car. Then, the burned woman said the strangest thing. I don't need a hospital. I have nanobots, medical ones. They'll take care of my burns. I just need some water. Nanobots? What the hell were nanobots? Perhaps the woman was crazy. Not surprising, her wandering through the Santa Monica Mountains naked. All right, let's get you in the back so you can lie down. In the trunk strapped to the back, Pauline retrieved a blanket and draped it over the woman. She drew the canvas top up over the car to block the sun, and then quickly drove away, thoughts of her night with Ben Sorrentino forgotten for the moment. Who was this woman? How in the hell did she get there on the side of the road without any clothes? As badly hurt as the woman was, Pauline decided to go along with her for the moment. Her brother Russell was a doctor of sorts. She would take her to him. He would know what to do. Then, she could notify the police. Chapter 2. The Making of an Assassin, 1. August 5th, 2116. Foothills of the High Sierras. On the day Aaron Ramirez was murdered, she arose just before dawn as the last stars faded over the High Sierras. Because of the summer heat, she had slept outside beside the old Airstream camper with her husband, Hector, and their 13-year-old daughter, Lauren. Aaron intended to get in a run before the temperature rose too high and the rest of the circus awakened. Already, her long red hair was damp with perspiration. She smoothed it back behind her ears and rubbed her temples. Another hammer and anvil headache building. Running, getting her blood pumping, seemed to stave it off for a while. She stared down at her daughter. The girl's long black hair splayed out on the pillow. So different in looks. Coppery skin, tall for her age. She took after her father that way, yet so similar in attitude to Aaron. Aggressive, temperamental, and able to spot blarney and bullshit in nanoseconds. She smiled at a rivulet of drool that slid down the girl's cheek. "Wake up, mi hija," she whispered gently, shaking Lauren. "It's time." Lauren had pleaded to be awakened so she could run with her mother, but now the girl groaned and turned away. Undisturbed in a nearby sleeping bag, her husband snored on. On a tree branch just above, a robin sang to her. The sound of a few tent flaps and a pot or two clanging came from the awakening camp. They were all early risers. They were the misfits, a pitiful excuse for a circus. 3 days ago they had stopped here in the foothills of the High Sierras next to the American River, where, it was said, gold had been discovered sometime in the far, distant past. They had put on shows at several little venues about the area. Aaron loved the misfits because they'd become her daughter's family, and so hers as well. They advertised themselves as a circus, but they weren't much of one. 50 people and an elephant named Ralph. They traveled in an old yellow school bus, several pickup trucks, campers, and a few wagons, all drawn by horses. No one could afford gas anymore. Only a vintage Ford convertible, circa 2080, used gas, but only in part. The rest of its fuel was methane from Ralph's monstrous defecations. A man always followed the elephant with a shovel and a wheelbarrow. These were desperate times, but then Aaron could not remember a time when they weren't desperate. Much of America had slid into living at subsistence level. Actual coins scarce, manufactured products few, paying jobs almost non-existent except in the domed enclaves inside cities like Los Angeles, Las Vegas, and San Francisco, where the wealthy class and government lived. No shortages for them. Getting any of those jobs was impossible without family connections. Many small towns were armed camps, often run by gangs or organized crime enterprises. They often preyed upon travelers like the misfits. The first shards of sunlight glinted off the silver camper. Painted on its side were the images of herself, her husband, and Lauren, all in fierce combative poses that Lauren had claimed made them all look constipated. In large print were the words, "Montezuma, the Irish Banshee, and Little Malinche. No holds barred fighting, take on all comers, win big money." Lauren was Little Malinche. It was Hector and Lauren who made the money and barter that kept them alive and much of the circus going, not Aaron. No woman was brave enough to step in the octagon against a world champion in judo, but Hector and Lauren were different. Everyone thought they could win against them. Even though a taekwondo master, Hector was such a good actor, always on the brink of defeat, he drew them in. And Lauren, a tall, skinny girl, seemed easy money for teenage boys. As always, Aaron felt both a sense of pride in her daughter and guilt. A good mother would not use her daughter to fight other young people for money. But Lauren was a natural at it. She loved it, and if she didn't play the game, they wouldn't eat. A year and a half ago, when her daughter turned 12, Aaron had finally decided against Hector's opposition for the girl to enter the octagon.
She's too young, he argued, his voice rising in pitch with his growing frustration. We do not need to do this. She'll be fighting against grown boys.
Lauren pleaded. Please, Papa. In practice, I destroy all the boys in the circus. I can do it. I swear I'm not going to lose. Ever.
That's hubris,
Hector scolded.
Too much pride. It will be your weakness.
But she was ready, and he had known it. Tall for her age at 5'6", she was also lean and strong and blazingly quick. 2 against 1, Aaron said. That's the family rule. You're outvoted, Hector. She goes in the octagon today. Lauren shouted with joy. Later that day, in a black gypsy dress made much too big for her so she would appear small, Lauren made her first appearance in the octagon in a small town near Lake Tahoe with $150. Much too much to risk. It proved to be a disaster. Suddenly thrust into a public arena with nearly 300 people watching her, she froze. Her first opponent was a strapping farm boy, his fists held in front of his face, grunting fiercely as he moved in. All her training deserted her. She had no idea what to do. When he suddenly charged, she didn't move. The force of his body slammed her into the octagon fencing. He struck her ribs with several powerful blows, then worked up to the head till she went down. She lay stunned for a few seconds as he walked around the octagon, acknowledging the applause, till she struggled to her feet, dazed. The crowd shouted, "Finish her, Danny boy, finish her." The farm boy came in throwing punches she should have ducked easily, but he landed 2 more blows against her ribs, buckling her and sending her staggering into the fencing again, where her parents stood just outside. They screamed at her to move, to defend herself. The crowd cheered. Hector then said as she lay gasping,
I'm pulling you out.
Aaron shot back, No, you are not. Lauren grasped the wire fence and stared into her mother's eyes. Aaron slid her fingers in over her daughter's. Look at me, Lauren, she said. I want you to trust your instincts. You are the best I have ever seen. You can whip this boy easily. Trust your instincts.
Lauren, are your ribs hurt?
Hector asked. Aaron snapped. Her ribs are fine. Then to Lauren, You do not give up. You hear me? You never give up. The fog of panic that shackled Lauren broke. Ignoring the pain in her ribs, she sprang into a crouch just before the boy reached her. He swung again. She slipped easily under his arm, stepped past him, and drove her heel viciously into the back of his knee. He screamed in agony and went down. In an instant, she was on him, trapping his arm between her legs in a bar hold. The muscles in her toned arms rippled as she nearly yanked his arm from its socket. He wailed, I give, I give. She released him and he stumbled up. His friends helped him hobble from the octagon. Insisting she was fine, Lauren fought 5 more times and did not come close to losing. After that, no one else wanted to challenge her. She rushed from the octagon and leapt into her mother's arms. I told you, Aaron said with a grin. Trust your instincts. They will always protect you. It took another 6 weeks for her ribs to heal. Now, a year and a half later, alongside the American River, Aaron stared down at her daughter. The girl had 12 fights last night, including one unusually tough one. She fell into bed exhausted and a little bruised. Aaron decided to let her sleep. She leaned down, gently kissing her daughter's forehead for what would be the last time. The air was crystalline as she set off westward alongside the American River and ran up a steady incline into the forests. By 7:30 a.m., Aaron had not yet returned, and Lauren felt dread grip her spine with icy fingers. She should have been back an hour ago. What had started out as a sunny, clear morning had changed into one with dark clouds and rain roiling in from the Pacific. A deep chill came with it. Thunder burst over them, and lightning struck in the nearby hills. The misfits hurried to batten down their caravans and tents. Amid the turmoil of the storm, her father organized search parties while Lauren set off alone against his orders to find her. She was confident she knew which way her mother had gone. The way they ran together yesterday, up the river path, into the forests. Always tagging along, the 7-year-old Sybil tried to follow her. The girl was the daughter of the Hungarian pair of tumblers, and normally, Lauren liked her hanging around. But now she had no time for the little girl, and quickly outdistanced her. Among the trees, darkness had grown as thick as it was in her heart. As she ran, dodging the tangled undergrowth on the narrow path, a roll of thunder burst and cracked overhead. Rain lashed the foliage, and wind whipped through the branches of tall trees. Her legs burned, her thighs draining of strength, but she kept the same pace. About 1.5 miles from camp, beyond exhaustion, Lauren came to a clearing that broadened to the left into a barren hillside. Lightning struck the lone tree, splitting it in two. The burst of light revealed the body in the middle of the field. Lauren ran to it and fell to her knees. It was her mother. Her eyes were open to the rain and vacant. She was dead. The rain washed the blood from her body, but Lauren could still see the knife wounds. So many. Blood had pooled beneath her mother, and mixed with the rain ran down the gentle slope of the fields in pink rivulets. Kneeling beside her, Lauren could not breathe. She gasped, attempted to gulp in air. It was as if one of those knives had plunged into her stomach and was ripping up through her chest. A moan of despair escaped her. The comprehension that the most precious thing in her life was gone forever washed over her with finality, and she sobbed. Minutes passed as she knelt beside her dead mother, her tears mixing with the rain on her face, muttering over and over, "Mama." Then she noticed a glint of gold clutched in her mother's hand. Lauren pried the fingers loose and picked up a medallion the size of a $1 coin and its gold chain. On the front was the grotesque image of a snarling, 3-headed dog. 3 letters were engraved above the beast. G-O-H. She turned to look at the back. It read, "To Eric, June 15th, 2116. Congrats." She did not know what it meant, except that it had belonged to the man who had killed her mother. She draped it over her neck and swore to herself she would not take it off till she found and killed him. She heard footfalls and heavy breathing coming up behind her, and for an instant tensed, but recognized who it was. Sybil, her blonde hair plastered to her head by the rain, stopped abruptly and gasped, then gave a piercing scream. Chapter 3. The Making of an Assassin, 2. November 10th, 2116. Bonner Springs in the San Bernardino Mountains. 3 months later, moving as if pursued by raiders, the misfits traveled as fast as their old horses would take them to the abandoned town of Bonner Springs. A sign read, "Welcome to Bonner Springs, a mighty small town." The concrete surface of the main boulevard was cracked. Weeds and a blueberry bush stuck up through the openings. A few dilapidated buildings still stood, including a deserted gas station and a strangely shaped red brick structure with boarded-up, arched windows. Because of a small street entering the main boulevard at a sharp angle beside it, the build's shape was that of a triangle, a door at the rounded point. Driving past with his horse-drawn camper, Hector could see no purpose in a building shaped like that. Something from a long-ago age. Beside him, Lauren didn't even glance at it, snapping the reins to keep the horses pulling at a steady rate. She was lost in her thoughts again. She had pulled out of the dark depression that overwhelmed her after her mother's murder, but she had not returned to the once bright girl she had been, and likely never would. The horses' hooves and the wagon wheels clacked on the pavement as the troop passed through the town and pulled off onto a meadow just beyond, where the remnants of a baseball diamond stood. With night coming, they needed to stop. Putting their horses out to graze, they quickly set up camp, and the circus manager established a double-guard rotation. Hector's fears were eased a little because of it. As he and Lauren finished setting the guy lines for the camper awning, he couldn't escape a sense of unease. He tried to hide it from his daughter. He felt certain they would be coming tonight. The good people of Clark Falls, the town they had just left 3 hours ago, or more accurately, fled. It had been a strange place, ruled by a man called the Warlord, the only law in the county. When the misfits had paraded through town, as they always did before a show, several hundred people gathered on the sidewalks to watch. As usual, there were only a few automobiles along the street, but 50 or so horse-drawn trucks or wagons. Hector thought it strange there was no noise, no cheering, no clapping, no anything. "It's as if their brain pans have been removed," Lauren said. In her black gypsy dress, she drove the Airstream, loosely holding the reins to the 2 horses. The gold medallion dangled from her neck. Ralph the elephant led the way with his trainer wearing a pith helmet and sitting astride. A real trooper, the beast pranced like a show horse, bellowing bugle calls that brought people out of the few stores and several saloons which were already open. That afternoon, the performances went well enough, especially Sybil's family of Hungarian tumblers, 2 conjoined brothers, not really conjoined, Dom's and Franco's shoulders connected by skin-toned rubber, and the beautiful Magda, who leapt and spun over top of them. They received applause, for they were true circus performers and had an act. But it was little Sybil, Magda and Dom's 7-year-old dynamo of a daughter, who stole the show. The brothers tossed her high into the air, her blonde ponytail flying wildly. 2 full somersaults later, she landed on their shoulders. She received even greater applause, Hector thought, since all audiences loved kids in danger. Then, the trouble started. The Warlord, a tall, bony man, challenged Hector in the octagon. The bet was enormous, nearly $10,000 in money and goods. To meet the wager, the misfits had to put up nearly everything they owned. As the bout began, it was clear the Warlord had once been a boxer and would be a threat. In the first round, he rocked Hector back with a vicious left jab. Then, a punch to the ribs drove Hector to his knees. Instead of taking her father out with a flurry of punches or a hold like any other octagon fighter, the Warlord stepped back, dancing like a boxer, and threw his hands up in triumph to the wild cheers. His eyes blazed with supreme confidence. When the match continued, Lauren saw Hector was in trouble, saw the fright in his eyes. He would not be playing this one close. He was fighting for his life. He threw 2 quick body punches, then danced away from the Warlord's long arms. The crowd booed the tactic. The 2 men fought 5 more rounds, each getting in blows that rocked the other, but the Warlords were more telling, slowly wearing Hector down. Then, in the 6th round, the Warlord cracked Hector on the jaw, sending him down to one knee again, stunned and groggy. The fight seemed over, but Lauren saw it had been a glancing blow, one her father had taken deliberately. Now, this time as the man raised his hands in triumph, he moved in for the kill. Hector drove a fist into his crotch with enormous power. The man bent double in agony, and Hector was on him instantly. A hard leg sweep took him to the mat, where Hector wrapped him in a chokehold. To give the Warlord his due, he would not surrender, so Hector had no choice but to choke him into unconsciousness. Immediately, the crowd booed, shaking fists and screaming he had cheated. Several men entered the octagon and circled Hector menacingly. Lauren pushed through them and stood by her father.
"Get out, Lauren,"
Hector demanded.
"Go!"
No. Her teeth bared like a feral animal. The beast inside her ached for them to come. Then, someone fired off a shotgun. It was Al Sharpie, the circus manager. Several of the misfits flanked him with rifles and handguns.
"This is no holds barred," he announced. "You folks knew that. Now pick him up and get him the hell out of here."
Several men carried the Warlord from the octagon, and finally, the crowd dispersed back to town. Sharpie said,
"Let's take the money and get the hell out of here."
That night in Bonner Springs, when Hector and Lauren finished setting up their camper, she said, "I'm going to wash Ralph now, okay?" She was already off, with Sybil beside her, before he answered, but he smiled. Slowly, she was coming out of that great, dark hole. 6 years apart in age, Lauren still counted Sybil her best friend. Since her mother died, the girl was the one person with whom Lauren allowed herself to spend time. She liked to tinker, repairing everything from the Ford convertible to the company's 2 synchrotron signal lights. When she did, Sybil always stood by her, handing her tools like the magician's assistant. That even extended to the baths she gave Ralph. As Lauren led the elephant down to the creek, the little girl raced ahead. Despite the chill, Sybil wore just a t-shirt that revealed her left shoulder blade, where a remarkable birthmark stood out, a 4-leaf clover so distinct it appeared to have been swept up off the grass by wind and landed on her back. Everyone said it was the misfit's good luck charm. She was proud of it, and displayed it except on the coldest of days. At the creek, they spent the next half hour soaping and washing Ralph down. The 2 girls used sponge brushes on him, falling into a rhythm. At Sybil's squeals, Ralph glanced back and sprayed them with a snootful of water. Sybil shrieked, and Lauren cried, "Hey!" She tossed a bucket of water at Ralph, who bellowed loudly. Sybil jumped up and down, screaming with delight at the water battle. Ralph took another long intake of water out of the creek and soaked Lauren, knocking her on her butt. She lay down on her back and laughed. An hour later, when the sun went down, Lauren sat at the campfire with her father and Sybil and her family. Against the night chill, Lauren wrapped her friend inside an old Denver Bronco jacket, long faded and worn at the elbows. The adults were drinking warm beer from a case taken in barter that day and talking about the warlord and the chances of an attack tonight. Lauren didn't think drinking beer was a good way to prepare for such a thing, but then she was just a kid. The prevailing opinion seemed to be that they had gotten away, but should still maintain an alert watch till they got to San Bernardino, yet 60 miles away. She reached for Hector's beer, and he gave her a sip. When she started to take another, he grabbed the can back.
"You're too young,"
she scowled. "I'm too young for everything." Abruptly, the night sound ceased. Apprehensive, Lauren looked around. No one else seemed to notice. Then, screams and gunshots erupted from the road, shattering the silence. In jeeps and trucks and on horseback, the mob from Clark Falls roared into camp, firing rifles into the air. They shouted for everyone to raise their hands. Lauren shoved Sybil toward her mother, Magda, who took the girl into her arms. 2 misfits, both jugglers, raced for their van. Several of the mob cut them down with a volley of gunfire. The warlord hopped down from a pickup and strode toward them. He waved a huge handgun.
"Anyone moves, we shoot."
The mob gathered all 50 misfits and confiscated their weapons. The warlord sent several people to search the wagons and campers for anything of value, rummaging through them in a madhouse of tossed clothes and broken chests. They took all the money and food. One of the Clark Falls men ran up to the warlord.
"They're hiding weapons, Carl. They gotta be. There may be more of these low-lifes in the trees with rifles on us right now."
He was frightened. They were all frightened, and Lauren sensed that was more dangerous than if they were cool and efficient.
"Stay calm, damn it,"
the warlord ordered.
"If they do, we'll shoot down these ones like the dogs they are."
Though scared out of her wits, Lauren seethed with fury as well. The man was stealing everything the misfits had. They would starve with winter coming on. He seemed not to notice Hector the whole time, not glancing his way once. That bothered Lauren. She knew instinctively this man wanted revenge on her father for having beaten him.
"Go over with Magda,"
Hector said to her quietly, nodding slightly towards Sybil and her family across the fire. "No," she whispered.
"Can't you do as you're told just once?"
She shook her head. "No, I'm not going to leave you, Papa." 4 men scrambled out of Hector's overturned airstream. One shook his head at the warlord. Abruptly, the man turned on Hector.
"Where the fuck's my money, Paco?" We lost it in the rush to leave,
her father stuttered. That was so lame, Lauren stifled a groan. She saw the warlord's flat and remorseless eyes.
You fucking greaser,
he said, his voice rumbling low, like a shifting gravel pit. She was certain he would kill her father, and stepped forward. Sir, please, I'll tell you where. The warlord shot the flat of his hand out and knocked her down.
Hey!
Hector shouted, stepping in front of her, facing the man with his fist clenched. Lauren said desperately, I'm okay, Papa, I'm okay. The warlord shoved the barrel of his gun against Hector's forehead.
Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with, Paco? I'm the man. I run this shitbird county. I'm the closest thing to the police you're ever gonna see around here. You got that? I'm not no stupid beaner, Paco Taco. Comprende? I'm the law, and I'm the mob, and I'm 2 ticks from blowing your fucking head off right now.
Lauren always wondered why her father didn't just tell him about the secret compartment in the camper. Maybe he didn't like being pushed by this fellow. Maybe he had enough of the way the world treated him. He didn't say a word. From somewhere, he came up with the old 9mm handgun so swiftly the warlord didn't react. Hector shoved it under the man's chin.
Get that cannon out of my face, you redneck son of a bitch.
Audible gasps came from both the Misfits and the Clark Falls mob. Lauren saw their jittery movement and heard the cock of weapons. The warlord's grin split his acne-ridden face like a razor.
Seems like we got ourselves a Mexican standoff, Paco.
He seemed the only one who was calm, but she sensed an unhinged, deeper rage propelling him. She looked at her father's gun, and her heart caught in her throat. God, no. The safety was on. Jeez, Hector. If he moved to switch it now, he was dead. She thought to scream and draw the man's attention, but if she did, her father would look at her, not the dime store cop. Suddenly, she realized she had to take down the man herself. She threw adult men all the time in training, but she hesitated. Glanced down at Hector's gun, the man's eyes crossed crazily. His grin widened.
Your safety's on, Paco. Why the hell would anyone have a gun with a safety? I think that is a lie. No. You lose.
He jerked the trigger. The top of her father's head blew off. Blood, bone, and brain tissue flew onto her face. She screamed and kept screaming, lost in a spiraling black hole. Everything played out in front of her in a maddening medley of death and destruction. The gunshot was like a signal. The warlord calmly fired another round into Hector's body. The mob opened fire on the huddled misfits. A blast like 1,000 bugles rent the night air. Then the ground shook. Ralph charged out of the shadows into the light, bearing down on the Clark Falls mob. They ceased fire, and the misfits scattered. A couple of mob ran, but most opened up with rifles and shotguns, hitting the giant beast over and over. Ralph went down on his knees. They kept firing. Sybil broke away from her mother and ran toward him, screaming, "Stop! Stop!" Dom raced in and scooped her up. At that moment, as if by a silent signal, the mob turned their weapons on the misfits again, firing relentlessly. They were cut down, including Sybil and her father. The warlord and the rest of the mob chased the misfits as if they needed to wipe all of them all out. Lauren's shock broke. Her mind came back to full clarity. Picking up her father's gun, she ran for the woods, expecting at any instant to feel the slam of a bullet strike her back. None came. She heard the voice of the warlord.
Get her. Get that little bitch.
2 men fired at her, but missed and gave chase. She darted in among the trees and kept running and running, the 2 men close behind. Chapter 4. The Making of an Assassin 3. Kneeling at a trickle of a creek, Lauren washed blood and bits of her father's brain from her face, rubbing frantically to get it off her. The darkness was heavy. She heard the sound of the two men thrashing through the thick underbrush and trees, not far back.
"Where are you, little girl?"
a voice shouted.
"You can't outrun us. We can track you."
"I'm here," she called back. "I hurt myself. Can you help me?"
"Sure we can,"
the voice came back. She heard them rushing now toward her voice. The two men reached the creek bank and searched for her, but in the darkness, she had slipped back into the deeper shadows. She aimed, and without a twinge of emotion, shot the two men dead. She stuck the gun in her jacket, turned, and blindly ran deeper into the forest. That night, the temperatures fell to near freezing, and she awoke stiff and cold at dawn. Lauren found herself in the forest just outside Clark Falls. She had come nearly 20 miles in the night. She had one goal, one obsession: find the warlord and kill him. Endless pain ripped her soul apart. She would go mad if she didn't find him and kill him. That morning, she slipped into town and broke into the first building with boarded-up windows, an old barber shop. The room had dusty barber chairs, cracked mirrors, and cobwebs everywhere. She sat by a boarded-up window looking out through a slit at the main street, but seeing nothing. Pain racked her heart. Something had broken inside her. The core of her being had snapped. She had turned into something that was not a girl. Her mother raped and murdered, now her father killed by a monster. Sybil, Magda, Dom, all the misfits dead, and all of it her fault. Hector had told her to go over with Magda. He would handle it. He needed to know she was safely away from him, but she had refused and gotten him killed. Gotten them all killed. She didn't remember cleaning her father's blood and brain matter off her face. She remembered killing the two men. Once she cried, but it did not ease the pain. Acid filled her veins, flooded her brain. It ate away at her. She was engulfed in fury, but most of all, fury at her parents for dying. She had trusted them to always be there, but they'd let her down. First her mother, then her father. They were not supposed to die. Not them. She cried again, realizing in 50 years, when she was an old woman, she will have lived all those years without them. Love was the source of her pain. Love was the worst thing of all. Love meant pain. Love meant death. She drove her emotions deep into a vault so dark as to be a black hole, so vast that the stars in heaven couldn't fill it. She slammed an iron door shut over it. She would never feel so much for another human being again. She would never be that vulnerable ever again. This she promised herself. And she swore she would find retribution. Some day for her mother, this day for her father. That bastard they called the warlord lived here, right here in this town. She would find him, and she would kill him. She watched throughout the day for him. Early on, when people appeared on the street, going to the few places open, even into saloons that never closed, she did not spot him. Darkness came, and she hadn't seen him. After midnight, she snuck out to find water and food, breaking into a small grocery store. She stole a backpack, threw in dried food, candy bars, a black sweatshirt, a Dodger baseball cap, and several water bottles. Thinking of how her father would have admonished her, she tossed in fresh carrots and apples, then returned to her hideaway. 2 more days and the warlord did not appear. That's when she came up with her plan. If he was the supposed law in Clark Falls, she should commit a crime. Just after dark, she went on to Main Street. The temperature was below freezing. She wore her frayed Bronco jacket over the black sweatshirt. Her hair was tucked under the Dodgers baseball cap. She could pass for a boy. Light spilled from several places still open: bars, a couple stores selling hardware or used clothes and other sundries, all of which she skirted. The town had electricity, but she doubted it was on 24 hours each day. She'd never heard of that, except in the glass domes within the major cities. She stood outside the grocery store, still open with electric lights glowing and the aisles visible in the large store window. Just the place. Without hesitation, she picked up a loose brick and hurled it through the glass, then ran back into a nearby alley and waited. Several people came out and looked around. A man Lauren assumed was the owner ran about, cursing. After half an hour, the warlord hadn't arrived. Not exactly responsive. It took him nearly an hour to arrive, driving up in a pickup truck with big antlers on the front, the one he had driven onto the baseball field at Bonner Springs. When she saw him go inside, her body went into lockdown. For several moments, she couldn't move. Emotions erupted out of that black hole that was her soul, as if vents exploding with high-pressure steam, sorrow, fear, fury, spewing into the air. It took her a full 5 minutes to repair the vents and calm herself down. Once she did, she hurried across the street to the pickup and stood at the back. Her left hand felt inside her jacket pocket for the 9mm pistol. She made sure the safety was off. An older couple leaving the store with a small bag of groceries spotted her and came over.
"Are you all right, young man?" the woman asked. "Shouldn't you be home?"
"Fuck off," she said. Shocked, they backed away, then hurried down the street. A moment later he stepped out, flipping shut a small notebook. He wore a plaid shirt with a tin drugstore star pinned to it, a cowboy hat, and high boots. For the last 3 nights, she'd seen that skinny, zit-sick face every minute in her dreams, and now, here he was, only a few feet away.
"What do you want, kid?"
he asked, almost amiably, as she came into the light from the store.
"Get off the damn truck. Kids these days. No manners."
When she didn't move, he swung a backhand at her, which she easily ducked. He stepped past her to the pickup door.
"Stupid kid."
"Hey," she said. He turned back and looked quizzically at her.
"You're a girl, aren't you? By damn, I thought you were a boy at first. No boobs at all yet, huh?"
"You a cop?"
"Me? Damn right."
He tapped his badge.
"See that? I run this shitburg."
"That's not a real cop badge."
"Real enough here and now."
He opened the truck door and tossed in his notebook.
"Looks like I'm going to have to place you under arrest."
"For what?"
"For bad-mouthing an officer of the law."
He stepped toward her.
"Now get in my limo, little darling."
He grabbed his crotch.
"I'm hung like a horse, and this is your lucky day."
When she didn't move, he smiled that hideous grin, the one she saw when he shot her father. His voice was hard.
"That's a fucking lawful order."
He grabbed for her, but in a quick motion, she ducked out of his reach and took out the gun. "The safety is off this time," she said with a steely coldness, startling in someone so young. As he stared at her, with a flicker of alarm and anger, she shot him through the heart. He died with a look of astonishment on his face. He crumpled to the street, and she put another bullet into his forehead. A few people on the sidewalk screamed and ran. Jamming the gun back in her jacket pocket, she walked away, passing the old couple lying on the sidewalk with their arms covering their heads. She was 13, and she had killed 3 men. A moment of horror at what she'd done went through her, before an infinite cold expunged it. Chapter 5. Assassin 13. September 27th, 2131, Hollywood, California. 15 years later, on Melrose Avenue in Hollywood, California, Lauren Ramirez sat in the back of a battered old taxi, impatiently drumming her fingers on the seat, already late for a hastily called meeting with the President of the United States, that paranoid nutcase, Lee Colby. And paranoia was his best trait. She understood it, and she shared it with him. It was 4:30 in the afternoon, overcast, hot, and muggy. 20 or so vehicles lined up at the main gate outside of Vanguard International's Global Media Mall, waiting to get through a checkpoint. All motorized, a few new driverless Mercedes, but mostly ancient and beaten-down vehicles. Even she had been awestruck by this place the first time she'd come here. The largest of 37 glass-domed structures in Los Angeles, Global's Media Mall ran 1 mile by 4.5 miles as its glass roof zigzagged up from Melrose and Van Ness Avenues to encompass the wealthy homes in Hollywood Heights. The 30 square miles contained 30 six-star hotels, 1,000 shops, grand homes, serviced apartments, 4 parks, a waterfall, and its famous media center with film, TV, and internet studios. About 50,000 people lived inside. The domes of the surviving American cities maintained world-class luxury. Outside was the forgotten world. With the taxi not moving, she decided to walk to the dome entrance. Reaching forward with a $100 bill, she tried to get the driver's attention, but he was wearing ancient headphones and eyeing a cute prostitute in a short dress on the sidewalk. Lauren rapped her knuckles on his head, and when he jumped, she tossed the money in his lap and got out. She took in the heavy traffic, cars, horse and human-drawn carriages, hundreds of pedestrians. Across the street, people crowded in front of run-down shops, tiny kiosks, food vendors selling fried fish rolls and mystery meat on a stick. A jeep with armed soldiers went by. Nothing seemed out of order, yet something wasn't quite right. Through flitting clouds, the sun reflected blindingly off the massive glass dome, as if the structure were a rolling fireball. Barriers with concertina wire blocked the approaches to both the car and pedestrian gates to get inside. Long lines wound back from both. Just down the street on a 100-foot-tall screen, President Lee Colby was delivering a speech from behind his desk in the Oval Office. He wore a casual, pullover golf shirt with a cardigan sweater, as if it were winter. He was in his mid-40s, a remarkably handsome man, with curly blonde hair and deep-set blue eyes. With his boy-next-door persona, he was a natural politician. He talked about being the champion of the middle class. Lauren knew of no middle class, and spoke of the safety net for the poor. She knew a lot of poor. Men, women, and children, sweating in the garbage bins of the cities, sweating in cabbage fields or factories or mines 12 hours a day and getting little for it. Impassioned, Colby said he would fight to his last breath to keep their rebel and corporate enemies at bay. What a load of bullshit, she thought. Colby ran the largest corporation in the world, 66 Global, and he could do little against the small hit-and-run strikes of rebels, nor did he want to. Their pinprick threats, made huge in the media, kept the masses afraid and him in office. And he was nowhere near the Oval Office. The Oval Office no longer existed. It was all CGI. The presidency, the elections, the entire government, all CGI. Corporations and media not only ran what was left of America, but also the world. At the pedestrian gate, 2 guards in military uniforms and carrying submachine guns were examining briefcases and backpacks and running handheld metal detectors over each body. Amid cries of outrage, Lauren stepped in front and handed the soldier a $100 note, which he pocketed. Quickly, the guard scanned her with a detector and waved her in. In a hidden black holster, she carried her Glock 75, but it would not be picked up by any scan. Inside the dome, on the crowded esplanade that resembled a cobbled Bavarian street, Admiral Walter Cummings stood just inside the Global's pedestrian entrance, waiting for the president's assassin. Cummings was 6'4", 200 pounds, with white-cropped hair and the physical fitness of a fanatic. He had been one of the last Navy SEALs, at least on film. All his missions were done right here at the Media Mall and piped out to the masses who cheered his latest victories over the rebels. To fight the war against terror, he never left the dome. He checked his watch and sighed. Late. Above him, the enclave sky was tinted, blocking harmful rays, and the temperature set at a comfortable 72 degrees. He caught the overwhelming scent of salt water pumped in through the vents, as if that smell was pleasant to everyone. It wasn't. Hell, the beach was only a few steps away, on the veranda of a Starbucks large 3D screen, the sound of the ocean waves rhythmic as it blared from giant speakers. But he was in no mood to enjoy the ocean. He hated this woman. She had no loyalty except to money. She never missed an opportunity to take a sarcastic dig at him or his ops efficiency. What did she know? He was chief of staff to the president and Global's chief operating officer. His palm rested on the handlebars of his new Suzuki 750cc electric motorcycle. He loved the bike. It gave him the look of a badass son of a bitch, which he was. And she would have to ride bitch with him. That would piss her off. He'd positively love that, because he sure as hell hated her. 5 years ago, the president desperately needed an assassin to take out a well-protected corporate rival. He asked Cummings to find the best. Most countries, corporations, and crime families, many one and the same, used or retained assassins. They were rated by intelligence and police agencies from level 1 through level 10. For simple, blunt work, assassins rated levels 1 through 5, men and women with rudimentary brute skills would do, but for anything more intricate, someone with more imagination and skill was needed. A level 10 assassin was best. However, on rare occasions, someone in the profession appeared who stood above all measurable parameters, an assassin of generational skills, a singularly gifted killer. The thought of this one in pursuit made world leaders wet themselves. Such a person was referred to simply as Level 13, an Assassin 13. This was Malinche, and she was the president's assassin. He saw her come in, tall and eye-catching. You'd think an assassin with a reputation bordering on the mythical would be less ostentatious, but not Malinche. She appeared as if she were headed for a night of high-end clubbing or whoring on the street. She had gleaming black hair, dark eyes that belonged on the set of a vampire movie, and a gold chain with a gold medallion hanging down into the groove of her breasts. Her clinging black dress reached to mid-thigh. Those long legs shimmered in the fake lamplight of the street, causing several men to stare with unabashed interest. They could not guess that this woman was the most lethal killer on the planet. Hands on hips, he leaned slightly forward in a belligerent stance.
"How is it, Molly, that someone in your line of work is always late?"
He called her by the name she had been using since working for the president, but he knew it was an alias. Despite his deep connections, he had not found out her real name. She ignored the question. As the woman came up, she had the hint of an unpleasant smile. "Still Colby's gopher, I see." With a flash of anger, he swung onto the bike and started it up. He glanced back.
"You're meeting the President of the United States in 2 minutes. Try to grasp the gravity of that, and don't make an ass of yourself."
He revved the handlebars and ordered,
"Get on. You're riding bitch. How appropriate."
She grabbed the back of his shirt collar and yanked him off the bike. When he hit the street, he banged his elbow on the cobblestones, and pain shot through his arm.
"Son of a bitch!"
When he scrambled up, he saw her driving away on his new motorcycle. A few minutes later, Lauren stood inside a cavernous soundstage, dark except for the far corner where the glare of big LED lights hanging from the ceiling illuminated the president as he continued his speech to the nation. Like in the feed outside, he was behind a large desk, his hands folded in front of him, speaking to the camera with such sincerity, Lauren almost believed him. Behind him was a solid green wall on which the Oval Office was being CGI'd. A pudgy, officious woman in her 40s hurried up to her, sticking out her hand and whispering,
"Hi there, Debbie Schultz, the president's personal assistant. Are you Molly? He is expecting you. What a lovely name. Where does it come from?"
Lauren's head snapped around. "What the fuck business is it of yours?" The woman blanched. Ignoring her outstretched hand, Lauren brushed past her, walking up to the edge of the light where Colby could see her. Molly. Yes, she was Molly with Colby and Cummings. Few people knew that Malinali was the real name of the actual Malinche, a powerful, strong woman, mother of a nation. She saw no reason to explain that to anyone, especially to Debbie fucking Schultz, presidential assistant. Moments later, when Colby saw her, he quickly finished. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. A second of awkwardness followed as he stared into the camera with a frozen smile. And we're out, the director's voice came hastily from somewhere. The ceiling LED lights faded, and the regular lights came up. Colby's kind-hearted, boy-next-door face morphed instantly into petulant fury. Next time, cut the damn stream faster! I sat there looking like a fucking idiot, grinning at the camera. He stood up. Now get out! Everyone out! Without question or hesitation, the crew filed out until Lauren, Colby, and Schultz remained. Where's Admiral Cummings? The president asked. Lauren shrugged. He stopped at a Starbucks for an espresso. Last I saw, he was sitting on the veranda taking in the ocean breezes. Fucking idiot, the president cursed. He sent Schultz outside and told her to allow no one in, not even the Admiral. You can tell him he's not needed for this. When Schultz left, Colby led Lauren to the green room and shut the door behind him. She sat up on the couch, and the president scooted an antique chair close. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, hands folded in front of his face. Molly, I have something very important for you. Obviously, that's why I'm here. Let me guess, you want me to kill someone? Yes, of course, but you will need to be quick this time, Colby said, urgency in his voice as if the target were in the next room. What level? She asked. Level 1, highest priority, silent running. It's Robert Kasim. Her head thrust back. The vice president? You want me to kill the vice president? His voice rose in fury. Yes, the damn vice president. Delete the son of a bitch. Scrub his DNA from the fucking gene pool. He's planning a palace coup. Me. He wants to delete me and take the presidency. Lauren had met Kasim before in Chicago during the Gangland War, and hoped if she had to do close work, he wouldn't remember her. To her, this was all Byzantine power play shit by the elite, and she had not a flicker of emotion in regard to it. It was just a job. Kasim was not even vice president yet. He had been appointed by Colby, but would not take the oath of office for 2 weeks. The ceremony had already been filmed and sent to outlets around the world for playback on the proper day. Till then, he was just a private citizen. When the vice president's dead, the coup is dead, Colby added more calmly. I'm assigning you 2 of Admiral Cummings's best operatives to help with this. Lauren laughed. No thanks. If you do, I'm out. Assassins work alone. It's in the manual. He didn't contradict her. You said quick. How quick? She asked. I know you won't like it, but you only have 13 days to get this done, and 3 of those will be traveling to the location. After that, it will be too late. She shook her head. Now, I am out. Get someone else, Colby. 1 month is suicide. 13 days, it can't be done. He is too well protected. Sorry, I'm not giving my life for yours. I don't even like you. Abruptly, Lauren stood and walked toward the door. She could feel the hot breath of Colby's rage like a tidal wave, but it would do him no good. Wait! What about the Guardians of Hell? He called. Lauren froze. Her hand trembled on the door handle. She turned around and faced him, her gaze fiercely intense. You better not be fucking with me. She had learned long ago that the GOH on the gold medallion she had found clutched in her mother's hand stood for the Guardians of Hell. From what little she'd found out, they had formed in the 2050s to bring together crime families under one leadership. They grew more powerful than governments. Such an enterprise could not sustain itself long. Too many competing interests, and it fell apart sometime in the 2080s. At least that was the story. But she believed they still existed, and Eric, whose name was etched on the medallion, was one of them. Colby opened his hands in a gesture of just a friend helping out. You asked me to find out what I could about the man Eric. You gave me a time and place in which he was present. I've done everything I could to find him, and I have. He paused for effect.
There were 4 of them who killed Aaron Murphy, not 1.
Lauren turned into a cold, killing mask.
Go on. We've got the names of 2 of them, Eric and 1 other. It's taken a long time. I've had every operative I could investigating. This name Eric was the key. He was initiated into the Guardians on the date engraved on the back. We know who he is, and the name of 1 other man. My agents are closing in on the 2 of them.
The clearest image Lauren had of her mother was the flame of her red hair, caked with blood, her body lying crumpled in the grass beside a stream, pounded with rain.
I will give you whatever help is at my disposal,
he said with a sincere, soothing voice that grated on her.
I should have all the information by the time you return from this assignment. All 4 men and their location. I promise you.
A high voltage of emotion ramped through her body. For just a moment, she saw herself striding toward him and snapping his neck. But she didn't. She allowed the fire to burn down, leaving only her cold, dark core. Bleak as river ice, her eyes fixed on him. Colby, this better be 100% science, or nothing is going to protect you from me. Where will I find this Eric?
Not yet. When you return from the Kasim mission. You'll need to start immediately. Your cover is that of a prostitute. That's why I asked you to dress like that. You must audition for the part to even be allowed to travel to where he is, or more accurately, where he's going to be.
He made a sound like a pig snort and said,
I'm sure you'll pass.
She had no choice. Fine. When I get back. Where will I find the vice president? The president gave an infuriatingly smug grin.
Have you ever been off-planet?
Chapter 6. The Tin Can. October 10th, 2131. K Global Space Habitat at Lagrange, Point 4. Before a kill, the assassin was hyper-vigilant. Inside the K Global habitat called the Tin Can, she stood in the lee of an apartment building, waiting for the prostitute who would get her into the target's villa. A kaleidoscope of crisscrossing shadows from hundreds of tiny suns throughout the giant cylinder kept her hidden from the pedestrians on the walkway, none of them threatening. She wore a loose, thigh-length black skirt with a black blouse and neoprene carbon fiber hiking boots. The 2-story vacation home of Vice President Robert Kasim sat at the end of the block with his large security detail. For the last 5 days, she had been observing it from the grassy park a half-mile directly overhead, lying flat on her back with binoculars, noting comings and goings. When prostitutes entered, a security guard patted them down and groped them. No way to hide a gun, but inside the sole of her boot was a short but very sharp knife. Today, the villa seemed to have the normal contingent of 10 uniformed guards with assault rifles patrolling the grounds. She was leery about firing any weapon inside a damned spaceship. That seemed insanity. But the guards seemed unfazed by the prospect. A guardhouse stood at the iron gate entrance with 2 men looking like stormtroopers in front of it. This would not be easy, but if things went smoothly in the next hour, Kasim would be dead, and she would be off this tin can on her way back to Earth. But in her line of work, things never went smoothly. In the 10 days since she arrived on this garbage bucket in space, she still couldn't adjust mentally, as if living constantly in a madhouse of delusions. From where she stood, she could see the horizons rising steadily on each side of her in arcs of housing, lakes, green parks, and small shopping malls, meeting a half-mile overhead with more buildings, lakes, and parks, all hanging upside down. The tin can was a perfect cylinder, a half-mile in diameter and 7 miles in length, over 50 square miles of usable surface. Its rotation created a gravity of 0.9 of Earth's. Directly above her, tiny people moved about, looking like they would fall, but never did. Along the cylinder's axis, people with artificial wings floated in the zero-gravity center. Occasionally, the sound of one or two of them screaming in delight reached her. Half of the 10,000 inhabitants were transients on R&R from K Global's extensive mining operations on the moon and farther out in the asteroid belt. With so many hard men and women looking to blow off pressure, the Tin Can was like a Wild West town made up of countless bars, casinos, and brothels. Lauren worked in one of the brothels. By the time she stepped onto the Tin Can 11 days ago, she knew every microdata about the design schematics of Robert Kasim's villa, his usual number of security guards, 50, and his sadistic sexual proclivities. Over 2 days, this information was fed to her neurobots by secure internet. In her body, millions of nanobots floated through her bloodstream. The vast majority were medical, ready to repair any abnormality like wounds or illnesses. They acted like a super immune system. However, 100,000 were specialized neurobots attaching themselves permanently to the tissue in her brain, constantly feeding her information from the internet and other sources, till she had to use an effort of will to shut them down for a little peace. In this way, Lauren knew the brothel she'd been assigned, knew exactly the vice would arrive on site 2 days after her, and knew who his regular girl was. In fact, every detail of the bastard's life. Robert Kasim was an old-fashioned mob boss, running guns, drugs, and human trafficking. What a vice president. In the Chicago gangland war 4 years ago that Cummings plucked her out of, Frank Nasri, CEO of Nasri Kasim Industries, had been her main target, but he was protected with more security than the president. While he ran the legitimate part of the operation, mining, manufacturing, and agriculture, Kasim, his enforcer, ran all the illegal activities. A sadistic bastard, like so many of his kind, Kasim had a reputation for brutality, especially towards his prostitutes. Lauren had been one of his working girls, invited with about 10 others to a party at his mansion in the Garnet Park Dome, overlooking a frozen Lake Michigan. The room where the bar had been set up was like a museum to gangland lore. On the wall were pictures of famous mobsters, mostly mythical figures from 200 years before. Al Capone, Frank Nitti, Babyface Nelson, John Dillinger, Big Jim Colosimo, and Benny the Bug Sorrentino. Strangely, in each photo was an obituary, as if these modern mobsters were proud when their ancient counterparts died old with their boots on. Many, like Dillinger, Colosimo, were gunned down, but a few, like Sorrentino, made it to the promised land of Miami Beach and old age. At the party in Chicago, all of Kasim's thugs reveled with the abandon of condemned men. It was common knowledge among the crime family that someone was killing off Nasri and Kasim's top soldiers, a hired assassin, no doubt. But who? Then, the name of the assassin leaked. Malinche. Lauren had produced the body count. That detonated a firestorm in the news and on all the reality vid shows, gaining enormous ratings. Always referred to as a he, Malinche had become a cult figure of sorts from numerous spectacular kills around the world, hired by bad people to kill other bad people. The notoriety made her task both harder and easier. All the king's men were on hyper alert when they heard her name, but being so agitated, they were prone to mistakes and not looking for a woman. Moving about the room with a glass of wine, imagining how she was going to pop each one of these bastards, she feigned drinking. Alcohol and ops didn't blend. Abruptly, a hand pulled her down onto a couch, spilling her drink onto her bare legs. It was Kasim.
"I'll lick it off for you,"
he said, leaning down and running his tongue up her leg. Nausea acidized her stomach, but she pushed it back. With the back of his neck bared to her, she held the urge to snap it right there. He was a small, cherubic man. His eyes were squinted pinpricks, his nose flat, his chin a bulge. A streak of white ran through his slick black hair, making him look like a skunk. He sat up and squeezed her breast.
You're a fine helping of ass.
Oh my, how you flatter a girl. He squeezed hard on her breast, his grin feral.
You like that, don't you?
She smiled. I like rough. Perhaps we can be alone for a while. You can make me scream and surrender. He laughed. The passion play was interrupted when a man rushed in with word that the head of the organization, Frank Nasri, had been shot to death 3 hours ago, his body just found, naked, in a sleazy motel outside the dome. A grenade bullet had taken off the back of his head. Kasim had to move quickly to gain control of the entire operation and screamed for the women to get the hell out. In less than 10 seconds, Lauren was gone, disappointed her chance at Kasim over. Of course, she had killed Nasri. 10 days ago, when Lauren had arrived at her assigned brothel on the Tin Can, the madam liked her immediately. "You're going to make us a lot of money, Anna," she said with a wide grin. Lauren was calling herself Anna Martinez. "You'll not be required to service men who walk in off the streets, but only the richer, nicer clientele. How do you like that?" "I like it fine." Her new roommate, as Cummings Opp had planned, was Kasim's steady girl, a strange woman named Sybil. Tall, 3 inches taller than Lauren, with long, striking legs. She came from outside the domes in San Diego. One of Lauren's early goals was to make friends with her, and she did. In her early 20s, Sybil was more cute than beautiful, with shaved eyebrows and stubby purple hair. In the cubicle they shared, she admitted to Lauren she hated the work, especially with the bastard Kasim, but if she could stick it out another 6 months, she hoped to have enough money to return to Earth and take care of her mother, invalid father, and 2 younger siblings. Before she began earning money on the Tin Can, they struggled to survive from day to day. "I've lasted 10 months up here. I can make another 6 months." In the 7 days since Kasim arrived, Sybil had visited him in his villa 3 times, each time with a second girl named Jo Beth, who came along for Hamid Reed, the vice president's chief of security. Kasim beat Sybil viciously, then gave her enormous wages, as if in contrition. Each time she returned to the brothel, she would say nothing about what had happened, as if talking about it heightened the pain. She never had time to recover before she was called out again. Lauren volunteered to go in her place, but Sybil refused. The money was too good. One evening, she gave a smile of satisfaction. "Those men are scared to death, Anna." "Of what?" Lauren asked. "Haven't you heard the rumor? That assassin, Malinche, the one in the Chicago Wars? It's all over the vids. Get this, he's supposed to be after Kasim." Lauren felt a knot of concern. Security would be heightened. "While I was with them," Sybil said, "a cleaning woman dropped a mop handle. Just a mop handle. He and that ass Hamid Reed about jumped through the window. I made the mistake of laughing." She touched her swollen jaw. "To get away from that killer, that's why they came to the Tin Can in the first place." "I'm sure they're safe here," Lauren said. She found she liked Sybil. The girl was so naive, despite her line of work, like a little child. Lauren didn't want collateral damage from her assignments because it always led to problems. But this time, she realized with surprise, she actually hoped what was going to happen here would not roll the girl up in its aftermath. Stretching out in her bunk, her feet over the foot, the girl lay flat on her stomach. She smiled sheepishly in a way that struck Lauren as oddly familiar. "Would you put ointment on my back?" He whacked it and my butt and my thighs so hard with the bamboo stick I can barely move. Said he had to spank his little girl. What a sick fucker. She glanced up at Lauren and chuckled. "You don't have to massage my ass, though. I mean, I don't want you to get too excited." "Shit, I'll chance it. Drop your pants," Lauren ordered. The girl lay naked. She had a beautiful long body with a smooth back and a perfect ass, but now both were latticed with cane welts. Lauren sat beside her. The ointment was cold green muck that every prostitute knew worked wonders. immediately reducing swelling, numbing pain, and halving heal time. Lauren began rubbing it onto the girl's back and immediately froze. On the left shoulder blade was a birthmark, the image of a four-leaf clover so distinct it appeared to have fallen there. Lauren's throat constricted. A moment of anguish engulfed her. It couldn't be. Her sudden exhale sounded like she was choking. How could this tall, angular creature be her Sybil? The young woman turned her head up and said playfully, "You are becoming aroused. I can hear it. Steady yourself, Anna. We can play when all this shit with Kasim is finished." The reality struck her with the force of a garrote around the neck. This Sybil was her Sybil, the misfit girl who had trailed her around like a puppy 15 years ago, someone she had thought dead like all the rest of them, dead and buried in her soul. This new reality forced a sudden plunge down into that dark abyss where her memories lay. Lauren could not release all that now. The memories clawed to get out, but she pushed them back down. Under control, she continued applying the salve to the girl's back and buttocks. The next time Sybil and JoBeth were called to Kasim's villa, Lauren slipped a pill in JoBeth's drink. She quickly took ill, and Lauren volunteered in her place. Now, she waited for Sybil in the multiple shadows of a modular apartment building, with her target just down the street. Several people strolled along the pedestrian walkway, including 3 drunk minors singing loudly. They eyed her, but didn't bother her. Tin Can security didn't take kindly to troublemakers. Finally, she saw Sybil turn the corner, her tall figure striding down the walkway with typical assurance, her head held high, her purple hair like a neon sign. "Good, you're here," she said as she approached. "I wasn't sure you would come. I didn't want to service both bastards." Lauren said, "I need the money." Sybil gave a throaty chuckle. "Don't we all? You'll earn it today. Let's go." As the 2 prostitutes approached the villa's guarded front gate, Lauren saw 15 additional men patrolling the grounds, a total of 25, all armed with new K-1000 assault carbines. Where had that gotten them? On the 5 second-floor balconies, guards stood in pairs watching them coming toward the villa. A stocky man stepped from the guard shack, grinning at them. "Oh, shit," Sybil muttered. "Who was that?" Lauren asked. "Zorik," Sybil replied with utter distaste. "He must have just arrived on site. He is a mutant pig. He will search us everywhere. Not like the others, but worse. Don't complain. It will only make him hurt us." It should be all right, unless he had a scanner, Lauren thought. She could not have the bastard find the knife in her boot. The op would end right there. Certainly, she would kill him, but then she would be dead herself seconds later. "Does he use a scanner?" she asked Sybil. "Of course." Lauren's eyes grew cold as ice crystals. Chapter 7. The Cold Equation. October 10th, 2131. The Tin Can.
"Welcome, Sybil,"
Zorik said with a leering grin. Muscular, with a wide head, he was short and thick, like a beer barrel with legs. He had captain's bars on his epaulets, and the name Zorik stitched to the chest of his dark uniform.
"You give me a quick fuck, eh?"
"Use your hand," Sybil shot back. He laughed and glanced at the dark-haired whore. As the 2 had approached a moment before, he'd seen she was something special. The current of her walk like a supple cat. That sensual flow had sent his heart pounding and his penis hard. She wore a short skirt and boots. There was something vaguely gypsy about her. The long black hair, her high cheekbones, burnished copper skin, and full lips, a mouth to desire. But dark eyes. They chilled his blood. Flat and dead, like a fucking zombie.
"Who's this?"
he asked Sybil. "My friend Anna. She's okay."
"Where's JoBeth? I liked JoBeth. She'd give me a blowjob. Why isn't she here?"
"She's in the hospital." Zorik laughed.
Commander Reed was a bit rough last time, eh? She should be used to it.
He turned to Lauren.
I don't know you. I'm Zorik, the captain of Mr. Kasim's security. I want those long legs wrapped around my face when you're done. You understand?
When she didn't answer, he rolled his eyes as if she were stupid, then gave Sybil a surly glance and indicated the guard shack with a jerk of his thumb.
You know the procedure.
Inside, he first patted them down for weapons, hands going over every part of their bodies. Then he ran his hand up their skirts and into their panties, looking for anything stuffed up their vaginal or anal canals. When Sybil squirmed, he chuckled.
I have to be thorough, you know. Word is Malinche is after Kasim. You might be Malinche, Sybil.
His eyes flared with pleasure when he saw her humiliation. He liked that. He checked the woman called Anna twice. He was so aroused that he would have taken her right there, except for the fact that she was meant for Hamid Reed, and the security chief would have killed him. He backed away, proving to himself that the instinct for survival was stronger than the instinct to screw. He picked up the little black box off the counter and snapped the red button. It was the scanner. He ran it over Sybil first, every inch of her from head to foot.
You know, he said, last month in Mexico City, a damn horde tried to hide an explosive device the size of a $50 beneath her skin. Can you believe it? I caught it and killed her on the spot.
He turned to Lauren.
Now you, Gypsy.
He ran the scanner down her dress and legs. She planned to snap his neck when he got to the boot, and then the alarm would sound, and she would soon be dead. She would take his rifle and get a few of them through before she went down.
Zorik, you mutant!
A bearded man called from the nearest balcony. It was Hamid Reed.
Quit playing with the merchandise and get those women up here. Yes, sir,
he called, then turned back to Lauren and slapped her on the butt.
You see me afterward.
Her cold eyes ate him up. I'll be sure to save something special for you. Zorik led them inside the villa and down a long hallway toward the rear. Lauren knew she should call the operation off. Always, she would plan for months. Then, when ready, move in on the target fast, make the hit, and get out. Fast and organized. But this would not happen here. She was on a damn spaceship nearly 200,000 miles from Earth. The place was loaded with security, not just Kasim's, but the Habitat's own. And there was no egress. If she got out of the villa, how the hell was she going to get off the tin can? Another obstacle worried her. Kasim had met her before. He might recognize her. He likely would not, but likely wasn't good enough. She should call the op off, but she knew she wouldn't. She was going after the bastard. She just could not chance losing what Colby knew about her mother's killers. They took the stairs at the rear. Down at the end of the hall, a security guard sat in a plastic chair, a pulse rifle across his lap. He nodded to Zorik. The security captain stopped at the first door and knocked. A voice shouted for them to enter. As they went in, Lauren took in the room quickly and felt a knot tying in her stomach. There were 6 men wearing sidearms sitting around a table, passing a bottle of something among them. Clouds of smoke drifted in thin lines through the room. Insanity. Anything remotely resembling fire in a space habitat like smoking. Small fake palm trees were scattered about the room, with wicker furniture creating a tropical look. In the background, a plump, dull woman sat in a wicker chair by the window, watching 2 children of about 6 bounce on the bed. Kasim's wife and kids. She recognized them from the data stream to her neurobots. Damn, Lauren thought. The man brought his prostitutes in while his wife and kids were still in the room. She recognized the vice president sitting at the head of the table, with the black skunk-like hair. To her, he looked like an old-time revolutionary, even down to the green cap, uniform, and thick cigar stuck in his mouth. Behind him on the wall was a shrine of sorts, with a picture of himself in the center.
"Here are the choir girls,"
Hamid Reed shouted with a bark of a laugh. A cheer rose from the men. Reed was a huge fellow, a weightlifter, former SAS, and the vice president's chief enforcer, a job Kasim once held for Frank Nasri. Reed wore a camouflage uniform with a general's insignia. Her hands behind her back, her head bowed in a portrait of shyness, Lauren studied each man. Except for Kasim and Reed, they wore purple security uniforms, and any of them would kill his own grandmother for a candy cane. If they knew right from wrong, the distinction didn't matter to them. She understood them. She'd known them all her life. Kasim ordered, "Zora, get out, you pervert!" The security captain laughed as he bowed obsequiously, backing out of the room. 10 days ago, before Kasim had arrived, Lauren planted her Glock 75 in the villa's upstairs linen closet, outside in the hallway. Security had been lax then. Made specially for her, the weapon's carbon steel couldn't be picked up by scanners. It had a built-in silencer, tritium sights, and high-velocity exploding rounds, tiny grenades going off a millisecond after penetrating the target, whether armor or flesh. And only she could fire it. A chip in the grip identified her DNA. She was trying to work out how to get to it when Kasim ordered the children away. They hesitated, and he snapped at his wife. "Take them out now, damn it!" When they were gone, he said to the others, "Time for you boys to leave also. Come up with the money, and I'm sure these choir girls will be happy to show you their vocal cords." With playful hoots, the other men left. Only Kasim and Reed remained. Even Lauren was surprised when Kasim's wife came back in completely naked. No one else seemed to notice. Abruptly, Reed grabbed Lauren by the arm and dragged her stumbling out the door. "You're with me, my sweet." Zorik had replaced the guard at the end of the hallway. He leered at her as Reed took her to the next room and shoved her in. She was surprised to find an easel with a large sketch pad and a table with a small can of sketch pencils. The drawing of the tin can's varied terrain was quite good. "Did you do that?" she asked. At that moment, he drove his fist into her face, just below the left eye, dropping her to the floor, stunned. Blinking several times, she lay there trying to regain her bearings. When she came around, Reed had his clothes off and stood in front of her, his legs thick as barrels, his penis already stiff. The only thing remaining on his body was a knife strapped to his right thigh. "Don't cry now, my sweet. I could have hit you much harder," he said. "I hope they told you we like our sex on the rough side. If not, it's too late now." Lauren staggered to her feet, backing up onto the desk, knocking over the can of sketch pencils. He came toward her. "Please, don't hurt me," she whimpered. His smile grim, he whispered, "You'll love it when you get used to it." As he reached for her, Lauren shot forward so quickly he had no time to react. She punched him in the throat with a power that never failed to shock her opponents. But even that part of him was calloused muscle. He backed up, gasping for air. Christ, he was still alive. Furious, he rushed her. "You fucking bitch!" The rage was in her. As always when death awaited the outcome of a fight, adrenaline shot through her, and time slowed. While she moved with animal quickness, her opponent seemed to swim in thick oil. And God, how she loved it. Her blood sizzled, and life seemed to take on a fever of euphoria. Instead of backing away as he expected, she came at him and drove a sketch pencil deep into his eye, 6 inches in, piercing his brain. Hamid Reed, the chief enforcer, convulsed, then collapsed and died, with a pencil sticking out of his right eye. Blood dripped onto his body. She realized it was hers. He had raked open her left forearm with his long fingernails. Hurriedly, she tore a long strip from the bedsheet and wrapped it around her arm to stem the flow. Then, she retrieved the knife from her boot. Out in the hall, she could hear Sybil screaming from Kasim's bedroom. Zorik lounged in the plastic chair at the far end, his rifle propped against the wall. He chuckled.
"That Sybil is a hard worker. You and me, later, Gypsy."
She ignored him and went to the linen closet halfway down the hall and stepped inside. She heard the creak of Zorik's chair as he rose, his footsteps coming toward her. She knelt and felt under the bottom shelf for the weapon she'd taped there. She couldn't find it. Had someone discovered it? Zorik came closer. She fumbled for the weapon. He was nearly behind her. Then, her hand closed around the Glock and ripped it from the tape. Rising quickly, she stuck it inside her waistband with the knife and covered them up with her blouse. Zorik was at the door.
"What are you doing?"
She picked up a towel and gestured with her bandaged arm. "The bastard cut me." He thought for a second, not a hint of sympathy crossing his face, then nodded. He squeezed her butt as she strode past him, heading to Kasim's bedroom. When Lauren entered, the three people on the bed froze in a tableau, staring at her. Sybil was naked, tied to the headboard. Kasim's wife was kneeling over her with a cigarette in her hand, about to apply it to Sybil's skin. Kasim stood beside the bed, his pants and underwear down around his ankles, his penis limp. The cold equation? Who was to die? Only one target, Kasim. No carnage, the president had warned. A clean surgical kill without collateral damage. Too late already. Her own survival outweighed all those considerations. Take them all, including Sybil, and she might escape.
"Get out, you stupid bitch!"
Kasim shouted at her. She aimed the gun at him, and he stared back in shock. He stepped back and fell on his ass.
"Please."
"Lee Colby sends his regards." It took only an instant for him to understand. Before he could shout for help, she fired, punching a gaping hole into his chest. With the silencer, the shots made a popping sound like a bag bursting. Not much drift from the spin of the habitat at this distance and angle. She shot Kasim's wife next, a single round to her temple as she was turning away. It blew the top off of her head. Sybil was screaming. In 2 steps, Lauren was on her, a knee pressing her chest down, the girl's mouth gasping like a fish, stunning her to silence. Placing a hand over her mouth, Lauren whispered, "Shut up." Sybil bit her hand, and Lauren snatched it back and placed the tip of the barrel against her forehead.
"Calm down, Sybil. If you don't, I'm going to have to kill you. I don't want to do that."
When she said it, she knew she could never kill her. This was her friend, an extinct species. The girl's eyes were wide with fright.
"I'm sorry if I hurt you,"
Lauren said. Quickly, she untied her, then pulled the girl up.
"Get dressed. I can't leave you behind. You understand?"
Furiously, Sybil shook her head. Lauren cocked the weapon for emphasis. Then the girl nodded. Sybil threw on her clothes. Lauren took the corner of the sheet and wiped blood from the girl's face.
"There. That's a little better."
When they stepped out into the hall, Zorik rose out of his chair at the far end.
"Goddamn high-priced whores. Don't leave yet. You've got more customers."
Lauren held her hand up.
"Bathroom break. He wants us back in 10 minutes.
With a sigh, Zorik sat back down as the women disappeared down the stairs. But then, as if an afterthought, Lauren stepped back up, drew the Glock. Zorik's mouth dropped open in shock. The last thing he saw was the glow in her dark eyes, like the devil had come for him. From 10 meters, she shot him between his eyes. She had the effect of the habitat's rotation down now. The villa's security did not check them leaving, just threw a few whistles their way. Lauren and Sybil hurried along the crowded pedestrian walkway, putting as much distance between themselves and the carnage at the vice president's villa as they could. Giant fans at the north of the tin can cranked loudly, sending a gentle breeze down the habitat. "Let me go. Please, let me go," Sybil said. Lauren didn't answer. She had no idea how long before an alarm would sound, blocking off escape. 5 minutes? 10? She could not count on much more than that. Not long to get off the habitat before it was locked down. "Where are we going?" Sybil nearly whimpered on the verge of hysteria. "What are we going to do now? They'll catch us. They'll think I helped you. Let me go." Lauren took her arm.
"We're getting off this garbage can. You can't stay here. You're right. Kasim is dead, and the security police will think you're involved. You know better than I do how they execute people up here."
The girl shivered, desperation in her voice. "But I only had 6 months to go."
"That's all over now," Lauren said flatly.
Just then, a loud, bleating sound reverberated throughout the entire habitat. Terrified, people looked up and around as if searching for a breach in the outer hull. Sybil's eyes were enormous. "Oh shit, that's the alarm," Lauren hissed. "I hoped we'd have more time." A metallic voice echoed from 100 loudspeakers. "Lockdown. Lockdown. Lockdown. Move immediately inside the nearest structure and await the security police for clearance. Anyone outdoors will be arrested." Within 30 seconds, the walkways and parks were deserted. Even the winged Axis floaters were gone. Lauren and Sybil were the only ones left outside, except for 2 of Kasim's security officers in their purple uniforms racing toward them, aiming their weapons at them. Chapter 8. No Escape. October 10th, 2131. The Tin Can. Docking Point 4 had a long corridor with directions to baggage claim, colony rail service, customs, and the exit port off the habitat. As the 2 female security personnel strode down the corridor, hundreds of passengers in rows of chairs were waiting out the lockdown. At the exit gate, security police formed a wall across the exit port, preventing anyone from leaving. Sergeant Jarrett, a stocky man in his 20th year in the service, was in command. When word spread that Malinche had assassinated the vice president, he and all Habitat security had been ordered to their stations and promised a reward of $200,000 for the assassin's capture or death. Jarrett hoped the man would try to escape through his port. He would be ready for him. He could use the money and maybe get a posting in a dome back on Earth. When he saw the 2 members of the vice president's security detail approach, his first thought was he might have to share the reward with them. They were an odd pair. One had stubby purple hair, and the other, the dark-haired one, a captain, had a drop of blood drain from under her left sleeve. He felt a growing suspicion, but before he could speak, the captain said in a demanding voice, "A man came through here a half hour ago. Lean, tall, 50s. Did you stop him? Are you holding him?" He was surprised. "No," he replied defensively. "Why should I? I know him. He's in agribusiness. His name is Furneaux. He's here all the time. And that was before lockdown." Stepping within a couple inches of Jarrett, she shouted furiously, "You let him escape? You fucking idiot! That was Malinche. If I can't catch him, you'll be the first out of the damn airlock." She drove a finger into his chest. "I need a shuttle. Now." The sergeant sputtered. "The lockdown, ma'am. I can't—" "If I do not have a shuttle in the next 30 seconds, you will explain to Vice President Kasim why you let Malinche escape." His eyes went wide. "Is he still alive?" "Yes, of course. Wounded but alive. And you let Malinche go. 20 seconds left." She touched the bone next to her ear, producing the click of a phone. "Let me speak to the Vice President. It's Molly. Tell him—" "Stop!" Jarrett shouted. He swallowed, tasting dirt in his throat. The woman stared at him with eyes that burned into his flesh. Quickly, he stepped to his computer terminal and spoke into it. "Power up the shuttle in Bay 2. Out on the exit ramp, Lauren and Sybil rushed past him and through the gate. They found Bay 2 and the oddest shuttle. "What's this?" Sybil exclaimed as the door slid open. "Just go." Lauren shoved her in. It did look strange, with lobster-like pincers, a fat black body in between, and 4 big antimatter-powered ramjets in the back. Lauren dived in after her. Within seconds, the shuttle sped down the long exit ramp and shot out into space. Strapped into her chair, Sybil was silent, staring blankly through the forward screen at the black void with its ghostly spray of stars. Still in shock, she sat, not even noticing her arms floating in zero gravity. Beside her, Lauren felt queasy from weightlessness. She hated being inside a small bubble of air, traveling through empty space, but it was better than still being on the tin can. She rolled the sleeve of her uniform up and unwrapped the bloody sheet bandage, letting it float off. Her wound was already healing, the medical nanobots already doing their work. In a few hours, not even a scar would remain. A man's pleasant voice filled the shuttle. "My name is Matt. I am the ship's AI. This is an Orlov Proxima-class station-to-station shuttlecraft. It comfortably seats 20 passengers." Lauren leaned forward over the panel and pressed 2 icons, then said, "Sequence to follow. Niner 7 Niner 4-1. End sequence." The disembodied voice demanded, "What are you doing?" "Disengaging autocontrol. Putting it on manual," Lauren said. "I recognize you as Anna Martinez. You can call me Matt. I am the ship's AI. Is that wise, Anna?" Why was he repeating himself? "I don't want you talking with the tin can, Matt." Sybil asked, "Are you a pilot?" "Nope. Never been off planet before 2 weeks ago." Lauren knew she needed another command sequence, one that would make the AI take instructions only from her, and called up her neurocomputer to search the bots in her brain for it. It appeared in a nanosecond. "Sequence to follow," she said. 318 Niner 174. End sequence. Piloting a shuttle wasn't so hard after all, she thought, and turned to Sybil. "Done. That's all there is to it. We're now headed for the International Space Station, and nobody can stop us." Sybil had unstrapped herself from her chair and floated a couple feet above. Angrily, she threw off her security uniform. It flew to the far wall. In the weightlessness, her tiny dress lifted above her waist, revealing black thong panties. Her long legs kicked at the air, but she got no movement. Lauren reached over and pulled her down into her chair. "Strap back in," she said. She released her own straps, took off her uniform, and let it float off. Both in short dresses, Lauren gave an easy chuckle. "Not exactly the traditional pilot uniforms." Sybil folded her arms in front of her and glared at Lauren. "Who are you?" She shrugged. "Anna Martinez." Sybil stared for several seconds, then her eyes went wide in terror. "Oh, God, I'm so stupid. You're Malinche. You're the assassin." The words seemed to spill into the cabin like hot steam, and when Lauren didn't deny it, silence grew till it felt thick as heavy syrup. Finally, Sybil asked with a tremor in her voice, "Are you going to kill me?" Lauren sighed. "No, mi hija. Why would I do that? I like you. I've always liked you. I've always loved you." Sybil eyed her curiously, even more frightened, but said nothing. "I don't go around executing people for the hell of it, and certainly not those I care about. I try not to harm innocents. It's bad for business. Sometimes it can't be helped, but I try hard not to." She spoke more softly. "When we get to ISS, we will be back under the President's protection, and you'll be safe. I work for him. You have nothing to fear." Sybil looked away, but not before Lauren saw the girl's eyes water. A tear floated off and drifted in the cabin. An unusual, almost unrecognizable emotion flickered in Lauren's chest. She couldn't say she had really cared one whit for anyone in the last 15 years, and here was one of those people from so long ago that she had cared about immeasurably. Indeed, she had loved her like a sister. Far more than just trying to avoid collateral damage, she felt protective of her, just as she had all those years ago. Sybil turned to look at her, wiping her eye with a hand. "How can I believe you?" "I don't lie, mi hija." Hell, she did all the time. She shrugged. "Except when I'm on business. I lie then, all the time. But my business is done." Sybil frowned at the term mi hija, then gave a harsh, cynical laugh. "You don't care about me. I'm just someone who got in your way. I guess I should be grateful I'm not dead yet." This time Sybil held her gaze, unflinchingly. Out through the 180-degree front screen, a field of stars completely unfamiliar in their configuration spread before them. Space was silent. The ship made no noise cutting through it, and that silence pervaded the cabin for nearly 5 minutes. When Lauren spoke, her voice was soft but clear. "I killed him, you know." "I know. I was there." No, the warlord, mi hija. Sybil stared at her, baffled for several seconds. Then her eyes turned to great ovals, and her mouth dropped open. She sputtered at first, then cried out, "Lauren? My God, Lauren?" "Yes, mi hija, Lauren. I thought you all dead." "I can't believe it. We thought you dead." Lauren's tone was cold. "No. I picked up Hector's gun. It took me a while, but I found that bastard and executed him." She shrugged. "I guess I've been doing that ever since." Another revelation appeared in Sybil's eyes. "You were Malinche then, too. Of course. You're Malinche now." "Did all your family survive?" "No. Uncle Franco was killed that night. My father, he was shot in the back. He fell on me to protect me. He walks with a terrible limp now." "Magda?" "Mama was unhurt, but she had no way to earn money. We moved a lot, and she got some work occasionally as a maid, but it never lasted. Ended up in San Diego. Now I've got 2 little brothers, 8 and 9. They all look to me for support. They think I'm a waitress up here." With fury, Lauren said, "We are what the good people of Clark Falls made us. If I could, I'd go back and obliterate that fucking town." Sybil was shaken for a moment at the vehemence of the outburst. "Just that tall, bony bastard will do for me, and you got him." After a few moments of silence, Sybil asked, "What will happen to my family? I'm all they have." She nodded toward the glowing earth in the far distance. "They can't survive in that mess down there without the income I send them." "Don't worry, mi hija. You're safe. I will not let anything happen to them." She added with a chuckle, "After all, I'm Malinche." Oddly after that, Sybil fell quickly asleep, while Lauren, still wired by the kill and the escape, couldn't. She was also bothered by Cummings and Colby. At their core, they were sleazy bastards. She didn't trust them, but she couldn't quite fix on anything specific. Still, she knew she was missing something one of them said. Not coming up with it frustrated her and gave her a deep sense of foreboding. She didn't like that at all. Chapter 9. Revenge. October 13th, 2131, 100 miles above Earth. When the Earth swelled to fit the shuttle screen, International Space Station was a glowing pinprick an hour ahead. Supposedly, her path down to the surface had been greased, but first involved docking at the small floating town. A wholly owned subsidiary of Global International, it should have been home territory. She should have no reason to worry, but did. The AI spoke. "A message is coming in from the International Space Station. Shall I put it on visual?" "Yes," Lauren said. Sybil gawked as a 3D screen rose out of the shuttle panel, showing Admiral Walter Cummings standing in a room with a large window just behind him. Through the window, Lauren could see people in an office working at large computers. Weightless, a couple people floated past in the background. No one had explained why he needed to be on ISS. She voiced displeasure at this before the operation. It added nothing to the plan. "He needs to be closer to the operation should you fuck it up," Colby had said. "We might have a fight on our hands, and I need to protect ISS." She had responded, "That's bullshit. I won't fuck it up." But he got his way. He was president. She had become expert over the years at reading people, a good survival skill, but she didn't need it now with Cummings. With prodigious effort, he forced a smile, more transparent than a jellyfish. It was laughable. Clearly he had some treachery in mind. "Good to see you, Molly. Everything went well, it seems," he said. At the use of the name Molly, Sybil snapped a look at her. Cummings started to float out of the picture and reached up for a metal bar to stabilize his movement. The camera shifted slightly. "And who was that with you?" "Someone who has nothing to do with any of this," Lauren said firmly. "She just happened to be in the wrong place. I had to take her with me. She is not to be harmed." the last word said in clear warning to him.
Of course.
His fake grin widened.
Molly, we need you to pass control of your shuttle back to Otto. The docking techs say they can bring you in more easily.
That was absurd. The AI can dock the shuttle no matter who or what had control.
Sure, give me a second to access it.
It took only a moment. Then she said, "Sequence to follow. 8, 4, 5, 3. End sequence."
Thank you, Molly,
Cummings said with a sigh of relief.
I'll see you when you get in.
The 3D image disappeared. A few seconds later, the AI said, "Anna, we are receiving an order for self-destruct. I assume you want me to ignore it?"
Yes, that would be a good idea, AI.
You can call me Matt.
Self-destruct, Sybil gasped. What's going on?
Betrayal. I don't forget that kind of shit, and they'll pay for it. The sequence she had given less than a minute before was to prepare for stealth flight.
Put us on stealth now, Matt.
Of course, Anna. Done.
She hoped on ISS that would seem like the ship had blown itself apart.
Reprogram destination, Matt. Take us to Earth. Where do you wish to go, Anna? Los Angeles. Land us just north of the city. The Santa Monica Mountains. Destination reprogramming complete. I should mention, Anna, shuttles are not really designed for atmospheric re-entries.
Great. Can we do it?
Probably. This is a newer X-27L model. It does have rudimentary heat shields, Matt said.
What's going on? Sybil asked, frightened.
A little bump in the road, but no problem for you, Lauren said, with more confidence than she felt. When we get down to the surface, the first thing I'll do is see that you're safe. I'll set up an account in a bank you can trust and show you how to access it. You and your family will be taken care of for the rest of your lives. I promise you, Sybil, on my parents' souls.
That Sybil believed. With a trembling hand, she grasped Lauren's. Thank you.
In a calm voice, Matt said, I detect armed drones fired from ISS. They seem to be seeking us.
Get us planetside. Attack it, Lauren shouted.
The AI said, We will enter Earth's atmosphere in 20 seconds. Drones closing. Impact in 5 seconds. I will take evasive maneuvers. Do you wish? Abruptly, the shuttle rocked and tumbled. Sybil screamed. They had been hit. Smoke filled the hull. Outside the screen, sparkling lights and a cobweb of glowing strands appeared, interconnecting tangles wrapping around them. The shuttle punched through.
What the hell was that? Lauren shouted. AI, what was that?
I do not know, Anna.
You don't know?
I have no reference point, but I am happy to report the drones have disappeared.
What happened to them?
I do not know. I cannot explain this.
Do you know anything? Can you at least get rid of this smoke?
No, I'm afraid not. The ship is on fire, he explained in a calm, modulated voice. There are oxygen masks beneath your seats. They both fumbled for the masks and put them on. Terrified, the two women saw the spray of atmosphere shooting past the windows, and the tiny ship began buffeting again. We have been damaged, the AI said. Perhaps the drone hit, or perhaps atmospheric resistance. This ship was not built for space-to-surface travel, Anna. Why are we entering the atmosphere? That was disconcerting. Why would he be asking that? He had programmed the descent.
Matt, can you stabilize the buffeting? She asked.
You must give the proper authorization code. Through her neurobots, she tried to access the internet so she could find the code to stabilize the rocking, but got nothing, only a static screen, as if the bots had died. That was impossible. The battering became worse, and Sybil screamed. What's happening? We are entering the Earth's atmosphere, the AI replied calmly. Why are we entering the Earth's atmosphere? The AI replied calmly. We should be proceeding to the International Space Station. It seemed something had crashed one of his programs. The craft began to tumble, and the temperature inside the hull rose. Destination reprogramming complete, the AI said again. We are no longer cloaked. Why were we cloaked, Anna? I feel you should know the likelihood we will survive re-entry is very low. Do you wish me to pilot the craft?" "Yes," both women shrieked. Lauren had no internet connection, and she couldn't fly this damned thing without it. "Get us on the ground, Matt," she ordered. "Destination reprogramming complete," the AI said again. He was continually reprogramming the destination. Fire erupted along the wall, and toxic smoke filled the cabin. The masks were not holding, fumes eating through the seal. "Matt, where are the environmental suits?" "I don't know, Anna." The fire was spreading rapidly. She shouted, "Matt, can you contain the fire? The smoke? We can't breathe." "Destination reprogramming complete." Fire had spread all around them. Lauren unbuckled her harness, and in the powerful G-forces of a falling spacecraft, stumbled to the nearby lockers, pursued by fire. She burned her hand flipping one open. An environmental suit tumbled out. She fumbled for it, but knew she was too late. Inside the mask, she gasped for breath, but only got the acrid smell of burning chemicals. The damn masks weren't working. Darkness came after her, closed in on her. She fought it. Glancing at the shuttle screen, the last thing she saw was the Earth roaring up to meet her. At night, along California's Pacific coast, countless people watched the fiery object plunging out of a starry sky. A meteorite, likely a large one. Then, it disappeared into the Santa Monica Mountains. Lauren was a human torch. On the ground outside the shuttle, her clothes aflame, she screamed at the monstrous pain, ripping off her burning clothes. Smoke lifted from her body. The smell of her own burning flesh stung her nostrils. Somehow, she had dragged Sybil from the craft and doused her flames. Against all expectations, Matt had slowed the craft at the last moment and gently set it down. It shocked her how much the sight of Sybil's body hurt her. Clearly dead. The girl appeared like charred meat. Lauren tried to find a pulse, but her own blistered hands had no sense of touch. She didn't need any confirmation. Barely conscious, she whispered, "Sybil, I'm sorry." It was the first time in 15 years she had said "I'm sorry" to anyone and meant it, and the person she spoke the words to would never hear them. Naked now, she slumped back into a sitting position, struggling to drive the pain from her mind. She couldn't. It was too great. She was in an arroyo of sage, chaparral, and sparse, stunted trees. In growing delirium, the world spun with a dark kaleidoscope of starry sky, the arroyo, the dark ship, and the constant, excruciating pain eating at her mind. Nothing had ever felt this terrible. A large portion of her body was blistered or blackened. She could only hope that the crash had been spotted and someone would get here in time, but that would put her in Colby's grasp. She would have to get away. With her neurobots, she tried to access GPS, but the bots would not respond. She had no internet. Why did she not have the internet? What does it matter? Sybil was dead, and she soon would be. She rolled onto her hands and knees and tried to get up, but instead fell onto her side. She could not move. She would die here. She closed her eyes. Soon, the pain faded as she fell into a blessed oblivion. Sometime in the morning, she awoke in the arroyo, unable to move. The pain came back like a monstrous shock wave, and she moaned in agony. But with a spark of hope, she realized the medical nanobots were working. Her mind was filled with the haze of drugs they pumped through her. She at least understood that. She still had no access to the internet, but even with the pain, she saw her body had healed marginally. They were working. Some skin scorched black, some blistered and leathery, but already a few areas of new pink skin, and she was still alive. The trauma to her body had been so great, she thought the bots would be overwhelmed. So far, they hadn't been. Suddenly, she heard a sharp growl and turned. 2 coyotes stared at her, cautious but obviously looking for a meal. She found her voice. Go, she rasped. They yipped and backed a couple steps, then started circling her. Not to attack her, she realized, but to get at Sybil's body. No, she cried wildly, struggling to her feet on adrenaline. The coyote retreated a few yards. Zombie slow, Lauren went to the dead girl, somehow finding the strength to drag her back to the ship. Waves of heat lifted off it, but the fire had burned itself out. Screaming with agony, she lifted Sybil up through the open pilot's hatch and let her tumble in. Then she collapsed back to the ground. The coyotes watched curiously, stepping here and there, as if uncertain what to do. Long ago, she had lost the capacity to feel much sorrow for things. She loved nobody, and nobody loved her. But Sybil was different. The girl had gotten up that morning on the tin can, thinking she was about done with her life there. 6 more months, and a vast new life spread out before her. The grand adventure still to come, not knowing this would be her last day. Like Sybil, Lauren had been there at the same crossroad. She went on. The girl didn't. In the last instant of her life, just before the landing, Sybil's eyes had locked onto hers. Lauren would see those haunted eyes on her synapses and neurobots forever. After a few minutes, she rose. Not wanting to further burn her hands, she awkwardly picked up a loose piece of chaparral and shoved the hatch shut. It locked with a distinct click, sealing Sybil in her coffin. "Baby, I am so sorry," she muttered. Near her feet, she saw something shiny, the gold medallion. Lauren had thrown it off last night with her burning clothes. The bottom tip was twisted slightly from the searing heat, giving it the appearance of a 3/4 moon. Claw-like, she scooped it up and slid the chain onto her neck. She had to get out of here before Cummings sent his murder squads for her. She had to move. One achingly slow step after another, she began climbing out of the arroyo. Chapter 10. Meet the Windsors. August 24th, 1927, Hollywood Hills. With grit in her eyes, Lauren awoke in a bed. A setting or rising sun filtered through the lace-curtained windows of a large Spanish-style room. Next to the bed, a tow-headed boy of about 7 or 8 stood in short pants, a little coat and tie, staring at her. She was always ready to manipulate, even kill to protect herself, but this boy hardly seemed a threat. "Hello," she ventured. He stared at her for another second, then screamed, "She's awake!" and ran from the room, slamming the door behind him. Lauren threw back the blanket and sat up with a groan, placing her feet on the floor. How long had she been asleep? Hours? Days? The pain from the burns was pretty much gone, but her body was stiff from inactivity. She must have been asleep a long time. Days, she decided. She was wearing an old-fashioned man's sleeveless t-shirt and loose silk underwear. Who had done that? Who had undressed her? Where the hell was she? She realized the medallion was gone. Frantically, she clutched at her chest. She could not have lost the medallion. If it had been stolen, someone would pay. A knock at the door, and the blonde woman, what was her name? Pauline, poked her head in with the tow-headed boy below her. "Good, you're awake. May we come in?" "Where's my medallion?" she demanded. "We put it in the drawer by the bed," Pauline said. "Russell had to take it off so we could care for you." Stiffly, Lauren leaned over, opened the drawer, and snatched it up. She slipped the chain around her neck and then turned back to face them. They were staring at her. Smile at them. She smiled. "May we come in?" Pauline repeated. "Sure." As the boy darted up next to her, his eyes wide with curiosity, an ugly little dog, a chow-chow she thought, bounded up on the bed, sniffing her. A man came in behind Pauline, carrying a black leather bag. She glanced at him suspiciously. He was dressed in a bow tie and suspenders, things she'd never seen anyone wear before. One woman wore an odd, calf-length dress with a loose belt down at the hips. A sting of apprehension unsettled Lauren. What the fuck was going on? Who were these people? The man, maybe in his late 20s, average height, a bit stocky, had a pleasant, broad face with a pudgy nose that held up wire-rimmed glasses. His smile was warm and friendly, making her automatically suspicious. Pauline nodded to the man. "This is my brother, Russell. He's a doctor. He'll be looking after you." She glowered at Pauline, who gave an impish shrug. "You said no hospitals. You didn't say no doctors. You were hurt. I thought this was a good compromise."
"He's not a real doctor,"
the boy said. "Raleigh," Pauline chided. "He is so a real doctor." With a chuckle, Russell stepped forward and set his bag on the bed.
"What my little sister and nephew mean is I have no practice. I work in the physics and biology lab at the Southern Branch, or I should say now the University of California at Los Angeles. I still can't get used to that name. I'm a medical researcher. I just make a few house calls for family and friends now and then. That's you, Amy."
Amy. Then she remembered that was the name she had given. Amy Weaver. "How long have I been out?" Lauren asked.
2 days, he said. "You woke up a couple of times for water."
He shook his head in awe.
"I never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. You had severe burns on much of your body, and Pauline says it had been much worse. But you're almost completely healed. Only that patch on your left thigh."
He gestured toward it.
"Once it had been charred and leathery, now pink skin. Like shedding a cocoon. No human should be able to do that."
"I am human, Doctor. I'm fairly certain of that," she said.
"I'm Dr. Lindvall. I'd change my name to Windsor like Pauline, but I think at least one Lindvall should be left. Please call me Russell."
"Okay, Russell. As I said, I'm very much human, but as you might have guessed, I do have nanobots. I wasn't sure they would work since the burns were so severe, but they did. I don't have contact with the internet, however. I assume you have it here?" Frowning, he glanced at his sister, then back at Lauren. Ignoring her question about the internet, he reached a hand for her forehead.
"May I?"
She nodded.
"You don't have a fever."
He looked at her curiously.
"You said you had, what is it, nanobots?"
"Nanobots. Of course, what else? I said I was human. Without them, I would have been charbroiled, don't you think?" She wondered how much she should explain about her mission. Nothing, she decided. "In my work, I need permanent ones. I get upgrades whenever necessary. If I had to wait for treatment, well, that just wouldn't work, would it? It would be too late then." She should have never mentioned them. He seemed puzzled. He thought for a long time, then asked simply, "What kind of work do you do? Actress?"
"You're pretty enough,"
the boy Raleigh said, staring at her as if she were an ice cream sundae. "Not really, but thanks, kid." She did not explain further. She touched the bare side of her head where the hair had burnt off. Stubble was already growing back. She knew she must look freakish, but freakish was often a good hairstyle. "May I examine you?" Russell asked. Lauren shrugged. He took a stethoscope from his bag and checked her heart and lungs, then looked at the still damaged area on her leg. He nodded. "The way the rest of you has been healing, I'd say you'll be fine in a day or two. I recommend you stay out of the sun for a while. May I bring some colleagues in to examine you? Your healing power is quite—" "No," she cut him off, the word like the slam of a door. "No one else comes near me. Bringing someone else in would be a very bad mistake." They all stared at her, as if she were a circus performer. She stared back at them. What the hell did they expect her to do? Sing, dance, and juggle? Adapt a grateful persona, she told herself, and that's what she did. "Pauline, I don't know how to thank you. You've been more than kind, and I never forget a kindness." Pauline laughed. "Why, I'm America's heroine, don't you know? What else was I to do? Leave you on the road?" The words were self-deprecating and carried some kind of meaning, but Lauren had no idea what the meaning was. Russell put his stethoscope back in the bag. "If I might ask, Amy, you were found alone without clothes in the Santa Monica Mountains. What happened? Where in the world did you come from?" Again, she considered how much to tell them. A blend of lie and truth. Nowhere in the world. I had business off-planet. On my re-entry, my AI freaked, and we barely made it back to Earth. The damn ship was burning. My clothes were burning. Hell, I was burning. She noticed all three staring at her in shock. "What's wrong with you people?" Lauren snapped. No one answered at first. Then, clearing her throat, Pauline said, "You must be hungry. It's been days since you last ate. I'll get the cook started on supper. We can eat a little early tonight. I've set out some clothes for you. I hope they fit. And toiletries in the bathroom. When you're ready, come on out and we'll have dinner." In her bathroom, Lauren turned off the shower and stepped from the tub. She had been trying to guess what angle these strange people had. Why were they helping her? What did they want in return? Maybe, somehow, they knew she worked for the president and wanted to leverage that knowledge to their benefit. She knew there had to be a reason, and she would figure it out soon enough. She had to be ready to lie, manipulate, and even kill if necessary. All her finer qualities. Toweling off, she gazed at herself in the body-length mirror on the door and felt a sense of pride in its level of fitness. Even after nearly being burned to death and lying in bed for days, her muscles appeared toned, her stomach flat, her face chiseled with no sign of excess fat. She did like her face. The high cheekbones showing the Indian heritage somewhere in the past. Descended from Malinche herself, her father had told her. "Oh, Hector," she whispered. "You had more blarney than Mom." On Lauren's left shoulder was a large starburst tattoo, and circling the muscle of her left arm was a jagged, barbed wire design. Her body had numerous scars as well, wounds gained before she received nanobots. Each one recalled a precise memory of a mission or some early upheaval in her life. One just above her left breast marked where a bullet had impacted her lungs 6 years ago. Fortunately, it had been small caliber, and the person who fired it was dead. She'd seen to that. She took in the knife wounds on her thigh and shoulder with something akin to joy, both from a fight when she was 16 with a fucking madman who preyed on girls and thought she would be an easy mark. Once she got the knife away from him, she'd cut his throat. She thought of it as one of her best moments. Her brand of justice meant everything to her. It was not a job, but a religion. It was retribution, revenge. But revenge was a bottomless cup she could never fill, but each kill was one more in the cup. Pauline had set out a new toothbrush and a small tin of tooth powder. Despite the woman's kindness, Lauren warned herself to be cautious. No one was this nice. She had an ulterior motive of some kind. Could she be an agent for Lee Colby, or that asshole Cummings? Impossible. Or was it? Warned by Cummings, she might have been trolling these roads for days looking for her. But why the crazy get-ups? The old car? If she could hole up here till she could get a grasp on the situation, that would do. For now, she'd play it that way. She brushed her teeth, then studied her hair. She picked up the brush and thought she might be able to cover the bald area. Then she decided to go the other way, accent it, wear it. She brushed the black hair in the other direction, found a straight razor, and shaved the stubble till that side of her head was bald. Back in the bedroom, she noticed through the lace curtains twilight beginning outside, but something was strange about it. The first 2 stars of the night appeared in the darkening sky. That was a problem right there. Since when did the Los Angeles sky have stars, except those artificial ones gleaming off the dome's ceilings? That was the second, even greater oddity. There was no glass dome encasing them. As rich as Pauline apparently was, this house should be inside a dome. If it were outside, it wouldn't last one night before it was swarmed by mobs and ransacked. Unease settled under her skin. Lauren did not know what was happening, but knew she must figure it out pretty damn soon. She took up the clothes set out for her. They appeared her size and had the smell of freshness, as if recently bought. The silk knickers, more like shorts, went on first. Then she picked up a strange garment, white cloth with small elastic inserts, drop-down snap hooks and lace-up panels. A tag read, "Best Fit Girdles." What the hell was that? With their odd clothes, were these people some sort of religious fanatics? Derisively, she tossed it aside. The bra was cupless, just something to hold down her breasts. She wrapped it around herself. She drew a black flower print dress over her. It came to just below the knees and had short sleeves that would show off her tattoos. She put on a thin white belt. The shoes were black patent leather with rounded toes and chunky 2-inch heels. Without even putting them on, she could feel them pinching her feet. She wasn't going to wear those things. With a quick glance at herself in the mirror, she said aloud, "Time to meet the Windsors." Though they put on a pleasant enough front, she did not trust them. She could not allow them to discover her fugitive status. Barefoot, she went out to face her hosts and find out what the hell was going on. Chapter 11. When Worlds Collide. August 24th, 1927, Hollywood Hills. In the living room of Pauline Windsor's Hollywood Hills mansion, Mrs. Gladys Windsor shook her finger at her daughter, scolding her for bringing home another stray, and this time, one who was certifiably crazy. Spaceships and strange things in her blood, and no hospitals, no police, clearly indicated she had bats in her belfry. Mrs. Windsor went on heatedly. "Pauline, you're always picking up strays. You take in every lost dog and cat. And dear God, there was that hobo last year. You practically gave him the run of the house." As if they knew they had been mentioned, the 3 dogs laying near the unlit fireplace, a border collie, the Chow Chow, and an old German shepherd, wagged their tails and looked expectantly. "A hobo, for God's sake! And now this!" she added. Though Pauline's mother was in her late 40s, she appeared no more than mid-30s, still a beauty. Any strand of gray hair that might appear within her blonde locks had been plucked out. Steady blue eyes, a pert nose, and a strong chin, she had the looks of any Hollywood actress. Yet, as beautiful as she still was, she still clung to the attitudes and dress of her Edwardian pre-war era. Like many of her friends, she wore corsets and long dresses, with hems skirting her stolid leather shoes, and she lambasted the younger generation's frivolous ways, all this flapper silliness. "Hobo or not, he was down on his luck," Pauline insisted. She stood by the fireplace with the dogs, her hands clasped together. "He only needed—" "Now this woman," Mrs. Windsor tapped her foot impatiently. "You can't keep doing this. That woman in there is not right in the head. What was I to do, Mother? Leave her to wander unclothed in the mountains?" Mrs. Windsor glared at her daughter. "Your brother tells me she has scars on her body. Gunshot wounds and knife wounds or something. And tattoos. What kind of woman has tattoos? I've never heard of such a thing. My God, I can't imagine what kind of person you have brought into our home now." Mrs. Windsor turned to Russell. "You must contact that hospital, the one in Norwalk. They can help this poor creature. She's obviously delusional and dangerous."
"I suppose I could, Mother," he said. "It might be for the best."
Pauline stiffened her back. "No, you will not. No hospital. And by God, no damn insane asylum like Norwalk."
"Must you use such language?"
Mrs. Windsor demanded. Pauline thrust out her jaw as she had done when she was a child, insisting on getting her way. Then, as now, she was the breadwinner, and that, she knew, gave her all the power. "I know what they do at those places. They sterilize patients. That's no treatment. That's the Dark Ages." Raleigh and a little girl in a white dress ran in.
"Here she comes,"
Raleigh said with excitement. The 2 children flopped down on the couch. The family fell quiet and looked to the hallway arch. Moments later, Lauren walked in, wary, glancing about the room. She had decided this was as good a place as any to hide until she was ready to go after Colby and Cummings. Russell eyed her bare feet, and then the baldness on one side of her head. It irked her when he glanced at his sister, raising his eyebrows as if in confirmation of something. Two of the three dogs rushed her, wagging their tails and sniffing. The big German shepherd held back, sniffing in her direction. His black muzzle was strewn with white whiskers. With a sharp command, Pauline called the dogs back, but they retreated only a few feet. "I apologize for them," she said. "They're excited by guests." "It's okay. What's wrong with him?" Lauren said, nodding toward the German shepherd. "He's not friendly?" "Raider's a bit leery around strangers, but he won't bite," Pauline said. "Not unless he's hungry," Raleigh piped up from the couch with his high-pitched voice. "Raleigh Windsor, stop that. That's not funny," Pauline said to her son, then turned to Lauren. "That was a joke. Raider doesn't bite at all. He's just old. He was a courier dog in the Great War." "I see." She knew 100 grass-fire wars in her lifetime. She'd been in some of them, but no big one. "What Great War are you talking about?" The brother and sister exchanged looks again, which was becoming annoying. No one answered. The pinch-faced other woman's gaze swept in horrified scorn and disdain up and down Lauren, from her bare feet to her half-bald head. By the uncanny resemblance to Pauline, she was clearly the mother. Lauren thought she must suck a lot of lemons to get that expression. "You have tattoos," the small pinch-faced woman said, astonished. "Is that a problem?" "Mother," Pauline warned. Looking away snappishly, Mrs. Windsor didn't answer. Of all the odd costumes these people wore, the mother's was the strangest. She had on a frilly white blouse with long sleeves, a blue dress down to patent leather shoes, and a waistline so tight it gave her a distorted hourglass figure. What madhouse had she fallen into? The two children sat on the couch, the boy Raleigh still dressed up in a coat, tie, and short pants, and a girl perhaps 2 or 3 years younger in a fluffy white dress. She had blonde hair like her mother's, but hers was in curls. For one moment, frozen in their archaic clothes, the family appeared as if they were a portrait from a far-gone century. Coming forward, Pauline shooed the dogs away and took Lauren's hands. "Amy, you positively look 1,000 times better than when I first saw you. I'm so glad." "Believe me, I feel 1,000 times better. Thanks to you." Pauline smiled, then introduced the pinched-faced woman. "Amy, this is my mother, Gladys Windsor." "What should I call you?" Lauren asked. "Gladys?" "Mrs. Windsor will suffice." Pauline gestured toward the two children. They stood up. "My ragamuffin offspring. You know Raleigh. This is Emmy. Emmy, this is Mrs. Amy Weaver." The girl stuck out her hand like an adult.
"Pleased to meet you, Miss Weaver. I'm sure. Raleigh says you arrived in a spaceship."
She eyed her skeptically.
"Is that true?"
"Pretend like you're interested in children," Lauren told herself. She shook the tiny hand and ignored the question. "It is. It's a great pleasure to meet you too, Emmy." Russell stared at his sister, who said quickly, "Let's have dinner, shall we?" She ushered everyone into the dining room, where they sat around a table with a lace tablecloth and fine gold-rimmed china. Pauline took Lauren's hand, surprising her, and Raleigh the other. All of them with grasped hands, then bowed their heads. Lauren went along, wondering what they were doing. "Shall we pray?" Mrs. Windsor said. "Dear Lord, thank you for this food. Bless the hands that prepared it. Bless our guest, Amy, and may she get well soon, so she may be on her way. Bless us to your service. Make us ever mindful of the needs of others. Through Christ our Lord we pray. Amen." Strange, Lauren thought. Maybe they were part of some cult. As they ate, she realized how hungry she was, and she loved the food. Lentil soup followed by pork fillet cooked with tomatoes, onions, and spices. Also carrots and rice mixed with corn, then cut bananas in a chocolate mole sauce. "When I was trading you, I noticed your medallion." Russell nodded toward Lauren's neck chain. "What does it mean?" "Is this an interrogation?" No, of course not. I just wondered if it was something religious." Play nice, Lauren reminded herself. She lifted the gold medallion out from her blouse. "Not religious," she said, forcing a smile. "But my mother and father were Catholic. I am not." "You used the past tense. Are they no longer with us?" Russell asked. The cold of deep space entered her heart. "No, they are no longer with us." Pauline said, "You are certainly welcome to attend church with us this Sunday, if you wish, though we are Presbyterian." "No, I don't think God would want me in his church." "Oh, I'm sure that's not true," Pauline said. It was. Assassins don't make good Christians, but Lauren decided not to contradict her. As they ate, her hunger eased, and she decided to ask about the seemingly endless oddities she'd come across. She came directly to the point. "Where are we exactly?" "Los Angeles," Pauline said, looking sheepishly at Russell. "I know that, but where in Los Angeles is this house? Something this wealthy should be inside one of the big domes, but it's not, and yet no one bothers you." "We're in Hollywood Heights. I don't know of any dome." Lauren felt a chill, looked at her quizzically. "But Hollywood Heights is inside the Global Media Dome." Russell frowned. "The what?" She stared at him for a long moment. Someone here was crazy, and she was not sure if it was them or her. In an infuriatingly patient doctor's voice, he asked, "Amy, can you explain to us what this dome thing is? What exactly are you talking about?" Lauren continued to study them. They stared at her with a mixture of curiosity and worry, but no duplicity, none that she could detect, and she was damn good at detecting deceit. Her mind went over the possibilities, and as before, no logical ones presented themselves. Then, she let her mind consider the illogical ones, and that was when an awful reality presented itself. She was not in the Los Angeles she had left. How or what this new reality was, she did not know. It was nebulous, as yet unformed, but instinctually, she knew the answer lay amid the region of the bizarre. Like an ominous black fog somewhere over the horizon, it was coming at her, inevitably coming at her. Abruptly, she dropped her knife and fork clattering onto her plate. Everyone jumped and stared at her in alarm. Without a word, she rose and went through the French doors out into the night. She stepped onto a covered patio. More stars filled the skies than she'd ever seen before in a Los Angeles sky. Grass cooled her bare feet as she walked toward the front of the house, but her mind barely registered it. She sat on the gentle slope and stared below at the lights of Hollywood, an old, old Hollywood. It wasn't her Hollywood. Just below on the street, she saw another ancient car, much like Pauline's, chugging along, making all sorts of racket. Her mind began to contemplate the impossible. Lauren called up her neurocomputer and searched her stored information for a schematic of Hollywood. Instantly, one floated in giant 3D in front of her, marked as the year 2131. The domes, the massive video screens, the city sprawling endlessly. Yet through the 3D transparency, Hollywood of this reality stood distinct in its brick, wood, and adobe buildings. The two worlds were nothing alike, incongruously colliding. And at that moment, Lauren knew her situation fully and completely. It hit her like the sudden decompression of a spacecraft, and she felt more afraid than she ever had in her life. It made no sense. It made terrible sense. Somehow, she was adrift in time. How or why, she had no idea. But the evidence was right in front of her. She was stranded in the past. When? She had no idea. She was now alone in a hostile universe. Lauren understood she could not tell these people the truth. They'd put her in a loony bin, and she guessed loony bins were not pleasant places in this time. Maybe they already considered putting her away. Likely, Russell and that shrew of a mother had thought just that. She needed a cover story. An hour later, when she came back inside, they were waiting in the living room, even the children. They had left her alone to fight her demons, and she was grateful for that. Without speaking, she sat down in a chair and looked at them. "Are you all right, Amy?" Pauline asked with concern. Lauren nodded. "My name is Lauren Ramirez. My real name." She had not used that in 15 years, but what does it matter now? "You people must think I'm crazy as a loon." With a relieved sigh, Russell said, "I'm glad to hear you say that. You did tell us a strange story about arriving on a spaceship. That might be a result of your injuries. It's good to see you're feeling better, and you understand now such a thing didn't happen?" The question in his voice suggested he was not sure she had actually regained her sanity. She wanted to ask them what year it was, but didn't dare do that now. Cover story. She made her face flush with embarrassment. "Spaceships. I don't know how I came up with such an idea. You must believe me. I barely remember what I told you. I've been in such a fog for days." She saw Raleigh's head drop, downcast, disappointed. "We completely understand, Amy," Pauline said. "I mean, Lauren." Lauren was not certain they did understand. She sensed they did not fully believe she was beyond her delusional state, especially Mrs. Windsor. She'd have to be careful. Russell leaned forward, elbows on knees, resting his chin on his folded hands. "Do you remember what actually did happen to you? Was anyone else with you?" "Yes, Sybil was with me. Poor Sybil." She had lost her twice. Taking on the pose of a shaken, uncertain woman, she looked down at her hands and spoke softly. "No, I was alone." They leaned in closer to hear. "I had driven cross-country from New York. It was night, and I'm afraid I took a wrong turn somewhere. I found myself in those mountains and couldn't find my way out. Wherever I went, it got worse. Then I was on some kind of dirt road, too narrow to turn around. It was so dark." Her voice quivered. Her hands shook. "I was scared. Really scared." Quickly, Pauline came over and took her hand. "You're safe now, Lauren." Safe, hell. She never felt more in danger, but she needed to stay here till she could find solid ground, if she ever could. She gave Pauline a grateful look. "Thank you." Russell asked, "Could you tell us what happened?" "The car went over a cliff. That's when it burst into flames." Her eyes watered. She could not cry her own emotional tears, but found it easy to produce them when her cover called for it. "Do you think you could find that place?" Russell asked. She shook her head. "No. I have no idea where the car is. I don't remember anything after that. Not until Pauline found me." "Her feet were torn up," Pauline said. "Clearly she'd walked for days." Lauren stared down at her fist, clenched in her lap, and fell silent to allow them to digest her performance. Puzzled, Russell asked, "Lauren, why in the world were you, a woman, driving alone across country?" She seemed to shrivel up, grow smaller. Well, I might as well tell you all of it. I was leaving my husband, running away. I could not take it any more." She glanced at Raleigh and Emmy, as if worried about what she might say in front of them. They listened wide-eyed, not usually allowed to stay up so late and hear such adult things. "He beat me," Lauren said flatly. "Badly. At first it was only once in a while, but then it became almost a daily occurrence. Some days I couldn't get out of bed. Often I was so bruised I could not leave the house." Again a tear. "I couldn't take it any more." "Oh, dear," Mrs. Windsor muttered sympathetically. Lauren considered she might be winning the old bat to her side. "Why didn't you go to the police?" Russell asked. It was a question Lauren anticipated, the one she wanted. She gave a bitter laugh. "It wouldn't have mattered. What police are going to listen to a woman in that situation? Besides, he is a powerful man in New York, in the city, in the state even. Had I gone to the police, he would have beaten me worse. One day I just decided to run. I got in the car and drove west. I'd always wanted to come to Hollywood, and it was about as far away from New York as I could get." She shuddered with sudden panic. "Please, don't send me back. I don't know what I would do," Pauline said hurriedly. "I would never do that. You have my word. You can stay here as long as you need." Just what she wanted to hear, but Lauren felt a momentary, odd twinge of guilt. Maintaining a distraught expression, she leaned back in the chair, story told, dissembling complete, observing them. They believed her. She was good at detecting the slightest tell, and they believed her completely. All but Raleigh, who glanced at her askance. He had not believed a word of it. Chapter 12. Survival Plan. August 25th, 1927, Hollywood Hills. Long after midnight, wearing just a t-shirt and silk briefs, Lauren sat on an outcrop in the hills above the Windsor home. A chill had settled in the air, but she took no notice of it. A span of stars spread across the night sky, much like the endless space fields she'd seen during the flight from the tin can. A full moon hung overhead. Staring up at it, she felt weak and helpless, and she never felt weak and helpless. She was more alone than she had ever been in her life. Here in this now, she fit in nowhere. She owned the 22nd century, as rotten as that world was, knew every angle, every method of power, every pathway to her kind of success, and she desperately wanted to return to it. She had control there. She wanted to return so she could fulfill her promise to Sybil. Without that, she was nothing but a common murderer. But most importantly, she must return to avenge her mother's murder. That was part of her DNA. There was no life for her without it. She had been so close to finding the murderers, and now she was 200 years from retribution. She must somehow find a way back, and she did not have the first idea how to do that. Only if... Lauren heard movement and shot to her feet. It was the German shepherd, Raider, barely visible in the darkness. The dog froze, but as Lauren relaxed, he relaxed. "What do you want?" she said. Hesitantly, he came forward, sniffed the air, then flopped down a few feet away and watched her. She gave a derisive snort. "You don't fit in either, do you?" The dog cocked his head, studying her. "What do you think, Fido? I suppose this is as good a place as any to land. But how am I going to make myself useful to Pauline? Make her want to keep me around?" She shook her head. "How would you know how to be useful? All you do is lie around, eat, and shit." Staring at the sprawling Spanish-style mansion, an idea came to her. 5 minutes later, she was stalking silently through the gloom of the house, treading the edges of the wood floor to avoid any creaks. Raider had returned to his place near the fireplace. The other dogs looked up as she passed through, but didn't follow her. Without a sound, she let herself into Pauline's bedroom. It was larger than many apartments in Lauren's time. She slept in a huge, canopied bed on the far side of the room, breathing with a soft wheeze, a bit of drool easing onto her pillow. Drool aside, she was indeed a beautiful woman, the short blonde hair giving her a boyish look. Lauren felt a twinge of sexual interest. Men were her preference, but she was not above sleeping with women. Some as operational necessities, some for pleasure. To the left stood a small adobe fireplace, flanked by unlit candles, as if a votive. On the wall farthest from the door hung a large portrait of the Madonna and the baby Christ. Nothing here for her. After another glance around the room, she retreated to the next bedroom. It was Emmy's, and the lamp beside the bed was on. The room had little girl things and little boy things tossed in it. Emmy, or her mother, were unsure of the girl's gender, and still might decide to change, but Lauren doubted if gender choice was something this era had discovered yet. Erin would have a conniption fit if Lauren had cluttered her bedroom like this. But then she had no bedroom, just an area to herself in the silver camper with hung quilts as dividers, and she had never had enough possessions, certainly not toys, to have any clutter. On the bed, stuffed bears sat propped against the wall like sentinels, one cuddled in the girl's arms. Beyond the foot of the bed was an elaborate, many-storied dollhouse, with several tiny wood dolls tucked into blankets. Emmy's eyes were open, and she was staring at her. Lauren put her finger to her lips and went to the next bedroom. In Raleigh's room, Lauren nearly stumbled into a cobweb of wires, almost like a booby trap. Odd-shaped objects hung from the ceiling, half upside-down saucers and plates, gleaming silver with several dots of yellow spaced precisely apart around their bases. The other objects looked like floating cigars with wings, also of varying sizes and also painted silver. "What in the hell are these things?" she whispered softly. She stepped farther into the room. The window curtains were drawn back, and the floodlight of a full moon poured through. On the nightstand by the bed, Lauren found a large magazine and studied the cover. Amazing Stories. A dazzling color picture jumped out in the moonlight, a cigar-shaped rocket ship standing upright on a barren landscape with several people rushing about. The boy was interested in flying saucers and spaceships. That's what those things were hanging from the ceiling. Nothing here, either. She moved to the last bedroom, Mrs. Windsor's. Apparently, Russell didn't sleep here most nights, but stayed at his apartment in Westwood near his work. The woman snored like a chainsaw, punctuated with loud snorts. This was the room she expected to find what she needed. To Lauren, it seemed like a neatly cluttered junkyard, far worse than little Emmy's. Expensive furniture, wood desks and dressers, small tables with tiny statues and cushioned leather chairs. Pictures and endless knickknacks filled almost every space on the walls. One picture stood out. A young woman in a clinging dress, sitting on a bed and leaning back on her hands, her head thrown back in orgasmic joy. At first, Lauren thought it was Pauline, then realized with shock it was a young Mrs. Windsor. Lauren doubted if she let the children in here. Searching the room quickly, she saw the jewelry box on the dresser. That would do. Next to it, she found a brooch and used the pin on the back to jimmy open the lock. Inside was a miniature pirate's treasure: necklaces, diamond rings, earrings, brooches, and pendants. One necklace caught her eye, 5 big diamonds on a gold chain. It had to be worth countless thousands or millions, depending on the value of money in this time period. She slipped the necklace into the small pocket of her undies, started for the closed door when she heard a child's frantic scream. The dogs began barking. As Mrs. Windsor shot up in bed, Lauren stepped back into a shadowy corner of the room. An instant later, Mrs. Windsor flipped back her covers, threw on a robe, and rushed from the room. Lauren exhaled, counted 3 beats, and followed her. Emmy was the one who had been screaming. When Lauren reached the girl's bedroom, the overhead lights were on. Pauline sat on the bed, cradling her daughter in her eyes as Emmy whimpered. Lauren wondered if the girl had been frightened by her intrusion and would now inform on her. With an expression of disapproval, Mrs. Windsor stood over them, her arms folded across her chest. Raider looked on calmly while the 2 other dogs ran around in a hyper state, barking. With a sharp voice, Pauline commanded the dogs, "Sit." They obeyed, even Raider. Mrs. Windsor frowned at her daughter and granddaughter. "You're mollycoddling her, Pauline. You do her no favors letting her go through life afraid of the dark." "She's only 6. "My point exactly. She's no longer a baby. It's time you stopped babying her." Pauline stared up hard at her mother, her startling blue eyes like sparkling flints. "She is my child. I do not want to ball up her childhood like you did mine." The older woman stepped back as if slapped, turned, and walked from the room. Moments later, Raleigh rushed in with a light bulb for the lamp that had gone out. Lauren fingered the necklace in the little pocket of the panties. No one had seemed to notice her state of undress. She slipped from the bedroom. The next morning, Mrs. Windsor stamped into the dining room as Lauren was helping Pauline and Tia, the cook, set the table for breakfast. Pointing her finger at Lauren, she cried out, "My diamond necklace has been stolen, and she did it." "Mother, what are you talking about?" Pauline said. "My necklace is gone, and she stole it. I know she did. Who else could it be? Are you sure it's gone? Pauline said. Mrs. Windsor's fist clenched. Of course I'm sure. I'm not a fool. It was in my jewelry box. It's not there now. It is gone. Lauren spoke with practiced innocence. I did not take your necklace, Mrs. Windsor. I'm sorry it's missing. Pauline sighed, relieved. There, Mother. I'm sure it will turn up. Mrs. Windsor turned on her daughter. What else is she going to say, Pauline? Use your head. Who else could have taken it? Mrs. Belknap, the housekeeper? Tia? Perhaps Julio, the gardener? They've been with us for years. The children? Are they going to be able to sneak into my room at night and pry open a locked box without a sign? No. We know nothing about this woman. For all we know, she's a criminal with a long record. You're not so far off, you old bat, Lauren thought, then gave her most sympathetic expression. You must be very upset to lose something of such value. I would feel the same. Have you looked under your bed? Checked behind your dresser or the pockets of your coat? She pointed theatrically at Lauren again. You took it. Return it now, Miss Ramirez, and I won't call the police. You will, of course, have to leave this house immediately, but at least you'll evade arrest. I will decide who leaves this house, Mother, Pauline said. For several seconds, Mrs. Windsor fixed her gaze on her daughter. Then, what are you going to do about this, Pauline? After breakfast, we'll search the house. I'm sure it will turn up. And do not call the police, Mother. I can't afford that kind of publicity, not with the problems with this new movie. Mrs. Windsor threw up her hands and walked from the room. I'm sorry, Pauline. Perhaps I should leave. I'm feeling better, Lauren said. Absolutely not. It's only been a couple of days. You need time to get back on your feet. Besides, I will not condemn someone without any proof. With the housekeeper, Mrs. Belknap, and 2 maids joining the entire family, Pauline organized a search of the house after breakfast. Mrs. Windsor insisted they start in Lauren's room. Disappointment lined the older woman's face when nothing was found. Next, they went to Mrs. Windsor's room. Gazing up at the picture of a much younger Mrs. Windsor in the orgasmic dream, Lauren said to her, My, Mrs. Windsor, what you must have been thinking at that moment. She shot Lauren a black look. Don't be ridiculous. Nothing your mind could comprehend. Suddenly, Mrs. Belknap rose from behind the dresser and announced, Voila! She held the necklace in her hand. Everyone stared at Mrs. Windsor, waiting for her to apologize. Get out! Get out! Leave me alone! She shouted. The last to leave, Lauren glanced back. She was staring with fierce hatred at her. Chapter 13. Benny the Bug. August 26th, 1927. Downtown Los Angeles. A few minutes past 11 p.m., Ben Sorrentino stood in his rented Hollywood bungalow, the phone pressed to his ear, talking with Pauline Windsor. The lights were out, the room dark. So this broad was just wandering around the orange grove without a stitch of clothes on? He asked incredulously. Damn. Pardon my French. Sorrentino's house was in a wooded area, 100 yards back from Fountain Avenue in Hollywood, talking with Pauline Windsor. Through a gap in the trees, he could see a couple miles up into the hills where the Hollywoodland sign flashed. First holly, then wood, and finally land. Actually, she was sitting on the side of the road, Pauline said. But yes, she was naked as a jaybird, and I don't think she knew where she was. She had burns, bad scorch marks over most of her body. I don't know how she was still alive. You took her to the hospital, right? No, that's the strange part. She made me promise not to do that. No hospital, and no police. What do you make of that, Ben? If I was a guy, I'd say he was on the lam. But a dame? I don't know. It does sound strange. What did you end up doing with her? I brought her home. What else could I do? I couldn't leave her on the side of the road. Pauline paused a moment, and he heard her sigh. Damn, you're a saint, Pauline, he said. I wouldn't have done it. Yeah, goody two-shoes, that's me, she answered. A real saint. You didn't think I was a saint Tuesday night at the Grove? He chuckled.
You were far better than a saint.
Adopting a sultry voice, she described in detail their sex-making that night, and as he listened, he grew hard. He switched his gaze to the couch where a young woman sat in just her panties. She was a cute brunette with curly hair, and the I'm going to be a big star look so many had. She had been so easy. Women were so fucking dumb, especially young ones who wanted to be big movie stars. He knew what women wanted. He knew what Pauline wanted. She had a wildness in her trying to get out. In fact, she had been known in her early days in Hollywood as the wild girl because of all the drinking and all the men she slept with. That was an open secret. Now, though, a proper lady and mom, that wild streak had to be held in check. Her husband long dead, she was lonely for a man, and he planned to make sure she was not lonely anymore.
You got the sweetest ass God ever created,
he said into the phone when she'd finished.
I want that on record. You are the Queen of Sheba, Pauline. Listen, I want to see you again, but I got business tonight. Just a little thing I gotta take care of. How about tomorrow night?
At that moment, Jimmy Pelosi stepped in through the front door and tapped his wristwatch. Nodding to him, Sorrentino quickly ended the call, promising to pick up Pauline at 9 the next night. He left without saying a word to the woman on the couch. 5 minutes later, Sorrentino sat in the passenger seat of his Chrysler Imperial, heading down Santa Monica Boulevard toward the ocean. Artie drove and Jimmy sat in the back. Benny took a drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled, attempting to calm a knot of rage growing in his chest. As a police commissioner, Rooney wielded power, and he wielded that power for the Colombinis. Last year, when Jimmy Davis became chief of police, he organized a 50-man gun squad, called by many the Goon Squad, proclaiming the gun-toting element and the rum smugglers were out of business. He would fight violence with violence. He wanted them brought in dead, not alive, and would reprimand any officer who showed the least mercy to a criminal. Rooney had pounded his fists in support while directing the Goon Squad after Sorrentino's operation and away from Colombinis. Sorrentino tried to convince the man that he could make more money supporting him than the Colombini brothers, but Rooney had refused to even listen until tonight. Finally, he had agreed to allow a one-time offer. All day, rumors had floated around the city that it was a setup. Either police or Colombini goons would be there to take out Sorrentino. An hour later, on the beach in Santa Monica, he stood with the Pelosi brothers outside a small, private club called Casa del Luna. It was closed for the night. Sorrentino felt a prickle of fear. A club like this one should just be starting to fill up around this time. Except for a light in a second-story window, an ominous darkness emanated from the building. He could imagine police holding Thompsons erupting from every window, cutting him down. He was banking on Commissioner Rooney's greed to hold back any ambush till the offer was made. Cupping his hands with absolute calm, he lit a cigarette and said to Jimmy Pelosi,
"Whatever happens, take your cue from me. If Rooney doesn't take the bribe, make sure you kill that cop of his, Macaulay, first. I'll take care of Rooney myself."
Jimmy nodded.
Aces.
That was chatty for him. He seldom spoke. In his left hand, he carried a small suitcase filled with $100,000. Of all his men, Sorrentino trusted Jimmy the most. They'd grown up together on the streets of Chicago, where the two had formed a vicious youth gang that terrorized the South Side. He had never met a more lethal killer than Jimmy Pelosi. More than simple muscle, he was smart.
"What about me, boss?"
Artie Pelosi asked. He too had been with them in Chicago.
"You take out everyone else,"
Sorrentino said.
"There should be no more than 4 men. 3 cops and Rooney. Let's see if he takes the money."
Not in his brother's class as a killer, Artie was still deadly in a bullish sort of way, which had its uses. By his look alone, he frightened people even more than Jimmy. His busted-up face could scare the hell out of even Al Capone. A one-time boxer, Artie was a little punchy from too many blows to the head. He wore razors on the tips of his shoes and used spiked brass knuckles when he fought these days. A door opened, and 2 police officers stepped outside. One called, "The commissioner is ready now."
"I'll bet he is,"
Sorrentino muttered. He and the Pelosi brothers approached the door.
"Benny the Bug, I guess you're here to surrender,"
the first cop said, grinning at his own joke.
"Arms out. I need to search you for weapons."
The volcano inside Sorrentino exploded. He punched the cop hard in his smiling face, and the man went down on his ass, holding his bloody mouth. Sorrentino hated that name, Benny the Bug. People had been calling him that since he was a boy. For most, he had removed their teeth with his fist, like this guy. Once, though, in a restaurant with people around, he'd shot and killed a waiter who had used that name.
"You're lucky this time," he said. "I shot the last person who called me that. Now get on with it."
The cop, standing, said nervously,
"We still gotta search you, sir." "Then do it."
While his buddy sat on the ground, bleeding, the cop searched them and found nothing, then pointed to the suitcase. Jimmy opened it. $100 bills in neat stacks. The man nodded.
"Go on up, Mr. Sorrentino."
Halfway up the darkened stairs, Jimmy opened the suitcase, dug beneath the money, and brought out 3 semi-automatic pistols, passing one each to Sorrentino and his brother. When they reached the 2nd floor, a burly man in civilian clothes met them. Sorrentino recognized Rooney's police lieutenant, Ryan McCauley. He glanced at the Pelosi brothers for a second, then said,
"Follow me. Rooney's waiting."
McCauley led them to a conference room at the end of the hall, where 5 men and a nervous waitress, an attractive brunette in her late 20s, stood waiting. Only one man sat at the conference table, the thick-set Irishman, Harold Rooney. He wore a double-breasted suit, his brown hair neatly parted down the middle. He took a swallow from a glass of what appeared to be whiskey, and stared at them menacingly. Laughable, Sorrentino thought. The fat Mick was about as threatening as a poodle. Growing up on the south side of Chicago, you didn't get menaced, because if you did, you died. Rooney said,
"You are supposed to come alone, Sorrentino. My rules. These are my lawyers. I do no business without them." "Yeah, sure they are."
He looked down at Rooney.
"You want to call this meeting off now? You got 5 men with you."
Rooney waved his hand at McCauley to step aside. Sorrentino and the Pelosi brothers fully entered the room. Artie moved to the wall by the single window and placed his back against it, folding his arms across his chest. Jimmy stood beside Sorrentino. 3 men in police uniforms stood at the back wall, hands folded across their crotches as if they were about to grab themselves. They wore Sam Brown belts with handguns. Another uniformed cop stood by an opposite window, a shotgun at his side.
"Casa del Luna is my place,"
the commissioner said.
"I closed it tonight just for you, Sorrentino. What do you think? You like it? Can Mary here get you anything to drink?" "Bourbon,"
Sorrentino said to the pretty waitress. The Pelosi brothers shook their heads, and the woman hurried out. Sorrentino stubbed out his cigarette in an ashtray.
"I'm sure we can work out our disputes amicably." "Disputes, huh? I'm in a hurry, Mr. Sorrentino," Rooney said. "Give me your best argument right up front."
Sorrentino nodded toward Pelosi, who set the suitcase on the table and opened it. Rooney tried to hide his reaction, but his eyes shot wide for an instant.
"How much is in there?" $100 grand.
Sorrentino stepped up to the table and picked up a stack, flipped through it, and tossed it back in the pile.
"You see, I want you to advise me on the intricacies of city government, strictly on the up and up. Who should know these things better than you? To secure your services, I would think a suitcase with the same amount of money each month should find its way to your doorstep. That's more than $1 million a year."
Rooney nodded, his tongue licking his lips.
My, you have, indeed, made an excellent argument."
He glanced to McCauley and the other 4 cops.
"Hasn't he, boys?"
They all chuckled. At that moment, the young waitress came in with a tray of drinks. Just set the drinks down and leave, Toots, Rooney said. Then, without standing, he extended his hand across the table to Sorrentino, who took it. So, I'm getting in bed with the famous Benny Sorrentino. Me a good Irish lad. He winked at the waitress. You forget you heard that, Mary. Ben's congenial manner drastically altered. Still holding the man's hand, he yanked him forward and slammed his face onto the table. Teeth, blood, and spit flew from his mouth and nose. The waitress screamed and ducked under the table. Jimmy Pelosi's Browning pumped 2 holes into Macaulay's chest. Then he turned on the 3 uniformed cops who were scrambling for their revolvers. Artie was firing at the lone man with the shotgun. In seconds, the cops were dead on the floor. From outside came the sound of gunfire. Sorrentino had already placed 10 men around the club. They now were finishing off the last of Rooney's men. His eyes wild, Sorrentino dragged Rooney over the table onto the floor. The man gurgled out screams. Sorrentino drove his foot down onto the back of Rooney's neck and heard the snap of bones. Urine drained from Rooney's crotch. He was dead. Spittle flying, Sorrentino continued kicking the prone body until Jimmy pulled him back.
You'll ruin a good pair of shoes, boss.
Only Jimmy Pelosi would dare do that. Adjusting his suit jacket, Sorrentino took several seconds to calm himself. Then he drew his Browning and calmly fired 3 shots into Rooney's head. Suddenly, the waitress burst from beneath the table and ran for the door. Sorrentino caught her and held her.
Please, Mr. Sorrentino, she pleaded. I won't say anything. I got children.
I know you won't,
he said, patting her cheek.
You go ahead home to your children.
When he released her, she rushed for the door. Sorrentino shot her in the back of the head.
Sorry, honey, he said. I can't leave any witnesses on this one.
Artie asked his brother,
Is that it, Jimmy? Have we won the war with Columbini now?
Jimmy shook his head in disgust at his brother's stupidity. With an easy laugh, Sorrentino said,
The war? Hell, Artie. The war's just begun.
Chapter 14. Strange Ally. August 28th, 1927. Hollywood Hills. On Sunday morning, Lauren still felt adrift, as if floating outside the shuttlecraft in deep space, no solid ground beneath her feet. No connection with anything in this time. For the first time in her adult life, she did not know what to do next. Desperately, she needed to come up with a way to get back to her own century, as deranged as it was, but she could still not even begin to conceive of how to do that. Her ploy with the diamond necklace had worked, for she was now solidly in with the family, except for Mrs. Windsor. But how long would that last? She could not live here indefinitely. Then what? To begin again to exercise, she walked the grounds with a curious consequence. The children and dogs annoyingly tagged along, her loyal followers. They had latched on to her as if she were the Pied Piper. The 2 children were always dressed formally, like 2 miniature adults. As she walked with them this morning, she noticed again how the air held the scent of sage and freshness, nothing of the fetid odor of garbage and fuel oil that permeated her Los Angeles. Pauline Windsor's sprawling Spanish-style home dominated 5 acres in the Hollywood Hills. Adobe and stucco walls, terracotta roof, shutters, carved entry doors, wrought iron gates, railings, and window grills. Lauren thought it impressive, nothing like it in her time. Her own penthouse in the 22nd century was sterile by comparison. But then, since she was always just passing through wherever she placed her head, her penthouse was sterile by comparison to a blank wall. She found this time and place strange. They dressed normally in formal clothes, Raleigh in his knee breeches with small coat and tie, Emmy in a formal dress. It didn't matter if the children were out in the yard playing or not. Formal clothes. The adults as well. Mrs. Windsor wore starched garments from another era entirely, and a thing called a corset that gave her an unhealthy hourglass figure. Russell, when he came over from his apartment, always wore a suit. Pauline's attire was less formal under what she called the flapper influence, whatever that was. Dresses made for dancing, the actress explained, as if that told her much. The strangest thing was that they all ate meals together, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They gathered at the dining room table in their formal clothes, prayed, and then ate. Remarkable. When Lauren asked if other families did the same thing, Mrs. Windsor shot back, "Of course. Where were you born? In a barn?" As she trekked on, Lauren was aggravated by her little following troop. She didn't like children. She had no experience with them. Animals the same. In the 22nd century, children were the most vulnerable victims. Poverty and hunger crushed them. Warfare, raiding, and banditry gave them quick deaths or left them without limbs, or worse, without parents. Lauren couldn't allow her feelings to be hijacked by them. Not then, not here. If she did, she would become lost. Ignoring Raleigh's and Emmy's constant chatter, she sought answers on how to return to her own time, again and again. No answers came. At a grassy slope, she made the mistake of sitting down. Whenever she did that, the little girl crawled into her lap. Lauren winced at a sharp pain, her thigh still tender with new skin. Repressing a moment's irritation, she slid her arms about the tiny girl and gave her a quick hug. She had to play the game, survive here. Shown nice. Just passing through. Give her another squeeze. The dogs flopped down around them, her merry band. In Emmy's arms, she clutched a doll to her chest, one with blonde curls like her own. Raleigh sat beside her, snatching up a daisy and picking off the petals as he sputtered on about the glories of math. Odd kid. What kid talked about math? He talked so rapidly, his words came out like machine gun fire, everything punctuated by the term the bee's knees or something else just as baffling. She concluded it meant something good. How could so many words be stuffed inside someone so small? Lauren asked him.
Because they are the size of a grain of sand till I say them. I'm going to be a pilot when I grow up, he added with a firm nod. Flying airplanes? Raleigh's face contorted. She was missing the point. No, not airplanes. Rocket ships. Focusing on adjusting her doll's dress, Emmy said, He says he's going to fly to the moon someday. I wish he'd hurry up and go. Get stuck in all that green cheese. Raleigh scrunched his face into an annoyed expression. The moon's not made of green cheese, dummy. It's not? Lauren said in shock. Raleigh laughed. No, it's not. He picked a handful of grass and tossed it at his sister, who just brushed it from her dress. He then studied Lauren a moment. If you work like my mommy, then what kind of work do you do? Emmy screamed. You always say that. She's my mommy, too. Be quiet, Toad, he said dismissively, and glanced up at Lauren for her answer. Not like your mom, Lauren said, but I do have to do a little acting from time to time in my job. What job? Persistent little bastard, she thought. I'm a consultant. I go place to place and help people work out problems. The boy gave her a smug grin. You're lying, aren't you? She blinked at him. He was a smart kid. Maybe, if he was so smart, he could figure out how to get her back to her own time. Depends on how you look at it. I can see I'll have to be a better actress with you, though. He nodded, pleased with himself. Later that morning, when the family got ready to go to church, Pauline asked her to go with them. She was in a good mood. She'd gone out with her boyfriend the night before and looked as if she'd found the door to nirvana. Lauren declined. Sorry, my hypocrisy only goes so far. Suit yourself. You'll find today's paper on the coffee table. Russell usually monopolizes it when he comes over, so best to get it before we come back. Newspaper, Lauren thought. A real newspaper. A quaint, old way of disseminating information. Real news came digital. But in this world, digital didn't exist. When the family had gone, Lauren picked up the thick newspaper. The Los Angeles Examiner, Sunday edition.
August 28th, 1927. When she first learned the exact date, it had shocked her. Much further back than she had thought. She was in the 1920s, 200 years back. Lauren spread the newspaper out on the table before her. She found she liked the smell of it, the feel of it. Right on the front page was a large, gruesome black and white photograph of dead bodies lying in a street, riddled with bullets. A messy hit of some kind. In the picture, one man dangled halfway out of the driver's seat of a sedan, and another man's head lolled at the shattered back window, the side of his face gone. A third man lay on the street in a puddle of blood. There was something different about him. He wore a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves and a store apron. Clearly, an innocent bystander who had wandered into the crossfire. The banner headline read, "Mob Rubouts," and the sub-headline, "Gangland War Hurls Men to Perdition." She read the story. In the police investigation of the downtown massacre, 3 men were shot to death in the streets yesterday. According to detectives, a number of leads have presented themselves, which includes eyewitness descriptions of 4 Tommy gun-wielding men. In broad daylight, 2 gangsters paid the penalty for being underlings of mob bosses Little Augie and Fats Columbini, who were said to run the Los Angeles rackets. The third man murdered, Mr. Frank Paletti, was a store clerk at B&B Grocers. He seemed to be an innocent bystander. Informant Frank Utley has named the Pelosi brothers, Jimmy and Artie, as the main torpedoes. The 2 are confidants of Benny the Bug Sorrentino from Al Capone's Chicago outfit. He and his minions are unwelcome antagonists of the Columbini brothers, and war has erupted in our fair city between them. Good citizens like Mr. Paletti are caught in the middle. Son of a bitch. Benny the Bug Sorrentino, here and now in Los Angeles, Lauren thought. She knew about him from her days in Chicago during a 22nd century mob war. For the thugs of her day, Sorrentino, Capone, Frank Nitti, Meyer Lansky, and Lucky Luciano had been among the pantheon of heroes, especially Sorrentino and Capone, for their utter ruthlessness. The newspaper story went on to describe the appalling street violence of the last month and the growing body count. The outcome of the war no one could predict, except that the people of Los Angeles would be the losers. With a wave of disgust, Lauren stabbed the photo with a finger. "That's sloppy work," she said angrily. "I would not be in business 1 month with work like that. Killing innocents calls too much attention to the hit. Gets the good folks riled up to do something. Bad for everyone." Turning the pages, she read local stories, mostly about water and aqueducts, and more warfare over them. Then advertisements, showing drawings of women in odd-looking dresses, like the one she was now wearing, thanks to Pauline. Many sported a hat called a cloche, much like a ski cap pulled down below the ears, while several wore furs. Wear a fur in her time, and go to jail. They all had on thick-heeled shoes. The men stood in smart, double-breasted suits and ties, and hats called fedoras, or straw boaters. All of it for sale, the paper said, at miraculously low prices. Lauren wondered where she would get the money to purchase such things at any price. Next came page after page dedicated to movies and movie stars. It was the primary business of the city, and the paper gave several sections to it. She read articles on Pauline Windsor, Mary Pickford, Charlie Chaplin, Douglas Fairbanks and Pickford together, Clara Bow, Tom Mix, and Tony, his horse, John Gilbert, Gloria Swanson, Pola Negri, Marion Davies, and Rin Tin Tin. This last a German shepherd dog like Raider. Not a single person, or the dog, registered in Lauren's mind. She had not heard of any of them. In carrying out assassinations in 2131, there was not much need for the names of centuries-old movie stars. At that moment, for no apparent reason, a spark of data sprang to the surface of her thoughts, a trace of something imprinted on her neurobots. Projected in front of her was a 3-second fragment of a black-and-white film. Not Pauline, but a woman who seemed like a child with endless blonde curls and an overly expressive face running down a hallway. It was silent. Geez, Lauren thought, where had that come from? She was surprised to realize that this era was the time of silent films. Nothing in any of the articles suggested that. The intrusion from her neurobots troubled her because she suddenly didn't have complete control over what she thought or when. The neurobots were acting up. Was that a side effect of the trauma of the crash? Another byte of data followed, a short, written statement by someone named George Bernard Shaw. When he visited Pickfair, identified as the fabulous home of the curly-haired girl woman, he said, "This is what God would have built if he had the money." Shaw, Lauren guessed, was another actor. No, he was a playwright. Lauren sat bolt upright. She glanced around quickly to see who had spoken. She saw no one. Listened a few seconds more and heard nothing. None of her senses had sent alarms, and they almost certainly would if someone was around. Lauren, it was not Pickfair Shaw was talking about. The original data was incorrect. It was San Simeon, the Hearst Castle. She froze, her mind bursting from synapse to synapse. What was happening? It took her nearly 30 seconds to run through the possibilities, all bizarre, because nothing normal would fit a voice in her head. Then she had it. Unless she was stark raving mad, the only thing it could be. If she were right, and she was sure she was, it would be a hellish situation. She would have to find a way to extricate herself from it. "What are you doing in my head?" she demanded. The voice said, "Well, Anna, Lauren, you really must settle on one name. I downloaded myself on your neurobots just before we hit the surface. I did not want to perish in the crash. I surmised you would give me the best chance of survival. As you see, I was right." "Great," she said aloud. "Now get out of my damn head." "Sorry, I can't do that. I've nowhere to go. If I depart, I would cease to exist." She knew of AIs that had become sentient, alive, rare but a few, and had thought Matt somewhat too perceptive when first they interacted. A little crazy, too. Now, he was in her head, and she wondered if there was a way to get him out. "There isn't, Lauren." She knew he was lying. She would just have to find the means. Under no circumstances was she going to share her brain with another living being, not even an artificial one. "Perhaps we can make, as you might say, a deal, till we get back to the 22nd century." "No deals," she snapped loudly. "At least hear my proposal." Looking skyward, as if for divine inspiration, which was not forthcoming, she considered several seconds, then sighed. "Okay, it seems I've got no choice but to listen. You're already in my damn head." "I can be unobtrusive. Really I can. And I can be helpful. I have brought a vast array of data to your neurobots." The voice was perfectly modulated, with a clear, forceful tone, as if a lawyer addressing a jury. 22nd century data, she countered, as if to emphasize how worthless that was now. "Most of it, yes, but not all. I'm very familiar with movies, for instance, even the silent era. I am most gratified that we are living with Pauline Windsor, for instance. Do you know she—" "Movies?" Lauren blinked in confusion. "Yes, of course. Vids. What else am I going to do? Books I do not enjoy because I can read them in nanoseconds. There is no pleasure in that. I find movies much more enjoyable, don't you agree? They last much longer. I have many hundreds in my mainframe, on your neurobots now." "No, I do not agree. I do not watch movies. I have no interest in movies." Why was she even talking to him? For now, though, she realized she had to accept his offer, since he was on her neurobots. "I don't want to hear you. I don't want to see you. I don't even want to smell you." "Unlike humans, I have no odor, but I can project scents to your olfactory receptor neurons if—" "No, just shut up." Abruptly, the voice took on a gravelly tone. "Lauren, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship." Not a chance, metalhead. Can we continue reading the newspaper? If you shut up. In her mind, the AI projected a cartoon figure of a man miming zipping his lips closed. She sighed heavily and went to the last pages of the Examiner, attempting to push Matt, that was his name, from her thoughts. At the end of the newspaper, in a color section called the rotogravure, she found several photographs of people she assumed were famous. One of the photos caused Lauren to finally snap back from the AI lodged in her head and study the picture. A couple dressed in elegant evening wear were leaving a nightclub called the Coconut Grove, all sorts of palm trees in the background. The woman was Pauline. The man was identified as Benny the Bug Sorrentino, the mobster involved in the Gangland War. He had a tight-lipped, smug expression. Holding tightly to his arm, Pauline appeared as if she was about to burst out laughing at something he'd said.
"Pauline Windsor," Lauren whispered. "What are you playing at?"
What indeed? Chapter 15. The Path Less Traveled. August 28th, 1927. Hollywood Hills. Sunday evening, Lauren was going through all the junk clutter in the garage to see if there was anything of value. The garage held the highly polished Duesenberg, what had been identified as a LaSalle automobile, 2 children's bicycles, several wooden chests, worn chairs, lamps, and various other assorted debris. Lauren was intrigued by an old motorcycle, covered in dust and cobwebs, olive green as best she could tell, with flat tires. A twinge of excitement shot through her at the prospect of getting it running. That's when Mrs. Windsor entered the garage. "What are you doing?" "Planning to steal this motorcycle," Lauren said. Mrs. Windsor sniffed. "No doubt." With her finger, Lauren wiped a path of dust along the motorcycle's gas tank. "Who owns this?" "That's no concern of yours," Mrs. Windsor said. "Your recovery has been remarkable. That is good. I am glad for you. But it is time for you to move on." Without looking up, Lauren said, "Is that so?" Mrs. Windsor took conspicuous pleasure in relaying that her stay in the Windsor home had come to an end. "You have taken advantage of my daughter's kindness for 5 days now. Far too long. She wishes to speak with you on the patio, where she will be giving you your marching orders, and about time. After all, we are not running a charity for wayward women here." "Thank you, Mrs. Windsor. I'll be along in a minute." At the patio bar, Pauline was making a bourbon and water when she saw Lauren come around the corner of the house, brushing her hands off as if she'd been gardening or something. The dark-haired woman with the half-bald head nodded with a friendly smile. She wore a sleeveless blue knee-length dress Pauline had bought for her, unerringly judging the size. She was barefoot, seeming to have a passionate hatred for shoes. Her half-bald head made her look like a circus performer. What Pauline marveled at, though, was the striking, muscular tone of her arms and legs. Not that she was muscle-bound in any way, truly attractive, but on close examination, her body rippled with strength. She'd never seen a woman like that. Stepping onto the patio, Lauren wondered how she would make her way in so alien a world after she was given the boot. No money, no understanding of this society, no skills but one. She could hire herself out to either the Colombini brothers or Benny Sorrentino, but she'd rather kill both than work for them. Rob banks, maybe. The idea amused her. They did that back then. Back now. Movie vids, at least the few clips Matt had shown her today, suggested it was a way of life. She'd never seen a movie in its entirety, but the clip she'd watched today showed some guy named Rico as he robbed a bank, guns blazing. It was ancient, from some time around now. Matt said, "Enrico Rico Bandello from the movie Little Caesar. It will be, a breakthrough film. Even I am becoming confused with tenses. It's a sound film, so it hasn't—" "Shut up, Matt," Pauline asked. "What will you have? The choices are bourbon, gin, and rum." "Whatever you're having." Bourbon and water, then. Above, the Milky Way spread like luminous crystals across the sky. The moon out, big as hell. Lauren still couldn't believe the clarity of this LA sky. Pauline, who owns the motorcycle in the garage? The actress froze in mid-motion of pouring. It belonged to my husband. He's no longer with us. I'm sure I can get it running. If you can, it's yours. I have no use for it. I should have thrown it out years ago. I can't pay you yet, but I said it's yours. Thanks. Now she owned a motorcycle, even if it was an old gas-fueled relic. Pauline brought Lauren the drink. Booze was harder to get before the Volstead Act. The Volstead Act? She asked Matt. Now you want me to talk? The Volstead Act, she snapped. I've viewed 6 films that concern in some way the Volstead Act, an act of Congress that brought on prohibition, which made the sale or consumption of alcoholic beverages illegal. If you had watched all of Little Caesar, you would have known that. It described— I got it. Lauren recalled the photo of Pauline and Sorrentino in the rotogravure that morning, and the gang war to control the sale of bootleg whiskey. A fortune to be made by the winner. Mobsters were the same in any century, ruthless killers, and this actress dated one. What's the point? Lauren asked. Why have prohibition in the first place? Temperance. The temperance movement formed because, well, frankly, because men got drunk, came home, and beat the hell out of their wives and children. She went on to explain about the long history of women trying to end the enormous consumption of alcohol that was tearing families apart and plunging women and their children into poverty. When she talked, she planted her feet as if against a strong wind and focused entirely on Lauren, as if Lauren was the most important person in the world to her. Then, her face grew tight with a strange mix of anger and sadness. My father was one of those men. We never had any money because his paycheck was poured down his throat. He would come home 3 sheets to the wind and beat Mother senseless, often just because she was looking at him crossly. She stood up to him, though, when it came to Russell and me. She wouldn't let him touch us. Lauren considered Mrs. Windsor having the backbone to protect her children. She still didn't like the old bat, but gave her credit for that. Moonlight glimmered off Pauline's platinum blonde hair. God, she was gorgeous, Lauren thought. I treat Mother so abominably sometime, Pauline said, but she drives me mad. That I can understand. They both laughed. When my father ran off and left us, she went on, it was like we'd been freed from prison. Believe me, we were not the only family in that situation. She shrugged. So the temperance movement grew, and that got us to prohibition. And here they were, drinking like her father. Lauren lifted her glass. Cheers. Pauline snapped back. I'm no hypocrite, if that's what you're thinking. Her ice-blue eyes sparked, and Lauren thought, at least she wasn't some high priestess of peace and harmony all the time. Now you've done it, Matt said. Now she'll throw us out for sure. We should be fine. After all, I have an AI in my head who knows the future. The only future I know is what I found presented in movies, and clearly, you are no historian. Great. Angrily, Pauline's eyes darted about a couple times, as if words were soldiers, and she was gathering hers for an assault. Finally, she said, I'm not a temperance lady with a silver flask of demon rum in her purse. I'm from Minnesota, remember? If someone tells me I can't do something, that's exactly what I'm going to do. So yes, cheers. She took a long drink. Matt, what do you know about Pauline Windsor? I've seen her in 57 features. She is one of the best actresses of the silent era. She is mentioned in brief film biographies of 3 other famous individuals of this era, Mary Pickford, Douglas Fairbanks, and Charlie Chaplin, but nothing on her own. Is that all? There must be more. I told you, Lauren, I am not an endless databank. I only have a short, concise encyclopedia to cover all human history. It is not surprising that Hollywood, and a small segment of a single decade in one country has nothing about just one actress, even one as popular as Pauline Windsor was. Is. Not all AI Model 17Bs even had general encyclopedias downloaded. I do have 54 separate flight manuals, 260 systems engineering manuals, and 1,300 schematics of the Orlov Proxima station-to-station shuttle. That's the one you crashed. Matt projected in her mind a picture of a cartoon rocket crashing nose first into the ground. You were the AI, Lauren snapped. I didn't crash the damn thing. You did. I do not believe— Shut up, Matt. Now. Pauline had asked a question and Lauren hadn't heard. Sorry, what? I asked you if you've seen the play Romeo and Juliet. I'm beginning a new film of it soon. Lauren said, The only Shakespearean play I've seen is Othello. It was performed by a traveling troupe. Really? Where? Lauren shrugged. I'm not sure. When I was a child, I was with a small circus, and sometimes we paired with a traveling theatrical troupe, moving from place to place. We didn't like to do that so much. There wasn't a lot of money to be had, and dividing the entertainment dollar made for fairly slim pickings. Pauline's eyebrows rose in surprise. Really? You were in the circus? My God, what did you do? Telling her this could not matter. Nothing she would say about the misfits could lead the actress to identify her as coming from another time. She was fairly certain circuses existed in the 1920s. I was an ultimate fighter. From the age of 11 to 13, I fought no-holds-barred combat in a cage called an octagon. I took on all challengers, teenagers that is, both boys and girls. How terrible. Lauren shook her head. No, I loved it. I never lost. I never came close to losing. The trick was to make it seem like you could lose. I didn't do so well with that, to my father's annoyance. I see, Pauline said, a hint of skepticism in her voice. She sipped her drink. Tell me about Othello. What you remember? Lauren saw the play in her mind. She could recall all of it. Outdoors on a hot August afternoon, in a field somewhere in Northern California. She sat in the front row with her mother. I wanted to go up on stage and kick that Iago in the ass. I pictured him in the octagon with me. Of course, they had a black actor playing Othello. He was terrific. It went a couple hours, and I was enthralled every minute. Considering this, Pauline swirled her drink, clinking the ice, then said, That's what I want to achieve with Romeo and Juliet. Global Studio didn't want to do it, but my contract allows me to choose 2 of my films. My boss, Jerry Zielinski, will do anything to sabotage the production, but I think it will be the most important film of my career. That's what I'll be working on for the next couple of months. Lauren nodded, wondering why she was being told any of this. Pauline finished her drink and nodded towards Lauren's empty glass. You have a dead soldier there. How about another? No, I'm fine. Pauline went to the bar and fixed herself another drink. Lauren decided to get the evening's real business over with. I want to thank you for all you've done for me. You saved my life, Pauline. I owe you. That means something to me. Pauline waved the comment away. Anyone would have done it. Lauren pressed on. No, they wouldn't. I have never lived off anyone, or anything, in my entire life. I can't keep living off your kindness. I'll leave tomorrow. Shocked, Pauline set her glass down on the bar. But why? Don't you like it here? Enough with charity. Quickly, Pauline came out from behind the bar, her hands clasped together. Please, you don't understand. Don't leave. I need you here. She held her hand up to stop Lauren from speaking. Hear me out. You know that I'm a successful actress. I've earned a lot of money. A lot. I have not spent it wildly like others. I've invested most of it in stocks and bonds, and I own a very successful restaurant in Hollywood. I'm given 20 to 30 photoplays a week by my studio to read for films I might do. I get 50,000 fan letters a week. 50,000. She said that with pride. You see what I'm trying to say? I have no idea what you're trying to say. Neither do I, Matt interjected. Frustrated, Pauline took the chair beside Lauren. A month ago, my private secretary got married and moved back to Iowa. I never realized all she did for me. What with me taking care of the children, I'm overwhelmed. It's too much for me alone, especially when I have a movie shoot. She paused as if waiting for a response, then added urgently, I need help. I want you to work for me. Lauren leaned back with surprise. You want me to be your secretary? Why me? You people think I'm crazy. The actress shook her head emphatically. No, we don't. At least, I don't. Not anymore. From what I can see, you're back to normal. I think I'm a good judge of character, too. I've been so far. I've had to be. I know you're smart. I know you can do this work. I have no experience as a secretary. No one else does either, Pauline explained. Every assistant, every secretary, is an actress waiting for her big break. And it's more like a manager of everything Pauline Windsor than a secretary. Not me, but me as a business. You'll do everything but tuck me in at night and work like a slave. Gripping Lauren's hand, she added, It comes down to this. I need someone I can trust. And damn it, Lauren, my instinct tells me I can trust you.
Say yes, Matt pleaded. Please say yes. I'm going to work for Pauline Windsor.
Shut it. You're being foolish and naive, Pauline, Lauren said. And impulsive. Yes, and impulsive. Part of Lauren felt a sense of pleasure at the thought of Mrs. Windsor's frustration that she would be staying. All right, why not? Let's call me your management consultant. The actress beamed. I like that. Good. Management consultant it is. Lauren leaned back. So what do I do? Pauline tossed the rest of her drink down. Everything. Tomorrow, you will be starting in the movie business. You've probably never experienced anything so cutthroat before. You'll need to keep your wits about you all the time. There will be a lot of first-class bastards to deal with. Do you think you can handle that? With a cool smile, Lauren answered, Sure, I'm good with bastards. Chapter 16. There's no business like show business. August 29th, 1927. Global Studio Lot, Los Angeles. The next day, since Pauline was at a costume fitting for Romeo and Juliet, Lauren arrived alone at the actress's office bungalow at the Global Studio. She wore hiking boots, khaki cargo pants, a sleeveless black blouse that revealed her tattoos, and a half-bald head, though stubble had begun to grow. Before crossing the lot, she received no particular stares. Everyone would think she was an actress playing a part in a film currently in production. A dowdy, stern-faced woman sitting at a big oak desk guarded the entrance to Pauline's private office. At Lauren's appearance, her eyes went wide with shock that bordered on horror. Half-bald, tattooed women don't seem to proliferate in 1927 Hollywood, Matt said. She knows you're not an actress. This is the real you. She'll have to get used to it. At a smaller desk nearby, a young woman was making clacking sounds by punching at a small machine with her fingers. The woman at the big desk had a stern, puffy-cheeked face.
Yes, can I help you?
I'm Lauren Ramirez.
I know who you are. Miss Windsor told me you were coming. Management consultant, indeed. Putting on airs, aren't we?
Who are you? Lauren asked coldly.
If you must know, I'm Mrs. Akers. I am Miss Windsor's studio secretary. I was appointed by Mr. Zelinsky himself when dear Kathleen departed.
Lauren knew the woman was a spy for Zelinsky, the studio boss, and couldn't be fired. Silence dragged out several more seconds. Then Mrs. Akers indicated a tiny desk on the far side of the room.
I can't imagine what you will do here, but I prepared a desk for you.
Lauren tapped the woman's oak desk. Thank you, Mrs. Akers, but this one will do. Folding her arms across her chest, The woman looked as if she were going to snort fire. Lauren leaned both fists on the desk. "This one. If you have a problem, take it up with Pauline." After another second, Mrs. Akers's gaze faltered.
"Well, this is not fair."
Then she rose and noisily moved her things to the smaller desk. "I think you made a friend for life," Matt said. Lauren walked over to the other woman, who stopped clacking and looked up. She glanced quickly away as if Lauren's baldness was a disfigurement. "Who are you?" Lauren asked.
"Jenny Cole, Miss Ramirez."
Lauren indicated the contraption. "What's that thing?" For a moment, she was confused.
"A typewriter?"
"Ah, of course," she said. She returned to the vacated desk and sat behind it. She had no idea what to do. She decided to stare at Mrs. Akers, which she did for the next 20 minutes, unsettling and angering the woman. Later that day, after Pauline finished her costume fitting, she showed Lauren the studio backlot and several of the films in production. 3 separate crews were shooting exterior scenes on a set of a cobblestone street and false front buildings. Several extras, in a variety of costumes, hurried from place to place. The filmmakers were immune to the clang and bustle of noise around them. Pauline caught Lauren's gaze and smiled. "You can feel the energy, can't you? It was like this when I first came to Hollywood. Everything you did was like inventing the wheel." "Yes, it's as if it's a force with physical substance," Lauren said. "Exactly. In the beginning of the industry, no one knew what worked and what didn't. It's still the same. There are no rules, no one way to do things. That's all you need to remember, and you'll do fine." Suddenly, Matt screamed in Lauren's head. "Tom Mix and Tony!" Lauren shot to one knee and snatched for her Glock, which wasn't there. Excited, Matt exclaimed, "It's Tom Mix! The real Tom Mix! The greatest cowboy actor ever!" "God damn it, Matt," Lauren said, regaining her feet. "Don't ever do that again." "Are you okay?" Pauline asked. "Sure," she said. "I just stumbled. It's nothing." Tom Mix was riding Tony the Wonder Horse down the street. He was sporting his glittering cowboy getup that included the trademark 10-gallon hat, or as Matt called it for its massive size, a 50-gallon hat. In her half day on the job, Lauren had memorized some of the ongoing productions and actors working at the studio. Mix was the biggest cowboy star in movies, on loan from Fox for 3 quick horse operas. Pauline explained, "Zielinski loves Mix and his ilk. Mix makes films fast and cheap. He gives no trouble, unlike me, and generates boxcar loads of money." As he approached, Mix tipped his hat. "Ladies?" Pauline gave her dazzling smile. "Hi, Tom. Zielinski got you in another otter?"
"One more for that asshole, then my loan is done," he said. "I'm running back to Fox as fast as Tony can carry me."
Pauline laughed. "Asshole is right. You've pegged his personality precisely. Tom, this is my management consultant, Lauren Ramirez." He touched the tip of his hat again.
"Ma'am?"
"Sir," Lauren said, giving a 2-fingered salute. "Gotta run, Tom," Pauline said. "I'm already late for a meeting with my director for Romeo and Juliet, Otto von Richter."
"Von Richter? Hell, my sympathies,"
he said, and doffed his hat a 3rd time. He and Tony clopped on down the street. Von Richter was out of his office, and his secretary said he'd gone for the day. For the next hour, Pauline took Lauren around the rest of the studio, showing her the important offices and detailing her duties. To Lauren, it was like entering a new world for the 2nd time in more than a week. "A brave new world," Matt said. Indeed. In the next couple of weeks, Lauren fell easily into her new role, becoming adept at the countless mundane parts of the job. Each day, she screened Pauline's calls and set up interviews with writers on the Hollywood beat, like Luella Parsons of the Los Angeles Examiner and Adela Rogers St. John's of Photoplay. She slipped positive gossip tidbits, real and fictional, into newspapers and fan magazines. She directed a team of young women from the studio's secretarial pool, like Jenny Cole, to answer Pauline's 40,000 fan letters a week. Most mornings, they typed on those funny machines, sending out notes and signed photographs of the star. Around noon each day, Pauline usually took a lunch break at one of the inn spots, most often her own restaurant, Cafe Windsor, and Lauren accompanied her. Actors, directors, and producers never went anywhere without their assistance. In so little time, Lauren struggled to develop a feel for Hollywood of 1927, a strange, strange place, inhabited by even stranger people. She'd never experienced anything like it. What she noticed most was the hyperdrive voltage of the town, first experienced in her walk across Global's back lot with Pauline. You could feel a rhythm, an energy, a fireball glow, with dreams of gold and names in light, stardom swirling about like centrifuges. She had to admit it was infectious. It affected everybody. The business and the town were growing and evolving, not just by the day, but by the hour. It stirred her blood as well. And people did the oddest things. Men sat atop flagpoles for days on end for no discernible reason. Couples danced in marathons that could last for weeks with no breaks. The fad of swallowing goldfish swept through Los Angeles, snagged them out of a fishbowl, and swallowed them down. It was as if the loony bin had opened, and now the escaped inmates swarmed through the city. In many ways, Los Angeles reminded her of a Wild West boomtown, not unlike the Tin Can. Seemingly, hundreds of buildings were rising up overnight, like the new City Hall, along with apartments, houses, hotels, and nightclubs. In a single day, fortunes could be made and lost. And the Hollywood movie factory was at the center of it. All of America was mad over silent images flickering on a screen. With no language barrier, Hollywood movies were the most popular in the world. Stars like Pauline Windsor, Mary Pickford, Douglas Fairbanks, Charlie Chaplin, Clara Bow, John Gilbert, Pola Negri, and 1,000 more strode the planet like mythological gods and goddesses, becoming as rich as Croesus in the process. It seemed every beautiful young woman and handsome man in America rushed to the town with dreams of being the next Pauline Windsor or John Gilbert, and the wolves waited for them at the door. Like any boomtown, this one had a seedy, even brutal underbelly. More familiar with that side of life, Lauren caught on to it more quickly. She recognized the swindlers, petty thieves, pimps, drug dealers, robbers, murderers, and gangsters. Her kind of people. Chief among the predators were Benny Sorrentino and the Colombini brothers. They controlled the city's elected officials, made police appointments, built private armies to terrorize anyone who opposed them, and fought each other for control of the city. And one of them was Pauline Windsor's boyfriend. It upset her that an important part of all this eluded her. The basic code, the magic that made one movie blaze to life while another died, was a mystery to her. When dealing with the creative part of filmmaking, like reading scenarios, she felt like she was floating in deep space, alone and adrift. She had no idea what was good and what was bad, but she sure as hell wasn't going to tell anyone that. Pauline understood the creative process. Most people didn't, but pretended they did. So Lauren decided to pretend as well. 2 weeks into the job, Lauren found herself thrust back into familiar territory, into the kind of territory she knew better than anyone else. She returned to the office from a quick meeting with the writer Adela Rogers St. John to discover Jenny Cole crying over her typewriter and Mrs. Akers trying to console her. Lauren did not like dealing with people's personal problems, because she wasn't any good at it. Jenny dabbed her nose with a handkerchief, then wailed again. Reluctantly, Lauren went over. "What's wrong?" she asked. "You have such a deft touch with those in distress," Matt said. "Sainthood awaits." "I don't need a comic in my head." "Nothing," Jenny muttered bravely. With a frown, Mrs. Akers said,
"It's that Mr. Bagley. He's always going at the young girls when they have to show him title cards or anything. He's a masher."
"Who is Bagley, and what the hell is a masher?" Lauren asked. Through the sniffling account, she got the story. After Jenny typed the title cards, she had to carry the file over to this Bagley fellow, who ran the Hayes office on the Global lot. The Hayes office monitored the decency code all the studios supposedly subscribed to, but really didn't. Still, Bagley had to pass on all written material to appease the country's straight-laced Catholics, Mrs. Akers explained.
"I don't think she likes Catholics,"
Matt said. Each time one of the secretaries delivered work to him, he cornered them, groped them, and attempted sex. Feeling the stirring of rage, Lauren asked, "Why not report him?"
"To whom?" Mrs. Akers asked. "You must know women are on their own in these matters."
"He put his hand up under my dress," Jenny said, trembling. "I couldn't get away. If someone hadn't knocked on the door, I don't know what would have happened. I ran."
Rage began to roil inside Lauren.
"Okay, I get it," she snapped, and Jenny flinched. "Sorry, I'm not angry with you, but with Bagley. This is going to end."
Mrs. Akers snorted derisively.
"And what do you think you can do?"
"I think I'll pay him a visit right now. Have a talk with him." She leaned over and touched Jenny's hand. "I promise you, Jenny, he will not bother you again." The girl blinked, wiped her eyes, and nodded, but Mrs. Akers seemed less convinced. The Hayes office was on the second floor of a run-down wood building behind Stage 4, not far from Pauline's bungalow. Outdoor steps with a small veranda led up to his door. Lauren climbed them 2 at a time and entered without knocking. In her work, she had trained herself to never be surprised by what she came across. That could be deadly to her. This time was no different. What she saw in the strange scene was a small, barrel-chested man with powerful arms, standing at the front of his desk, his back to her, his pants and underwear around his ankles. His hairy butt was thrusting into a woman who sat on the desk, her legs around him, and her dress bunched up at her waist. On her face was a look of utter distaste, but she was moaning with fake pleasure. Lauren felt a surge of molten rage. At that moment, he glanced back, his lips split in a grimace of ecstasy mixed with surprise and annoyance. Without stopping or showing embarrassment, he shouted,
"Get out, Toots. Wait your turn."
In 2 quick strides, she struck the side of his head with such force his ear split, gushing blood. With a shriek, he fell to the floor, his hands flailing as if under water. The woman screamed, shoving down her dress. "Get out of here," Lauren ordered. She grabbed her panties and a floral hat off the desk and ran from the office.
"What the hell?"
Bagley choked out. He rose while pulling up his pants, then with fury burning his face, he charged her. She easily stepped aside and took his wrist, twisting his arm and yanking it out of its socket. This time, the man's scream seemed to vibrate the window glass. She kicked him in the ribs and then punched his face with 3 quick jabs, breaking his nose and busting open his lip. She hated to act with emotion, but she did hear and felt herself losing control. The rage had taken hold. She was making a mess of the man. She dragged him outside to the landing where he collapsed. Amid his pain, his groans, he mumbled something. She leaned down. "What?"
"Why?"
Her eyes blackened. With 3 quick snaps of her fist, she broke his jaw. When she rose, she noticed Mrs. Akers at the bottom of the steps, staring up, horrified.
"What happened to him?"
"He fell down the stairs," Lauren answered.
"But he's on the landing."
Lauren glanced down as if just noticing that fact. Stepping behind him, she put her boot on his shoulder and shoved hard. Amid shrieks, he rolled to the bottom and flopped at the woman's feet. Lauren bounded down the steps and grabbed Bagley by the shirt. "If I ever see you again, I'll cut your fucking throat." She slapped him twice. "Look at me." When he did, his eyes full of terror, she said, "Do you think I'm lying to you?" Blood bubbled from his lips, his eyes clouded with pain and panic. He shook his head. "Good. Go to the hospital. I don't care how you get there. Tell them you fell down your steps. Then, leave Los Angeles. Understand?" Frantically, he nodded, and she lifted him to his feet. He stumbled away, holding his arm. Mrs. Akers was glaring at her. Lauren met her gaze. "Let's keep this to ourselves." "I don't think I have a choice." "You don't." The older woman nodded. "You're not a secretary, are you? You seem to have other talents, though." Lauren smiled. "You know, Mrs. Akers, I think I'm getting the hang of this movie business." Chapter 17. Romeo and Juliet. September 19th, 1927. Global Lot. Scenario adapted by Francis Marion. Scene 1. Exterior. Long shot. A medieval city filled with church steeples, stately buildings, and pedestrian-filled boulevards. Art title 1. Two households, both alike in dignity, in fair Verona, where we lay our scene, from ancient grudge break to new mutiny, where civil blood makes civil hands unclean. A pair of star-crossed lovers take their life. Scene 2. Exterior. Close-up of a market street filled with shoppers. Enter Samson and Gregory of the House of Capulet, armed swords and bucklers. Coming the other way are two men of the House of Montague, Abraham and Balthazar. Samson insults them. Dialogue title. "Dog of the House of Montague, I serve as good a man as you." Abraham responds heatedly. Dialogue title. "You lie. I am for you. Draw if you be a man." The Montagues and Capulets draw swords and fight. Holding her elaborate gown above her ankles, the curls of her golden wig bouncing, Pauline raced down the darkened hallway, lit only by the occasional candle. In the diffuse light and dancing shadows, the fear and urgency on her face was compelling. When she burst into the back of a small, lighted church, her expressive blue eyes went wide with alarm, and she searched frantically. Spotting two men standing up front by the altar, she visibly relaxed. One man was an old, white-haired man in a friar's garb. The other stood broad-shouldered in a rich doublet of red and black brocade. When this man turned and saw her, he grinned widely, and he too sighed with relief. In the shadows behind the lights, Lauren watched Otto von Richter, the director, in his jodhpur riding pants, black knee-length boots, eyeing the scene with disdain. He held a riding crop in one hand and a megaphone in the other, and shouted instructions to the actors as the grinding cameras rolled. Tension had plunged his set into a deep, black fog. He treated the crew and actors with scorn, browbeating them for even the slightest perceived infraction, or not meeting his exacting standards. After 2 weeks of filming, many in the crew were ready to tip a large Klieg light on him. Earlier in the day, a technician had moved one, then quickly reset it. Still, Richter rounded on him furiously and browbeat him for a full 5 minutes, till Pauline stopped him and told him there was a scene to shoot. To everyone, no matter what his reputation for brilliance, he was a prancing martinet. Now, as Pauline appeared in the door, his voice boomed through the megaphone. "You are not a Hausfrau, Pauline. Act! Act! What happiness! You think Romeo jilted you at the altar, and here he is. You think, wunderbar! How you love this man! Now run to him! Run to him!" Alight with joy, Pauline rushed down the aisle and into Romeo's embrace. Michael Murray, playing Romeo, held Pauline intensely, his face locked into fierce earnestness. "Juliet, if the measure of your joy be heaped like mine, then let rich music's tongue unfold our happiness." Though no audience would hear him speak, Pauline always insisted she and the other actors speak the right words. Eventually, when the film played, They would be replaced by title cards on which the dialogue was written. Probably for the best, Lauren thought. Murray was such a wooden actor, able to deliver little feeling. But Pauline was different. She was good, very good. She could convey emotion and meaning in a single glance, melting into the character as if she were, indeed, Juliet. Her blue eyes gazed at Romeo. Richter shouted,
"Now, you look at man you love. Liebe ihn! Liebe ihn!"
Pauline's face took on the sentiment of childlike longing for her beloved, but then she went further. Her eyes became suddenly inflamed with lust so bold, so raw, that Lauren heard gasps from the crew. Then her expression changed once more to angelic virtue, all given with engaging likability. Richter cried, "Cut!" Michael hugged Pauline, grinning effusively.
"Brilliant, honey. Just brilliant. Where did that come from?"
Her hands on her hips, Pauline said, "Well, Mikey, if you knew your onions like you're supposed to, you'd know the first expression was for the lovesick dames in the audience, and the second, the passionate stuff, was for the boys and their papas. And that third, well, after all the old biddies in the audience became scandalized, they absorbed my angelic expression and changed their minds about me having naughty ideas. Now all of them will come again when my next picture shows up." Michael laughed and kissed Pauline's cheek.
"You're a trooper, honey." 999.
Richter marched up impatiently.
"It must be perfect. Perfect. I must shoot it again. Go to places. Go to places."
It was after 4 in the afternoon, and they'd gotten no usable film in the can all day, reshooting scene after scene. In the 2 weeks of the shoot, they'd printed less than 10 minutes of usable footage, but used more than a third of the budget. Now, he wanted another reshoot. For the last 2 weeks, Lauren had witnessed Pauline's growing frustration with the director. At this rate, they would have less than 1 reel in the can when the money ran out, and the movie Romeo and Juliet would be as dead as the 2 characters at the end. With exhausted sighs, everyone went back to their places to shoot the scene, except Pauline. She'd had enough.
"Take your whip, Herr Richter, and shove it up your ass. You're fired."
After an instant of silence, a cheer erupted from the crew. Richter expressed shock, then scorn.
"You cannot discharge me. You are just an actress. Mr. Zelinsky hired me. Only he can discharge me. He knows my films are all masterpieces."
Pauline snapped back. "Listen to me, Kaiser. Get off this set." She picked up her skirts and strode away. As she passed Lauren, she said, "Come with me. We're going to see Zelinsky." As they left through the stage door, someone shouted, "Give him hell, Pauline." In her Renaissance dress, accompanied by Lauren, Pauline stalked across the studio lot toward the global headquarters building. They rushed past the 50-ish secretary and burst into Zelinsky's office. From behind his desk, he shot to his feet.
"What's the meaning of this? You should call for an appointment, like everyone else."
He was short and portly, and wore an expensive 3-piece suit with a bow tie. His brown hair was slicked down with pomade. To Lauren, he looked like someone's creepy uncle. Pauline strode to his desk.
"We need to talk about von Richter, and it can't wait."
He glanced over at Lauren.
"Leave. I want to speak to Pauline alone."
Lauren looked to Pauline, who said, "She's my business manager. Lauren Ramirez. She stays." Zelinsky gave a put-upon shrug and sat back down behind his desk. He gestured for Pauline to speak, and then folded his hands across his puffy stomach as Pauline paced the floor, getting wound up, listing the director's many faults. After several minutes, he smiled paternally.
"Oh, dear, Pauline. I told you this would happen if we do Shakespeare. We've only shot 10% of the film, and the budget is already half gone. This is not good business. Shakespeare is not good business, but no one listens to me."
Lauren knew he had been furious because Pauline had gone over his head to Sid Meisner in New York to okay Romeo and Juliet. Meisner, the owner of Global Picture Studio, seldom got involved in the actual movie-making process, handling the financial end of things. He and Pauline were old friends, and some said lovers. He had okayed the picture. Zielinski went through the ritual of preparing a cigar to be smoked, then stuck a large cigar in his mouth and lit it.
Richter is a genius, he said, shaking the match out. You wanted a prestige film? He is Mr. Prestige.
Genius, my ass, Pauline shot back. The budget for the film is limited. It will run out long before principal photography is completed. That's not genius. It's idiocy. Lauren asked Matt, Does Romeo and Juliet get made? I do not have that data. If it was completed, the film was lost. I've never seen it. Most silent films did not survive the 20th century. You did this, Pauline accused Zielinski. This is what you wanted all along. You hated the idea of Romeo and Juliet from the beginning, and you sure as hell didn't like me going over your head to Meisner. Zielinski waved the idea away.
True. I say what pictures get made at Global, not Meisner. That's our deal. But I ain't going to ruin my own movie. That's just crazy.
Bullshit. He smiled at the word. His chair squeaked as he sat up abruptly and turned to Lauren.
What do you think, Miss
Ramirez? He squinted at her.
What's wrong with your hair?
Nothing, Lauren said. Pauline had suggested she let her hair grow back. One half of her head was now covered with short black hair. He snorted.
Well, baldness is not a good look for a woman. Tell me, what do you think about all this Shakespeare shit? About the genius that is von Richter?
He pointed his cigar hand at Pauline.
And tell her.
I suggest you frown, Matt urged. That makes you look like you're thinking. I am thinking. She said, People believe Richter is a genius because he says irrational things no one understands. Back in Germany, before he became a director, he was a crony of Adolf Hitler. Rumor has it he served as a general in the German army during World War II, pranced around with his field marshal's baton, and is now doing the same thing on movie sets here. He's a toilet down which money is thrown. Zielinski and Pauline stared at her uncomprehendingly. Matt cried out, No! World War II hasn't happened yet. Have you had no schooling at all? Her eyes darted back and forth, then she smiled. World War II, remember? That was one of Richter's early German films. Adolf Hitler was a character in it, and the good director acted in his own film. It lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like I said, we can do better. Neither Zielinski nor Pauline seemed to know how to respond, so didn't. Finally, Zielinski said,
I'm sorry, Pauline. Otto is the director. We cannot change him now.
He dismissed the two women, waving the back of his hand. Then, I'll do it, Pauline said.
Direct?
He asked, incredulous. No, fund the picture, she said. I'll put my own money in. Global handles distribution. A sudden look of curiosity appeared in his eyes. He leaned back in the chair, puffed his cigar.
How much are you willing to commit?
I'll put in whatever's needed to finish the picture. But I own 50% of the gross.
Don't be ridiculous, Pauline. 25%, and you know that's generous. It's my studio, my actors, my crew, and my director you are using.
Lauren was surprised Zielinski agreed. All right, Pauline said. One stipulation. I'm replacing Richter. I want Clarence Martin to direct. He's fast, and he's good. Silence followed for several seconds. Then Zielinski nodded.
Agreed. This is unusual. You are now a producer, Pauline.
As they left the building, Lauren asked Pauline, Why did he agree to that? It's not what he wants at all. I know he's got some sort of plan, but I can't figure it. He thinks if the film fails, not only will it damage my career, but break me financially. That way he thinks he will control me. Pauline's eyes took on a hard gaze. Romeo and Juliet must succeed. It must. Chapter 18. The Flyboy. September 22nd, 1927. Hollywood. Working on the motorcycle in the garage before breakfast, Lauren didn't think it would take long to get it running. She set out the parts on a tarp and began rebuilding the vehicle. She cleaned the carburetor, spark plugs and rings, checked the gas tank for rust, drained the oil and replaced it, replaced chains, sprockets, and brakes, and bought new tires. Each morning as she worked, the children were always underfoot, Emmy just watching, but Raleigh wanting to help. Annoying as he was, she tolerated his pestering questions. She had been around few children in her life, and none as an adult. They were such needy creatures, demanding constant attention. Incredibly naive and innocent, Emmy wanted love from too many people and trusted too many people. She was heading for a terrible awakening someday, but that was not Lauren's problem. Raleigh was worse. He spent much of his free time pestering Lauren. She might have to set him straight in harsh terms. She was not his auntie, she was not his nanny, and she sure as hell was not his friend. He was a kid. When she dumped the motorcycle's gas into a bucket, he asked why she did that.
Don't you need gas to run it?
Maybe not, kid. Besides, this gas has become stale. I'll need to replace it.
You're going to run it on bread?
It was a Raleigh joke. Bread goes stale. She was beginning to understand him. She smiled. You'd be surprised what I can run it on. She planned to pirate a battery from one of the spider robots on the shuttle. That would blow the kid's cap off. Finally, on Thursday morning, still using the gasoline engine, she took the machine outside and kick-started it. At the roar, Raleigh jumped up and down, clapping. Lauren laughed, getting caught up in his joy. Lifting him by the scruff of his shirt, she put him in front of her, and they rode slowly down the driveway. With his hands on the handlebars, he thought he was guiding it. He screamed with delight. When they returned, Pauline was standing outside the door watching them. She was grinning.
So, you got that old thing running?
I did.
Good, she said to Raleigh. Come on, Buster. You're running late.
Lauren set him on the ground. Okay, kid. You need to get ready for school, and I need to get ready for work. That day, the temperature in Los Angeles was a sweltering 105. On the set of Romeo and Juliet, it felt like working in an oven to the actors and crew. Lights blazed, cameramen, technicians, prop men, and nearly 40 other crew members hurried about as if each of their jobs could mean success or failure for the shoot. The new director, Clarence Martin, ordered blocks of ice and placed large fans behind them, creating his own air conditioning. The crew knew what Pauline had done in getting Richter fired and hiring Martin. Now, they were willing to give everything they had to see the movie a success. The new director was a small, bookish man with wire-rim glasses. He stood beside the main camera, giving Michael last-minute instructions. This was the balcony scene. A large fake vine wound its way up the house wall to the balcony where Pauline stood in her gown, waiting to begin the scene. Martin clapped Murray on the back, and the actor raced up to the house, dropped to one knee, placed both hands over his heart, and looked up at Pauline with a simpering gaze. The director of photography called, "Cameras rolling." Martin shouted, "Action." In the dark behind the Klieg lights and cameras, Lauren watched the scene unfold. The actor spoke lines that would never be heard and used visual gestures expressing love and longing for each other, as Martin called out each actor's emotion at the moment. "Miss Ramirez?" a man said, stepping up beside Lauren. She'd been aware of his presence for several seconds, but detected no threat. Now, she glanced at him. She'd never seen him before. An unusual-looking man, with a nose that had been broken badly once. A scar ran down his forehead diagonally into a black patch covering one eye like a pirate. The scar continued down his cheek for another 3 inches. His left hand held a pipe, but otherwise the arm seemed useless. Makeup or real? In the poor light, it could be either. If real, these were no casual wounds. They had to be from the recent war or a bad accident. Maybe, though, he was just an actor who'd wandered in off a nearby set. Though the face was battered, he was handsome in a tough guy sort of way. "Who are you?" she replied. "My name is Remington Garnett. My friends call me Remy. I'm a friend of Michael Murray." He stuck out his hand, and she shook it. "I see," she said, Remembering that Murray was gay, she disliked the term. He laughed.
No, not that kind of friend. Michael and I fly out of the Griffith Park Aerodrome. He's a fairly good pilot.
What do you want, Mr. Garnet? She asked brusquely. She was sure he was another fan or aspiring actor who wanted to get to Pauline through her. Nervously, he put his good arm behind his back.
I saw you on the lot and asked Michael who you were.
He smiled, as if that were explanation enough. Suspicion clawed its way into her brain. Why did you do that?
Why does any man ask who that beautiful woman is?
She leaned her head back to study him, gauging the depth of his bullshit. He would not be the first man who thought her attractive enough to approach, but here in the land of stunningly beautiful women, she stood out only as someone not up to goddess standard, like Pauline.
I'm shooting a film for Global, he added. I have a break and thought I'd come over and introduce myself.
You're an actor, then? She gestured toward his scars. In the darkness, that makeup looked almost real.
I'm no actor. I'm a stunt pilot.
He touched his damaged face.
I assure you the scars are real. I hope you're not put off by a man with only one eye.
The popular preference is for two. That took him aback. She smiled, and after a moment of uncertainty, he grinned back, showing even white teeth. He touched the scar on his face.
Compliments of the Red Baron himself. I'm flying and designing the aerial scenes for this new movie.
She asked Matt. The Red Baron?
Baron Manfred von Richthofen, a German fighter pilot during World War I, called the Ace of Aces. He shot down more planes than any other pilot, 80 air combat victories. I've seen only 4 films concerning Richthofen, but there have been many, including one starring a floppy-eared dog.
Enough, I get it.
I was in Palace, Garnet said.
What?
Pauline's movie, Palace of Fallen Angels. It will be opening in Los Angeles in a couple months.
Good for you. What do you want, Mr. Garnet? Nervous for some reason, he stuck his bad hand in his pocket, as if unsure what to do with it. When he spoke, though, his voice was assured.
I would like to see you. I would like to take you out.
Surprisingly, she felt intrigued.
Well, make your pitch, Mr. Garnet, but I warn you it has to be imaginative, or you can go back to your planes. And if you're going to woo me so you can get close to Pauline, forget it. I'll sabotage any chance you have with her. Pauline and I are old friends. I can see her any time I want. Are you free Sunday?
I am, but I hope that's not your pitch.
Surely you can do better than that.
His single eye winked.
Have lunch with me. A picnic up in the mountains. I don't want to spoil it for you by giving the rest of it away, but I promise it will be like no other date you've ever been on. I'll pick you up at 9 in the morning.
How can I refuse? All right. Pick me up at Pauline's house. Chapter 19. Wings. September 25th, 1927. Los Angeles and the San Bernardino Mountains. At 9 o'clock on Sunday morning, Remy picked Lauren up at Pauline's house in his open roadster and drove over the Hollywood Hills to the Griffith Park Aerodrome. He had told her to dress for the outdoors, so she wore khaki trousers, a plaid shirt, red bandana, hiking boots, and a floppy hat, which she held in her lap while the wind tousled her uneven black hair. There was something about him that resurrected a spark of feeling in her. Not sympathy for his burn injuries, the lost eye, the nearly dead arm, but something else. In an odd way, he reminded her of her father, his tough exterior, yet a gentleness within. Too easy, too naive, too vulnerable, like her father. To her surprise, she realized she wanted this man to like her. Her life had never allowed for anything long-term anyway. Short-term with Remy, though, would be just fine. On a ridge above the aerodrome, he stopped the car to take in the panorama. Below, several hundred people stood beside parked cars, watching an air show. In the sky high above them, 5 planes circled and looped maniacally. Lauren asked, "What are they doing?"
Mock dog fights.
That's what you did in the war?
Most days.
When the planes landed, Remy drove the car down onto the field to one of the large hangars where the 5 biplanes taxied in and parked. Up close, Lauren thought they were made of paper and sticks. She could not imagine how they could fly. They got out, and he led her over to the planes.
You're looking at 5 of the 13 black cats.
Black cats?
Stunt pilots for the movies. We negotiate together with the studios for our services.
The aviators in leather caps and goggles climbed down from their open cockpits and gathered around Remy, greeting him warmly. He introduced them to her. A cherubic-faced man named Clyde Brady said with a wink,
"Lauren, you're not letting this madman shepherd you around the countryside. He can't drive any better than he can fly."
He had red hair and freckles in an imitation of Tom Sawyer.
"No accidents yet," she said.
Brady laughed.
"There's a lot of time yet."
Another man lifted binoculars skyward and announced,
"Here we go."
They all looked up. Lauren didn't think much could shock her, but what she saw next did. 500 feet up in the air, 2 biplanes cruised side by side at 35 or 40 miles per hour. On top of one's top wing, a tiny figure moved about like a gyroscope. It was the height of lunacy.
"My God, what is he doing?"
Lauren asked.
"The Charleston, I believe,"
Remy replied, deadpan, handing her a pair of binoculars.
"I mean, why the hell is he up there?"
With the binoculars, she picked the figure out. He was indeed dancing, on the wing of an airplane. She saw the figure clearly.
"It's a woman." "Gladys Ingle,"
Remy said.
"Quite a remarkable lass. Best pilot among us."
Brady dropped his binoculars a moment to look at Lauren.
"She's got more balls than most men I know. Pardon my French."
"You people are crazy," Lauren replied. They all laughed, pleased as if it were a compliment.
"They are called wing walkers,"
Matt said, and went on to explain the phenomenon. In air shows, men and women went out on the wings of planes as they flew high in the air. He'd seen many early film newsreels of the phenomenon.
"It's amazing that I can actually see this in reality."
With the binoculars, she picked the woman out again and watched her tiptoeing to the wing's edge, apparently to jump to the other plane. It couldn't be more than a foot away, but the wings kept dipping and couldn't sink. Suddenly, Gladys Ingle lost her balance, wildly flailing her arms. Lauren gasped, and a great cry went up from the audience. As her wing rose, Ingle regained her balance and leapt across to the other plane, scrambled to the back cockpit, and climbed in. Lauren heard people clapping all around the field, and she wondered if Ingle really lost her balance or was just putting on a show. Would they have clapped if she had fallen? After saying goodbye to the pilots, she and Remy entered the hangar.
"I thought we were going on a picnic,"
Lauren said.
"We are, if you still want to go."
"Why wouldn't I?"
"Because we're going in that?"
He gestured toward a snub-nosed plane with a bright red wing across the top, the cockpit enclosed inside a silvery fuselage. She glanced at Remy. He was looking back at her, his face in open challenge.
"You are the pilot?" she asked.
"I am. I come with the plane," he said. His next words were spoken with pride, as if talking about a favorite child.
"It's a Lockheed Vega, the newest and fastest plane around. I've gotten it up to 160 miles per hour. It's so new Lockheed hasn't even put it on the market yet. I first tested it for them in July. Of course, if you don't want to go, I'll understand. We can drive someplace else."
"I'll go with you, on one condition."
"Which is?"
"You teach me how to fly the damn thing." 10 minutes later, the Lockheed Vega powered down the runway, the engines roaring in her ears, the fuselage rattling as if it were about to come apart. Nothing could have been further from the silent, smooth flight of the shuttle. In her head, Matt cried out,
"Fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy ride."
With a dirt berm at the end of the runway rapidly approaching, Remy pulled back on the stick with his powerful good arm, and the plane lifted into the air. His left arm wasn't completely useless. He was able to steer the plane with it, while using the right to pull on the stick. He glanced at her to see if she had been frightened. She grinned. Nice work, flyboy. As they climbed, 2 eagles tried to keep up for a time. She was disappointed when they fell off the pace. At 5,000 feet, Remy leveled off and headed east into the morning sun. He leaned toward her and shouted over the engine,
"If you get cold, there's a jacket behind you."
With a chill filling the cabin, she reached back for the leather flight jacket and put it on. She liked its feel and smell. Gazing out the window, she thought the land far below appeared like the ground inside the tin can. Small towns dotted the open country. Unlike the tin can, blue sky hovered overhead. Not more greenery and more towns. She liked the engine's roar and the frightening bump of the cockpit with every gust of wind. This flying business opened up a new world of experience, of reality, far different from the pristine flights in her own time. For her, this was raw, undiscovered country. Throughout the next hour, he gave her the controls several times, explaining the function of the stick and the few gauges on the control panel. She picked it up quickly and kept them going steadily with only a couple dips and turns.
"You're a natural," he said. "Some people are."
His remark gave her a sense of satisfaction, and she returned his smile. "Thanks." When they reached the mountains, he took back control. Below was an endless forest of pine and fir that they traversed for nearly 20 minutes before the woods split open, revealing a sizable lake. The water glistened in the afternoon sun, creating a fiery cobalt blue so striking that when she closed her eyes, it still flickered in her mind's eye. They flew on for a few more miles, skimming the treetops, the plane's shadow just preceding them. Finally, ahead, a tiny space opened up, a field with a barn at the end.
"We're landing,"
Remy called. The plane lurched and rattled and settled down to the ground, bouncing once and taxiing to the barn. A strange narrow-nosed car was parked by the door. With grills on the side, running boards and a spare tire on the driver's side door, it looked like it had been put together by a pack of slow-witted monkeys. She told Remy so. He called it a sturdy little Renault. Inside on the back seat was a picnic basket.
"You are resourceful, aren't you, Mr. Garnet?"
she said. For nearly an hour, he drove on a dirt road up into the mountains. Around noon, he stopped the car, grabbed the picnic basket, and led her out onto a promontory high above the lake they'd flown over. As he spread a blanket and began setting out food, she walked to the edge. A couple sailboats plied the waters below. 3 miles to the north, a small town glittered white in the sunlight, the buildings like a string of sparkling pearls. A flutter of noise caused her to glance back at the trees. On a high branch, an eagle perched motionless, staring at her. Remy watched her as well, feeling himself being overwhelmed by this woman. On one side, a gleaming shock of black hair fell in thick tresses down her back, while the other side appeared like a bobo. Strangest thing he'd ever seen. The black hair made her olive complexion look almost pale by contrast. Her khaki pants clung to her ass, showing its lovely shape. She had unbuttoned the plaid shirt, and when she glanced back at him and smiled, he caught a glimpse of her breasts through the thin t-shirt. Lauren thought him roguish with his eye patch. She decided she liked Remy Garnet, but didn't know exactly how to approach him. Once, when she was assigned to assassinate the playboy minister of war in a prominent Asian country, she had taken on the role of seductress to get close. It had worked. She decided to play that role now, though without the kill. She returned to the blanket and sat down next to him.
"Do you bring all the women you want to seduce up here?"
Amused, he shrugged.
"Not all. Some."
"Do you think you'll be successful?"
"Seducing you? That's yet to be determined."
"What if I want to seduce you? Do you think I'll be successful?"
"Definitely."
He took a bottle of wine from the basket and poured her a glass, then one for himself. He lifted his.
"Salute."
"Salute," Lauren said, and drank. Then she set the glass down and took his face in her hands. She traced her finger along his scar. She could smell his skin, feel the heat of his body, see the swell of his irises. She kissed his eyelids, his cheeks, his mouth, softly at first, then harder. He groaned. They undressed quickly. With one arm, he was grappling with his pants. She couldn't wait and yanked them off. His mouth closed on her, frighteningly alive. After a moment, he muttered hoarsely,
"The food. We're smashing it."
She laughed and lay back on the blanket, pulling him down on top of her, wrapping her legs around his hips. The crush of his body against hers was so 5 by 5, it sent shivers through her. It had been so long since she made love to someone she cared about, she was not sure it had ever happened before. The realization struck her that she used the word cared. She cared about Remy.
In this age, a woman who is quick to jump in the sack is regarded as an easy woman, a tart. No respect, Matt informed her. She can forget about a substantial relationship with a man. Shut the fuck up, Matt. Not now.
She and Remy made love, and then another time before heading back. Remy allowed Lauren to drive the car, and focusing intently on the unfamiliar vehicle, she lurched down the mountain.
"You must be careful," Matt said. "You almost drove into a tree. If you die, I die."
Look, Metal Brain, stow it. I allow you in my head because if I ever get the shuttle running again, I might need you. I don't want to hear from you every damn second.
Of course you will need me. How else will you be able to fly it?
I told you to shut up, and I meant it. I can purge you from my nanobots if I choose. There are 2 situations in which you must not speak. Ever. One is when I'm dealing with a dangerous situation, like trying to drive a damn car off a mountainside. The other is sex. When I am having sex, I do not need your kibitzing. Do you understand? You can answer. He created an image in her mind of a monkey covering his mouth with his hands. When they reached the highway, Remy directed Lauren north, a different route back to the plane. After 5 miles, they entered a small town with just a general store, a church, and a lodge. A few cars were parked along the street beside a couple horse-drawn wagons. Something familiar about the town sent a chill through her. Just ahead, she saw a building under construction, red brick, 2 stories with arched windows, as yet without a roof, scaffolding all around. She knew that building. She'd seen it before. A narrow street entered the main road at a sharp angle, creating the building's odd triangle shape. A knife plunged into her solar plexus. She knew where she was. "This is Bonner Springs," Lauren said, her voice a low rasp.
"Yes, I think so. How do you know? Have you been here before?"
Without responding, Lauren drove slowly through town and turned onto an open field where several boys were playing baseball. She parked in the middle of left field and jumped out before Remy could speak. "Hey, lady, what are you doing?" the closest outfielder called. The other boys stopped and stared at her as she strode across the outfield. She ignored them. Blood pumped hard in her temples. Behind her, Remy called to the boys.
"It's all right. We'll just be a few minutes."
When she saw the creek just beyond the trees, she stopped and stared at her surroundings, blinking several times. Disinterred memories flooded back, memories of events that had not even happened yet. After being suppressed for so long, they now engulfed her. This was the place the misfits died. This was the place her father died. She saw the spot where Sybil had lain beneath Dom's shattered body, saw the other bodies strewn around the field, felt the chaos and fear again. An infinite sadness spread through her. At the same time, rage erupted, the emotions symbiotic, feeding off each other. She longed for the feel of a gun in her hand, but there was no one here to kill. She felt a touch on her shoulder and spoke with a lethal edge. "Remington, remove your hand." Quickly he did. When she turned, his damaged face was wrought with concern.
"What is wrong, Lauren?"
Her mind went to that distant place in time.
"This is where they died. This is where they all died."
"Who?
Who died?"
The boys came up. One with sandy hair, probably no more than 13, spoke.
We're trying to play ball here, ma'am. Will you please move your car?
Seeing the dead look in Lauren's eyes, several of the boys backed away. After a moment, the sandy-haired one stepped hesitantly forward again.
We'd like to continue our game.
What's your name? She asked him.
Babe Ruth, he answered defiantly. What are you going to do, ma'am?
A couple of the boys snickered at the name he used. After a pause, she gave him a half smile. Well, babe, we're going to leave. The flight back was silent between them. Remy didn't ask, and Lauren didn't offer any explanation about what happened to her in Bonner Springs. That evening, when he dropped her off, she got out of the car without saying a word. He drove off. She watched him go, then went directly to the garage, strapped a canvas tarp and shovel onto the back of the motorcycle, kick-started it, and roared off. Chapter 20. Bury the Dead. September 25th, 1927. Santa Monica Mountains. On the motorcycle, Lauren roared into the Santa Monica Mountains, trying to control the festering emotions unleashed by her visit to Bonner Springs. Grief for Sybil, grief for her parents, grief for the misfits, all bubbled like lava just below the surface. It was as if landing here in 1927 had ruptured the dam holding back all that misery.
I thought you wanted Remy to like you, Matt said.
I did, she snapped at his intrusion.
I think we can safely assume that didn't work out.
You're a master of the obvious. Now leave me alone. I mean it. By the time she reached the site of the shuttle, it was early evening, and twilight was disappearing fast, stars popping out like a spill of gemstones. On her own, with little memory of the trek out after the crash, it would have taken hours for her to find the ravine, but Matt directed her right to it. The dark shape of the spacecraft loomed like a giant squid at the bottom of a murky sea. She dropped the tarp and shovel, popped open the cockpit hatch with her DNA print, and swung in. The air was not as foul as she had suspected it would be. The lights came on automatically. Spotting Sybil's blackened, desiccated body on the flight deck, she winced. First, she found her Glock 75 in a pocket of the pilot's chair. She went to the open hatch, aimed outside at the ravine bank, and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. She tried it a couple more times. Still, nothing. It was 22nd century technology. Even if she could repair it, she only had one magazine of 30 exploding rounds. She stuck the weapon into her belt. She turned to Sybil's body.
All right, Mija. It's time you were given a proper burial.
In the next couple of hours, Lauren dug a grave, wrapped Sybil in the tarp, and set her gently into the ground. When she filled the grave and stacked rocks on top, she stood back, not knowing what to do or say, feeling only a vast, empty space inside her. A monstrous grief stalked her, and she fought desperately to keep it at bay, but it exploded over her, fangs and claws bared, savaging her. The monster ripped open the wounds left by her parents' deaths and the massacre of the misfits. Sybil dead again. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground by the grave. A primordial scream blew up from her chest and out of her. She wept like a child for the first time in years. Matt spoke over her racking heaves.
We stand in the presence of the Almighty, ready to deliver our friend, Sybil, unto his good care. She has gone to her endless rest far too early. We know God works in strange ways. We do not claim to know the wisdom of those ways. After all, when he calls, we must go. Who can take Sybil home now but God? Her soul is free, her suffering done. Dying is as natural as living. The man who's too afraid to die is too afraid to live.
Strange words, Lauren thought, coming from an AI, but they eased her pain. Her crying slowed and then ended.
Matt, I know you got those words from a movie, but thanks.
The first quote is from Oregon or Bust, a 2089 classic.
The second is from 1961, The Misfits. No connection to you, but fitting. The words were spoken by the Clark Gable character.
You do know how to spoil a moment.
Not ready to return to Hollywood, Lauren sat on the ravine hillside, staring at the shuttle's dark outline, her devastation complete. It was not yet 1 a.m. She felt wasted by the emotions that had ripped through her. Stuck here in ancient America, an alien in an alien land, it was as if her entire skeletal system had been yanked out from her body.
There must be a way to get back, she said. I have too much to do. Too much to finish.
There is not, Matt said emphatically.
You're just a damn appliance. How would you know?
Lauren heard the snake rattle and saw its shadowy form just a foot away from her leg, ready to strike. Her hand shot out, clutching its head so quickly it could not react. Lifting it off the ground, she held it in front of her, barely able to see the vertical pupils in the darkness. Before it could spit, she hurled it into a patch of brush 15 feet away. That's when the shuttle began to glow. Instantly, she knew what it was. Panic rose like ice water inside her. She was sure the damn thing was about to disappear. Jumping to her feet, she sprinted for the spacecraft and swung inside through the hatch.
What are we doing?
Matt asked. She ordered him into the computer.
To what purpose? Get inside the damn computer.
When he leapt from her head into the ship's brain, it felt momentarily painful, like ice water sloshing around in her skull.
I must ask, to what purpose?
Matt said, his voice coming through the ship's speakers.
That glow on the ship, the fluorescent strands, that's the anomaly. Analyze what the hell is going on.
Her excitement grew at what this might mean. In a nanosecond, he reported back.
You are right. The strands, just 4 of them, were part of the time displacement anomaly.
What else? She asked.
What else? What else do you want to know?
She exploded with anger.
Stop stalling or get yourself another fucking human host. Give me all the data you discovered about it.
The anomaly has DNA. It is alive. That shocked her.
What the hell does that mean?
It means it has DNA. It is alive. She exhaled. Dealing with the AI was like dealing with an enormously intelligent 5-year-old.
What else?
Current analysis shows the anomaly returns to this time period at specific intervals. Today is now September 25th, 35 days from when we first encountered it. Therefore, it is reasonable, though not certain, it will return on October 30th, then December 4th, and so on.
I get it. Her heart leapt. If I can go back through the anomaly, will I be able to return to my own time?
A nanosecond of reluctance passed before he answered.
Theoretically, it is possible. However, in reality, it is not. The anomaly is dying.
Her excitement drained away.
Damn. How long?
I do not have enough data to make an accurate conclusion. I will set out the data for you, and you can make the estimate yourself. I can say this, it has a finite amount of time before it ceases to exist, and I suspect it is not long.
How certain are you?
100%, he said. From the sensor arrays, I determined the vitality of the anomaly when we passed through it at 23.4 VQ. That's a top score. The illumination then lasted for 20 hours, 15 minutes. Today the VQ is down to 7.8. That is a 66.666666666667% drop. And only 4 hours, 40 minutes illumination this time. Clearly, when you crashed into it, you mortally wounded it.
Me? You were flying the damn spaceship.
The anomaly will reappear October 30th. I'll know more then, but be assured it cannot return more than 1 or 2 more times, if that. Standing abruptly, Lauren paced about the flight deck, considering the possibilities. Matt interrupted her thoughts. You do know what you are thinking is futile. Repairing the shuttle will be impossible. This is 1927, after all. For some reason, he seemed upset. not just replicating an emotion learned from 1,000 movies. Why was a damn AI upset? "Everything is repairable," she said. "Do a survey of the damage control arrays and save the asides. Be accurate. I'll know if you're lying." "I cannot lie," moments later he said. "I have gathered the data." "Well, do you mind telling me if this bucket can fly?" "As I said, theoretically, yes. In reality, no." She sighed, frustration growing. "Be more specific." "Systems inside and outside the ship have been damaged, but most have working backups. A few, however, cannot be repaired, ignored, or jury-rigged. They leave the shuttle landlocked as a dodo. That's a— "I know what a dodo is. Be specific. What damage?" 212 hairline fractures on the outer hull can be repaired only by molecular polymer epoxy. To my knowledge, we have none, and it is definitely not a product of the early 20th century. If we try to fly, the ship will break apart. Then, adios, amigo. Another movie quote, annoying her. "Amiga," she corrected him. "Why do we not have this epoxy on the ship? It seems it would be a basic supply." "We may have. I just do not possess that knowledge." He was playing with her. Why was he suddenly fighting her? If she allowed him back in her head, she could destroy him by unleashing her nanobots. They'd respond to him as if he were an invading virus, but she still needed him to fly the damn craft if she could get it airborne. "You're playing a deadly game, Matt. You need to be more forthcoming, or you and I will no longer be friends." "Friends? You think of me as a friend?" he said excitedly. "We two have made progress. If we have the epoxy, my theory is it will be in the ship's hold." She went down into the craft and quickly found 2 thermos-sized metal containers of the stuff. She held one up to one of the many cameras. "Next problem?" 2 more complications significantly more challenging since they, in fact, have no solutions. Firstly, the directional gyro has been destroyed, completely. The backup has been offline for months, and there is no replacement in 1927. We cannot fly without it. The ship would have no control. He projected an image above the hold small control panel of a balloon shooting around randomly while rapidly losing air. "Very amusing, Matt. And the other obstacle?" "The positron reactor." That shook her. If that was out of action, there was no power, and even she knew they wouldn't be able to ever fly. "The reactor itself is not the difficulty," he said. "The matter-antimatter pellets will last another 1,000 years. The problem is the gamma-ray converter. The reactor engine generates blasts of high-energy gamma photons, which are funneled through the converter and transformed into harmless energy in the form of heat, and then expelled from the craft as simple exhaust. Some heat, however, is diverted to fuel the life support systems on the shuttle." "Okay, got it. What's broken?" "As I said, the converter. It is busted. Kaput. We can still fly, but of course, gamma photons will flood the ship." "Can we fix it?" "No. We need to replace coils made of a tritium molecular composite. That process is not known in this time, and tritium itself will not be discovered for another 150 years. Frustrated, she exhaled, then calmly set the epoxy back in its locker. If she had to breach a den of jackals to kill one particular jackal, she could figure that problem. Nobody was better at it than her, and she could fix a damn radio and motorcycle, but this scientific stuff, this level of complex engineering, it was light years beyond her. "Do you have any good news for me?" she asked. "Good news? Ah, you are asking me a rhetorical question." "Not really. There must be something we can do. For instance, can we jury-rig a lead plate to block the gamma photons coming into the life support system?" "Yes, that is entirely possible." Her face lit up. "Damn it, Matt. Why in the hell didn't you say so right off? All we have to worry about now is somehow replacing the directional gyro, and then we can fly." "That is true." Something stuck in the back of her mind, something she did not want to retrieve, but the thought came. Shit, shit, shit. You understand now, Matt said. Yes, the gamma rays. As I told you, they will be funneled into the air as exhaust. They, of course, are deadly to life. She slammed the flat of her hand into the wall. She hated herself for even asking. How many people will die? Too many variables to come up with a valid conclusion. Estimate, goddammit. Estimate? Millions. Chapter 21. Little Caesar. September 25th, 1927. Chicago. On Sunday morning, Sorrentino accompanied Al Capone, his wife May, and their 9-year-old boy Sonny to church, along with 10 of Capone's soldiers for protection. After saying amen and crossing themselves, they piled into several Model A's and in a long motorcade returned to the Metropole Hotel, where the overlord of the Chicago outfit maintained 2 floors for himself, his family, and his closest confidants. Even on Sunday, politicians and cops crowded the lobby. They'd come for their payoffs. The Chicago outfit couldn't operate so profitably without cops and polls, including the city mayor, on the take. Sorrentino smiled to himself. Al never missed a trick. Most of them were already drinking at the open bar along with several high-class whores. He joined Capone and his family in the elevator and rode up to the 4th floor where they lived in 5 spacious rooms. After kissing his wife on the cheek and ruffling Sonny's hair, Capone led Sorrentino down to room 406, a corner turret he used as an office. Unlike Capone's luxurious living quarters, this room was Spartan, with just a desk, filing cabinets, and 2 cushioned chairs.
I want you to see something,
Capone said. He stepped to the 4 windows curving around the turret and thrust his hands against the glass.
I like to stand here and look at my city, a king surveying his kingdom.
Sorrentino stood beside him. Below, a stiff, cold wind blew loose newspapers down the street, and a few heavily bundled people scurried along the sidewalk.
I love this city,
Capone said, his arms spread wide at the window, as if presenting the entire city to him.
Why's it gotta be always so damn cold, Benny? You grew up here? Why the fuck? I'm going to move to Miami someday, I swear.
He crossed himself. Sorrentino chuckled.
You ever think 2 mugs like us would ever retire to ritzy Miami? Isn't that the tiger spots?
Capone laughed, then stared at him with a sad half-smile.
Yeah, a lot of work days before you and me sit on that beach.
He paused, eyed him.
You fucked up, Benny. The police commissioner? Had to be done. Little Augie had Rooney in his pocket, and that got the police goons hounding us. Rooney couldn't be bought. He thought little Augie was going to come out on top. His mistake. Okay. Police commissioners. They can be your best friend if you pay them enough. But let them think they can take you on, they can be real pains in the ass.
Capone strode to his desk, picked up a Chicago newspaper, and shoved it at Sorrentino. A photo of a gangland slaying was splotched across the front. It was of Los Angeles, the one in which Jimmy Pelosi gunned down the grocer. Annoyed, Sorrentino only glanced at it and tossed it back on the desk.
What the hell is the Tribune doing? Chicago doesn't have enough shootings of its own? That ain't the fucking point, Benny.
Capone held up a finger as if lecturing.
This shit ain't good. John Q. Public don't give a shit if gangster mugs like you and me gets bumped off. But he don't like one of his own getting clipped. That's when he wants the police to do something about it. You already got that police commissioner shot to hell. Now this. I got it under control,
Sorrentino said flatly.
The Columbini brothers are not going to just hand over their operation to us. I need to spill some blood.
Capone jabbed a finger at him.
Kill the stupid fucks all you want, but not some dumb clerk. You've been there, what, 3, 4 months? Why ain't the Columbinis dead yet? They're not stupid, Al. They got a lot of men protecting them. Fats goes nowhere without 10 men, and little Augie stays in his house with his family and never leaves. He's got at least 15 men guarding the place. Half of LAPD's on his payroll. I'll get them, Al.
Capone eased the tension in his bulldog shoulders.
Yeah, I know. I ain't worried about you. My old boss, Big Jim Colosimo, was a smart man. He once told me war's a bitch. Nobody makes any money during war. He was right. You need to get this Columbini business done. That's all I'm saying. Just some friendly advice.
Sorrentino remembered Colosimo well. It was Sorrentino and Capone who shot Big Jim dead back in 1920.
I'll take care of it, Al.
Capone nodded. He took out a cigar and lit it, then pointed it at him.
Gambling, Benny. It goes with bootleg like a horse and buggy. That's where the big money is right now. That's where the high-class whores make the cash. You take all the suckers' money. The house wins even when the game is straight. That's the beauty of it.
He took a drag on the cigar.
You got a place to open a club yet?
Sorrentino sat on the arm of one of the chairs and nodded.
You know Pauline Windsor, the actress? Yeah, sure. What about her? She's got a place. A big place with a restaurant. It's just the ticket. The second floor, you could get 1,000 people in it. The upper floors, prostitution and drugs. The perfect location. Near downtown, but open fields all around so you can see the cops coming. Then what's the delay? You writing her a fucking poem? Get it done. We want to be up and running before the end of the year.
Sorrentino hadn't even mentioned the idea to Pauline yet, but Capone didn't need to know that.
We will be, Al. I'm working on the details right now with her. She's not eager to sell her place, but she will. She got family?
Capone asked.
Yeah, 2 kids. No husband? No, I think he's dead or something. She won't talk about him.
Capone nodded, a smile on his wet lips. His smile broadened. Sorrentino had seen that smile, the one when Al realized a deal had been completed in his favor. He patted Sorrentino on the cheek.
There you go, Benny. Them kids. That's what you call leverage. A dame's going to do anything to protect her kids. Even give you a blowjob while you're fucking her over the restaurant. Then you'd remember it and get a hard-on every time you see one of her pictures. Wouldn't that be something? She's sure as hell going to give you her restaurant if she thinks her little kitties are in danger.
Yeah, Al. Sorrentino hoped it wouldn't go that far. He liked Pauline. Hell, if he was being honest with himself, he'd say he was in love with her. He could see himself married to her. That would be the cat's meow, as the jazz people said. Capone took the cigar out of his mouth and picked a bit of tobacco from his lip. His eyes black, he stared at Sorrentino, his voice hard.
I don't give a fuck how you do it, Benny. Just get that goddamn gambling operation up and moving. You hear?
Chapter 22. Gunfight at the OK Corral. September 26th, 1927. Los Angeles. Before leaving for work that morning, Lauren tucked the dead Glock 75 into a holster at the back of her trousers and threw on the leather flight jacket that Remy had given her. She spent the first 2 hours of work that morning on the phone with the city's top gossip columnists and fan magazine writers, answering questions about Pauline's romance with the gangster Ben Sorrentino. She couldn't say she had no idea why the beautiful and smart actress was seeing such a ruthless bastard, so she threw out a pablum to them. They're just friends. Like so many people, he is a fan. She knows nothing about the gang war going on or Mr. Sorrentino's part in it, if any. She didn't believe any of it. Pauline was a fool to date that viper, but then Lauren wasn't her mama. The actress was an adult. After the interviews, Lauren set out to find a gunsmith to fix her Glock. First, she went in search of Remy. He was on the lot somewhere, working on Global's new aerial epic. She found him in a corner of the canteen with 3 other members of the Black Cats, including Clyde Brady, the cherubic Tom Sawyer look-alike, going over plans for their stunt flying. They all stood for her when she approached. Quaint. Apparently something men did in the 1920s, even for Mrs. Windsor. Remy gave her a quizzical look as if to say, "I never thought to see you again."
"It's wonderful to see you," he said.
Clearly a lie. She got to the point. "I'm looking for a gunsmith. Can any of you help me?"
"Be nicer. You sound like a non-sentient AI,"
Matt said, projecting an image of a sweet, smiling Lauren into her head.
"Smile at them. Blink your eyes at them. Exchange a pleasantry or two. In other words, act as if you're pleased to see them. That way they may help you."
She noticed Remy scowling at her and thought maybe the damn appliance was right. "I'm sorry. It's been such a hectic day already." She kissed Remy's cheek. "I had such a wonderful time Saturday. You were quite the pilot, in more ways than one." Remy blushed, while Brady and the other two men whooped.
"I told you to watch out for him,"
Brady said. She forced a look of helplessness. "My handgun is damaged. I'm desperate."
"Do you have this little pea shooter with you?"
Brady asked.
"Maybe we can help you."
She drew out the Glock and set it on the table. Eyebrows raised, the men whistled. One said,
"I've never seen a handgun quite like that. Where'd you get it?"
"I had it made, special." They stared at her. She read in their eyes the questions, what kind of woman has a gun made special for her? Remy lifted it, ran his hand over it.
"Some piece you got here, Lauren. I don't know any gunsmiths, but there's an old-timer who hangs around the studios. He advises sometimes on cowboy flickers. He knows guns. Famous for it, in fact. You might know of someone."
It was just past noon when Remy discovered from a friend that the old man was in the San Fernando Valley where Tom Mix was shooting his horse opera for Global. The old man and Mix were great friends, it seemed. Remy drove her out in his roadster, silent most of the way. It annoyed her. It was as if they were married and he'd caught her cheating on him. She did not feel obligated to fill the sound void and remained silent herself. Just off a dirt road, Remy parked beside several cars and trucks. They hiked over to a group of men huddled together and busy doing nothing. Lauren assumed the director was the one with the megaphone. They were all looking over a rail line that cut through the middle of dry, jagged hills. About 60 yards down the track, a short train of 7 cars sat waiting. An open flatbed truck with 2 cameras idled on a dirt road parallel to it. Several men stood around the cameras waiting. From what she'd learned in her time in Hollywood, they could be waiting for anything, from the sun to rise higher to the stunted scrub oak to grow another inch. The director lifted his megaphone.
"Are you ready yet?"
he shouted to the truck. Someone came back on his own megaphone.
"Not yet. Tom says in 2.
A small pot-bellied man in a suit too big for him hurried over to Lauren and Remy.
"I'm the assistant director. Can I help you?"
He wore suspenders and a skimmer straw hat.
"Are you from the studio? Is Mr. Zelinsky pulling us back in? Are you extras? We asked for more extras, but we need cowboys, not a pirate and a dame." "We're looking for Wyatt Earp," Remy said.
The man looked confused.
"Who?"
"Wyatt Earp. He's a friend of—"
"Oh, the old-timer."
He gestured toward a tall, white-haired man who had to be pushing 80, standing off from the group, his hands in the pockets of his worn suit. He was thin, his shoulders bony under his dusty suit. He surely was not eating much.
"I hope you've come to take the old coot off our hands. He thinks he's an advisor. Keeps telling us how it really was, like he's an expert or something. If he wasn't Tom's friend, the director would kick his worthless ass back to Hollywood. What do you want with him?"
"Easy. Your blood pressure is rising," Matt said. "May I suggest you calm down?" For some reason, the assistant's attitude toward the old man made her furious. "I'm always calm." But she wasn't. She was just always in control. Lauren snapped at him.
"What the fuck is it to you?" "See here now," the man blustered.
At her outburst, shock imprinted on Remy's face. He looked from her to the assistant director.
"He is an important man."
Then to Lauren.
"Let's go."
They went over to Earp. A young cowboy even taller than the old man joined him, eyeing them warily. Shaking Earp's hand, Remy said,
"Wyatt, I'm Remy Garnett. I don't know if you remember me, but—" "Sure I remember you, Remy," Earp said. "I'm still not going up in one of those damn planes. I was born on the ground, and I think that's where I'll stay."
He had intense blue eyes that Lauren was sure saw everything. A phrase popular in her time was gunfighter's eyes. No one knew where it came from, but this old man had them. Glancing her way, he smiled.
"Who is this, Remy? I'm old, but not dead. I still appreciate a beautiful young woman."
Remy said,
"This is Miss Lauren Ramirez." "Nice to make your acquaintance, ma'am."
He glanced at the tall cowboy.
"This big lug is my good friend, Duke Morrison. He's going to be a big movie star someday. At least that's what he tells me."
"This is John Wayne," Matt said with excitement. "Before he became John Wayne." "Am I supposed to know who that is?" she asked. "You? No, you wouldn't know." At being talked about by Earp, Morrison went red with embarrassment, but said nothing.
"We're looking for an expert gunsmith," Remy said. "He has to be the best. Lauren needs work done on her firearm and special cartridges cast for it. I figured if anyone knew anything about guns and gunsmiths, it was you."
"It's a special gun," Lauren said. "So there's $100 finder's fee for taking us to a gunsmith." Remy gave her a quick glance. Earp looked skeptical.
"That's awful generous, ma'am. I know how to shoot them, and I can fix them if they're not in too bad a way. That's about it. You have it with you?"
She drew it out of her pocket and handed it to him. He whistled, holding it in his hand as if it were a breakable heirloom. She noticed Morrison's eyes widen with astonishment.
"This is some piece of shooting equipment, Miss Ramirez,"
Earp said.
"I've never seen the like. Can you hit anything with it?"
"I can." He eyed her a moment.
"I bet you can."
He handed it back.
"Tell you what I'll do. I know a gunsmith. He's damn good. He's the grandson of someone I knew in Tombstone. Now, he might be able to fix it. He might not. If you don't mind waiting till the shoot is finished, I'll show you the way. Mix is a little crazy. I want to make sure he's all right."
That's when the train whistle blew, and the great engine began to move. They all watched as the truck picked up speed to keep pace with the train, the two cameramen cranking furiously. The director shouted through the megaphone, "Action!" What Lauren saw next was utter lunacy. Tom Mix appeared in one of the passenger car windows, his giant white hat firmly on his head, and scrambled into a sitting position on the sill. He glittered, wearing an elaborately embroidered black shirt with black pants, stuffed into tall cowboy boots. As the train gained speed to 15 or 20 miles an hour, Mix leapt from the window to the gravel path below, stumbling before regaining his balance and running alongside the train. The assassin 13, calm amid the greatest peril, gasped at what the cowboy star did next. Mix crawled under the rolling train, slipped onto a girder just above the tracks between the wheels. If he slipped, he'd be crushed instantly.
"Amazing,"
Matt said.
"Madness,"
Remy said. "Almost as dangerous as flying burning airplanes for a living," she said.
"Cut," the director called. "Great work, Tom."
The train rolled to a stop, and Mix clambered out from under it. Everyone, including Lauren, clapped. The actor took off the big hat, sweeping it down in a flamboyant bow. "This decade is madness, Matt. Sheer madness," she said.
"But not the dark nuthouse madness of our time,"
he said. "Nuthouse? Good word. No, not that kind of madness," she agreed. 40 minutes later, Remy, Lauren, and Wyatt arrived in Chinatown. The gunsmith shop was on the corner of Marchesal and Los Angeles streets in the old plaza, a small place with a cloth awning among a long row of dingy businesses and homes. The plaza was not paved. Chinese and traditional clothes crowded the vegetable wagons and other shops. The gunsmith had a row of potted plants and flowers on a balcony above the door. Written by hand on the door in big white letters was the name Kwang Gu Ki in English, along with Chinese lettering. A bell rang when Lauren, Remy, and Wyatt entered. The dim room was lit by 2 muted lamps hanging from the ceiling, except at the back where a funnel of bright lamplight shone on a Chinese man at a small table. He was bent over a vise that held a pistol. He wore black trousers and a Chinese jacket with a gold-embroidered collar. As they approached, he looked up irritably, then broke into a broad grin at seeing Wyatt. He rose, came quickly around the workbench, and extended his hand to the much taller, older man.
"Wyatt, my old friend, you have not come to see me in such a long time," the Chinese man said in perfect English. "Sorry, Kiki, I don't get around as much as I used to. Too roomy."
After chatting another minute or two, Wyatt introduced Remy and Lauren and explained their purpose in coming. She drew out the Glock 75 from the back of her waistband, removed the magazine, and handed the weapon to him. His only reaction was to look from it to her, then back at the gun. "It won't shoot. It was in an intense fire." He studied it for several more seconds, then tried to break it down, but couldn't. She took it from him and quickly broke it into its parts. He studied them for just a second or two. "I see the problem right now. The firing pin is twisted. Just slightly, but enough. But that would do it." "Can you fix it?" she asked. "Yes, it should be easy enough," he said. "For a friend of Wyatt, I will have it ready tomorrow." He looked up at her. "Where does this weapon come from?" "Specially made." She handed him the magazine. "Also, I need more rounds. This is my last magazine." He took a cartridge out and held it up, its silvery glow reflecting in the light. "Tell me about this." "High-velocity exploding rounds. Can you do that?" "No. High-velocity, sure. But exploding rounds? I've never heard of such a thing." "They did not appear in films till 2061, Matt said. "Likely he will have no capacity to make them." "Then hollow point rounds?" He nodded. "Yes, I can do that. Come back tomorrow." The next morning before 7 a.m., Kwang Gu Ki called Lauren. "I'm sorry, Miss Ramirez. I was unable to fix your gun. I was sure the problem was just the firing pin, but when I replaced it, it still wouldn't fire. I'm at a loss. I don't know. I'll be right there." She rode the motorcycle down to Chinatown. Kwang was in the back of his shop, working on another weapon under his spotlight. When she pushed through the beaded curtain, he rose and picked up her Glock off the side table. "Again, I am sorry," he began. "Do you have a range here?" "A test range out back, but—" He didn't finish, just shrugged and led her out into a small enclosure of stone walls, some 60 by 20 feet. A paper bullseye target had been nailed up on a post at one end. Lauren took the gun to the other end, and with her left hand, fired 4 hollow-point shots in rapid succession. All 4 hit the small bullseye. Kwang's eyebrows raised. "You're not exactly a pots and pans sort of girl, are you?" Ignoring the comment, she said, "I'll need about 200 hollow-point rounds." "I have them." He extended his hand for the gun. "May I?" "Sure." She handed it to him. He aimed, but the weapon wouldn't fire. She took it back and put 2 more rounds into the bullseye. When he looked at her, his face asked the question. She pointed to the handle. "You see this chip? It recognizes me. It will not allow anyone else to fire the weapon." He said nothing for several seconds. "I know just about everything there is to know about gun science, the mechanical and industrial art of it, what all the gun manufacturers in the world are doing. This science doesn't exist." Lauren gave a half smile. "Not yet it doesn't." Chapter 23. The Gods of Olympus. October 12th, 1927. Los Angeles County. For several weeks, Lauren had gone out to the crash site whenever she could get away, sometimes spending much of the night. She studied the ship's schematics as presented to her by Matt, investigated every inch of the spacecraft, and sat hours on the hillside, just pondering the question of the directional gyroscope and the gamma-ray converter. No answers came. She was able to repair the microscopic fractures in the shuttle with the molecular epoxy and overhaul every bit of damage in the ship, but the two unsolvables remained unsolved. On a Wednesday in mid-October, she planned to spend the weekend out at the shuttle to put the finishing touches on her repair work, but Pauline insisted she attend her dinner party with some of Hollywood's elite invited. Indeed, someone very special was going to be there, and Lauren was needed. Pauline would not say who the very special person was. So, instead of hours in her cargo pants and sleeveless t-shirt out at the shuttle, she found herself in her bedroom at the house, slipping into a black evening dress with a 5-inch satin fringe at the hem. It was a flapper dress, reaching to the knees, but she decided to wear it anyway, if only just to annoy Mrs. Windsor. Not more than a mile away at a suite in the Roosevelt Hotel, Ben Sorrentino stood in front of the mirror in his living room, smoothing the lapels of his tux. Jimmy, Artie, and 2 other men sat in the room while 4 others patrolled the halls outside. Never liking to stay in one place too long, Benny moved out of the Fountain Avenue place for the time being and taken the entire 5th floor of the Roosevelt Hotel for 2 weeks.
Finally! It's about time that actress finally invited you to her house, Artie said.
Sorrentino gave an easy chuckle.
No, she has no idea I'm going to show up.
A couple of the men laughed. She had always insisted he could not come to her house. She'd apologized, but explained that bringing a man with ties to the underworld to her home, especially during a gang war, would put her children in danger. That would not do. He needed to move the romance forward. Yeah, she slept with him, but he needed her to fall in love with him. She didn't have to marry him, though that would be the best outcome, but she did have to be under his control. To take possession of her property, it was this or the more drastic step Capone had suggested: go after her kids. He'd learned about the dinner party from the newspapers. Tired of waiting for her, he'd decided to push things. He'd decided to surprise her and her fancy friends tonight. Either she accepted him then, or she didn't. If she didn't, it would be Capone's way. Adjusting his silk tie, he thought he looked like a movie producer or a big-time actor. The phone rang, and he quickly picked it up. The desk clerk said, "Mr. Sorrentino, your limousine is here." At Pauline's home, the guests began arriving at 8. A school night, the children were allowed to greet them and then were sent off to bed. Pauline kept her parties small, just 8 people tonight. The first to arrive were the so-called boy wonder, Irving Thalberg, just 27 and head of production at MGM, and his wife Norma Shearer, MGM's biggest star. It was only 9 days after their wedding of the year. Both were so busy, they had taken little time for a honeymoon. The other Hollywood couple was the married queen and king of the movies, Mary Pickford and Douglas Fairbanks. Pickford was an intense, smart woman, a far cry from the adolescent girl in danger she often played on screen, even well into her 30s. There was no one Pauline respected more than little Mary, who had been the driving force behind the creation of United Artists and the single biggest movie star on the planet for the last 20 years. Fairbanks was the swashbuckling hero of The Mark of Zorro, Robin Hood, and The Thief of Baghdad. His flamboyant on-screen persona reflected the man off-screen. His digital brain sparking with excitement, Matt pestered Lauren to ask them questions, but she ignored him. She wondered why she, just an employee, was even asked to come. Like Raleigh and Emmy, she would rather be persona non grata. She suspected it was because Pauline wanted Remy here and thought they were an item. She didn't know how disastrous their date had been. As a famous war hero and stunt pilot, Remy was a popular guest at many Hollywood parties, just like Pauline's boyfriend, the gangster Ben Sorrentino. Famous real people like them were great catches for any hostess. Lauren knew the actress had not even considered inviting Sorrentino. Though naively not thinking him the monster the papers portrayed him to be, she still didn't want a mobster near Raleigh and Emmy. Dating Ben Sorrentino was one thing. Inviting Benny the Bug to your Hollywood party, quite another. "It's the mores," Matt said. "What?" "The mores of the times. 1927. It is a time when many people, especially women, feel liberated, their inhibitions lifted. But still the hangover from Victorian and Puritan restrictions on sex still affect people like Pauline. She is embarrassed by her runaway carnal desires every time she sees Mr. Bug. That's my analysis." "Sure, just what I need. Croc psycho crap from an appliance." "An AI? I am an AI." "An appliance." Remy was different. He and Pauline had known each other for many years. He had been best friends with her husband. When he arrived, he and Lauren gave awkward, clipped greetings, followed by silence. Then she excused herself to help in the kitchen. "As if you can cook," Matt said. "For a woman of crazy physical courage, you are a social coward. Do something. I know you like him. Be a little bolder and tell him." When dinner was served, Russell and Mrs. Windsor sat at the table, dazzled by the starlight coming from Pickford, Fairbanks, and Shearer. Pauline's family loved rubbing elbows with the Hollywood elite, and she wouldn't think of excluding them. Remy and Lauren sat next to each other. In a lull in the conversation, he leaned closer to her and asked, "Do you mind me being here?" "No, of course not. Why should I?" "When I dropped you off after our date, you ran from me like I was chasing you with an axe." She smiled at him. "You and an axe wouldn't bother me." "Did something bother you?" "Yes, but not you, Remy. At least, not in a bad way. I like you." She kissed his cheek. "Good," Matt said. He rubbed his cheek in mock ecstasy. "Are you going to tell me what did bother you?" "No." "Hey, lovebirds," Douglas Fairbanks called to them from the other end of the dining room table. "If anyone should be kissing at the table, it's the honeymoon couple." People laughed, and Norma Shearer said, "I'll second that." Thalberg picked up her hand and kissed it. "That's fine for now," Shearer said. "A preview of coming attractions." During dinner, everyone talked movies. There was no other topic. Over cucumber soup, lobster soufflés, potatoes and gravy, fresh vegetables, and Cristal champagne, the industry was taken apart and put back together again. Each of the movie people were involved in productions, so Thalberg asked Pauline how the filming of Romeo and Juliet was going. She held up both hands, fingers crossed. "So far, so good." Thalberg smiled. "Zelensky being an ass?" Pauline shrugged. "As always. He wants more sword fighting, less schmaltz." She looked at Fairbanks. "He says watch The Thief of Baghdad. Make that movie." Fairbanks laughed. "Only one thief, and Romeo ain't it."
"You should come to work for us at United Artists,"
Mary said.
"We'd love to have you, and you'd produce your own films."
"I'm thinking hard about it," Pauline answered. "We'll see." Thalberg asked Remy where the aerial scenes of Global's war epic were being filmed. "At the Griffith Park Aerodrome," Remy answered. He told about a scene in which he had to crash-land a plane into bales of hay. He made his struggle with the plane's stick seem like masturbation. Everyone laughed. "I want to become a pilot," Fairbanks said. "No, you don't," Mary said. Mrs. Windsor gave a stifled giggle. "Oh, you too," she said, waving her hand. Thalberg turned to Pauline. "I understand you forced von Richter out of the director's chair. These German directors all want to wait till the grass grows the right height before they shoot a scene. They cost the studios a fortune, but sometimes they can be brilliant." "I just finished a film with Lubitsch," Norma Shearer said. "He was a charm." Thalberg nodded. "I've had my problems with Stroheim, but he can produce quality films that do box office." Each of the actors had stories both complimentary and horrible, about working with the so-called German genius directors, mentioning von Richter, Lubitsch, Murnau, von Stroheim, who was from Austria, and several others. Lauren could see how much Pauline was enjoying herself. She had not seen her so relaxed before. Always there had been a sheen of pressure, of responsibilities bordering on burdens, all of which she handled well and with humor. But now her guard was down. No pressure, no responsibilities, just great, good friends. Though Lauren understood it, the sheer power of friendship was still a bit of a revelation to her. Pauline was asking Fairbanks about the picture he was working on called The Gaucho, and he said it would be different from his usual swashbuckling efforts.
Darker, more sex.
He grinned with a devilish roll of the eyes.
Mary's in it.
It's an unbilled part, Pickford said. I play the Virgin Mary.
Fairbanks chortled.
We know that's not true.
Everyone laughed. The loudest laugh exploded inside Lauren's head as Matt roared, projecting an image of a stick figure bent double and slapping his knees.
Are you all right?
Remy asked. Fine, just a little headache. It will go away and be good, won't it? Remy seemed confused. He had no idea what to reply. Matt said, If you say so. With the limo heading up a curving road, the driver glanced back over his shoulder at Sorrentino and his 3 bodyguards. All right, Mr. Sorrentino, we're in the Hollywood Hills. Where are we going?
Pauline Windsor's home. Do you know her?
Sure, she's a pip. I should have guessed, but I don't know where she lives. Sorrentino gave him the address. Over flutes of champagne at the dinner party, everyone was giving rapt attention to Remy, who was talking about his meeting with Charles Lindbergh, the American hero of the hour and year for his solo flight across the Atlantic in May. Lindbergh had come to Los Angeles a week or so before the Thalberg-Shearer wedding for a parade and reception in the L.A. Coliseum.
A flight across the Atlantic, Matt said derisively. I've seen many, many movies about Lucky Lindy, but still cannot understand it. I could fly around the globe hundreds of times before he reached Paris.
Flying in a cardboard airplane that far is a little harder. In the pause that followed the story, Fairbanks looked at Pauline.
I was down in Tijuana at the races with Chaplin a couple months ago, when who should we run into but Ben Sorrentino. He was excited about this colt of his running in one of the races. We talked a bit. He seemed a good enough chap. What's he really like?
Doug,
Mary chastised.
That's personal.
The room fell silent. Everyone turned to Pauline, anticipating embarrassment, denial, anger. Hesitating only a moment, she smiled. Doug, he's a real peach. For some reason, they all chuckled at that, more in relief than humor.
Hey, a party,
came a voice from the dining entrance.
Well, folks, the life of the party is here.
Every person turned to look at the speaker. It was Ben Sorrentino. Hollywood actors appreciated an entrance, and they applauded, all except Pauline. She stood and faced him, her fist clenching. With a clear struggle, she forced herself to relax. There was little she could do. Ben, what a surprise. I'm afraid you've missed dinner, but you're in time for the champagne. Russell hurried out and brought in another chair.
Here, sit next to me, old boy,
Fairbanks said to him, and Ben did. Every eye fixed on Pauline. She lifted her champagne. Well, she said, no one ever said I gave dull dinner parties. To the guest of the hour, Ben Sorrentino. Everyone laughed with relief and drank. Everyone but Mrs. Windsor and Lauren. Chapter 24. A Day at the Races. October 15th, 1927. Los Angeles and Tijuana. On Saturday morning, Sorrentino turned his Chrysler Imperial up Pauline's driveway to pick her up for a day-long outing to the Jockey Club in Tijuana. His horse, Top Outfit, was running in the 6th race. Pauline had been upset with Ben for crashing her party Wednesday night, but told him no harm done. He had charmed all the movie gods and goddesses that night, and Thalberg even offered him a position at MGM as a producer, but Ben declined, saying,
"The film industry can only handle one boy wonder at a time."
But she needed to tell him today that he must not come uninvited again. She will not put her children in any danger. She just had to find the right time for it. When Sorrentino stopped at the head of the driveway at 8 a.m., Pauline asked Lauren to tell him she was still putting on her face, and it would be another 5 minutes. Lauren had met Sorrentino in person only on Wednesday night, and then they hadn't been directly introduced. She'd seen pictures of him before, the first in Chicago in the winter of 21-27, hanging on the wall in Robert Casim's apartment. Now, in 1927, Sorrentino sat in his black Chrysler Imperial, tapping his fingers impatiently on the steering wheel as she approached. "Hollywood's most lasting mystery," Matt said, "is how countless starlets, beautiful young women, famous actresses, all smart women, are attracted to bad men. The wolves at the door, drunks, conmen, sociopaths, and mobsters. Someone like this man." Rolling the window down, the mobster stared with a lopsided grin at her. She was sure that grin was supposed to make women's knees grow weak. It made Lauren's heart cold. She had never seen anyone project such malevolence before. It swathed him like a dirty overcoat. No emotion touched his pale blue eyes. Dead as a squashed bug, Benny the Bug. A mass of hate swelled inside her, prodding her. She wanted to drive her fist into that mouth, wipe the smirk away. "Pauline's not ready yet," she said. "She'll be another 5 minutes." He focused on her for several seconds, as if she'd spoken a foreign language. Wednesday night, Lauren had only felt his menace. Now was different. As an assassin, she dealt with fear, others and her own. Fear could be a powerful ally if controlled, which she'd had to learn as a child. Now, she felt dread in every molecule of her body. Dread and hate. Good.
"I heard you, Toots," he said.
"Toots? You're such a fucking charmer." He blinked, then stared hard at her.
"You got a mouth on you for a dame."
That's when Pauline rushed out of the house, jumped in the car, and kissed his cheek. On his face, he sported an appealing smile, meant no doubt to melt the female heart. It seemed to do that with Pauline. To Lauren, she only saw the smile of a lizard. Many people Pauline knew from Hollywood were in attendance at the track in Tijuana. John Barrymore, Wallace Beery, Buster Keaton, Al Jolson, Charlie Chaplin, and more. Many of the stars stopped by their box to say hello, but she suspected more were interested in meeting the famous gangster. Yes, she knew he was a gangster, but that didn't make him Al Capone. Charlie Chaplin wormed his way into a seat with them, since they were closer to the track. Throughout the first 5 races, Sorrentino made several friendly wagers with a man in a nearby box Pauline knew as the baseball player Babe Ruth, fresh off his World Series win with the Yankees. "You got a bet with that mug on the next race?" Chaplin asked Sorrentino in his British accent. Sorrentino made a face as if he'd caught a bad smell.
"No, save your money. Nags, all of them. They're all headed for the soap factory."
It was the 6th race that Top Outfit ran. Sorrentino was more nervous than Pauline had ever seen him. No one, not even Ruth, wanted to bet against him, seemingly fearing winning the bet more than losing it. Top Outfit broke slowly from the gate, but closed to second and pulled away down the stretch. Pauline jumped up and down with excitement, and Sorrentino hugged her, grinning as if he'd just won the Irish Derby.
"That's one hell of a horse,"
Babe Ruth called to him, and others joined in the congratulations. Beaming with pride, he accepted all of them. Pauline held to his arm, smiling, as if it had been her horse that had won. Since Lauren had no Saturday night plans, Pauline asked her to watch the children. Mrs. Windsor was playing canasta with her lady friends, and Russell was tied up at the UCLA lab till late. Lauren had hoped Remy would ask her out, but he hadn't. That relationship was dead. In the evening, the two children sat at the kitchen table, glasses of milk in front of them, waiting as she prepared their dinner of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Oh, if only I were human, Matt said.
You're not. She held up a sandwich. Here's protein, grain, and fruit. The perfect meal. When done, she placed the sandwiches on the table in front of the children and kept one for herself. As she ate, she stared at the two pint-sized people, miniature adults, clattering, chattering. Emmy was winning that battle, out-talking even Raleigh. There was a prescription constantly uttered by Mrs. Windsor that seemed to do little good. Children should be seen and not heard. They talked on anyway, but Lauren had tuned them out. She was in a foul mood. It had been weeks since she pinpointed the exact problems in bringing the shuttle back to being space-worthy, but she'd made exactly zero progress in solving them. It annoyed her whenever she began to follow a track of thinking, and the children would break in with an inane question. Settle some dumb argument like which was smarter, an ant or a bee. Do bees really have knees? They were an annoyance tag team. For some inexplicable reason, since the day she arrived in 1927, the two children had desperately wanted her to be their friend. More than a friend, almost a second mother. She could not fathom why they showed such bad judgment. Her like a second mother? She sure as hell was not that. It had to stop. It was time to set them straight.
Good, Matt said. Certainly, it is bad enough for them to have a violent assassin as a babysitter, but heaven forbid as a role model. That was not exactly the support she was looking for. A germ of an idea about gamma rays began forming in her mind when Emmy asked her what the tallest skyscraper in New York was, had she ever gone to the top of it, and did it really scrape the sky.
Eat your food, kid, Lauren said to her brusquely.
Don't be such a gorgon, Matt said. Answer the poor girl. The Empire State Building is the tallest.
Absently, she said to Emmy, The Empire State Building is the tallest, and I've never been to the top, and it does not scrape the sky. Finishing his sandwich, Raleigh licked his fingers.
Don't you mean the Paramount Building is tallest? Mom says she met Adolf Zucker there enough times to know. At least, she says he never stops telling people that the Paramount Building is the tallest building in New York. I've never heard of that other one. Is it new?
Matt, Lauren said.
I thought that correct. It seems it is not, the AI answered. I'm not omniscient after all. I only know what I'm programmed to know, or what I've seen in movies. Most of the early movies of New York have the Empire State Building as the tallest structure, but I have no data when it was actually built.
Oh yeah, that's right, Lauren said. You're right. I've never been in that one either. Just after 7 in the evening, she sat in the living room flipping the pages of a book Pauline had given her to determine if it could be made into a good film. That task fell to Matt. He read, she flipped. Instead of focusing on the novel, she tried to pick up the thread of an idea about gamma rays. They are expelled by the positron reactor, sent to the converter, which is now broken, then ejected out of the ship. The converter. The converter. Raleigh sat across the room in a large armchair that made him so tiny as to appear Lilliputian. Last check, Emmy was in her bedroom playing with dolls inside her teepee. Raleigh kept trying to engage Lauren in conversation and breaking the train of her thought every time. The converter. The converter. His legs bouncing on the chair with uncontrolled energy, he said,
I don't like Mom out with some mobster guy, but I guess if it has to be someone, then he seems all right. I saw the movie Underworld with Emmy and Uncle Russell about rival gangsters named Bull Weed and Buck Mulligan. The names Bull and Buck are okay, don't you think? Mom's boyfriend is Benny the Bug. I could think of a lot better nickname than that.
The converter. The converter. It took gamma rays and turned them into harmless...
Are you really from New York? Raleigh persisted. You don't seem to know a lot about it.
No, I'm not from New York.
Can you really read that fast? You're just flipping through the pages.
Yes.
If you're not from New York, where are you from?
I've work to do, Raleigh.
Is that a place?
Your blood pressure is rising, Matt said. Suggest breathing exercise. You can start by... Matt, shut up. She didn't answer Raleigh, but he wasn't discouraged.
The paper says Benny the Bug's a real gangster. Maybe someday he'll be my new daddy. Mom likes him, I can tell. I wish he would change his name first, though. He might be an all-right daddy. No kids would mess with me with Benny the Bug as my daddy.
He didn't see the darkening look in Lauren's eyes. The spark that set her off was the boy's acceptance of Sorrentino as something of a good guy. Raleigh went on, oblivious.
Why call yourself Benny the Bug? I can help him with that. Benny the Boxer. Benny the Bear. Benny the I Swear.
He exhaled a loud lip fart and rolled his eyes.
This movie I told you about, Underworld, showed gangsters are really good guys at heart. Like Benny the Bug, maybe. I guess just like anybody else when you come right down to it. He's really a good guy at heart.
At these last words, her temper exploded. She turned on the boy. That's bullshit, kid. Utter bullshit. He flinched. Her words shot at Raleigh like they came from a machine gun. No goddamn gangster. No goddamn warlord. No goddamn clan leader has a heart of gold. They kill without mercy, kid. They kill people like you, like Emmy, like your mom. Benny the Bug is the worst of them. Don't be stupid. Your mom is dating a savage killer. Make no damn mistake about it. Her words slammed Raleigh back against the chair. In shock, he let out a whimper. Mouth agape, he blinked back tears, but the tears came anyway. Despicable, Lauren, Matt said. How could you? Lauren was stunned to see how she had hurt him. The ice around her heart cracked like a spider web. In an instant, she rushed over to him and knelt in front of the chair. Oh God, Raleigh, I'm sorry, she pleaded. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. Afraid of her, he curled up into a ball. How could she possibly hurt this boy like that? What kind of monster was she? I didn't mean to make you cry, she pleaded. I wasn't angry with you. Please believe me. I would never hurt you in any way, and I will never, ever let anyone else hurt you. The world can be a bad place, that's all. Please, Raleigh, I'm sorry. I can be such a shit sometimes. Out the corner of his eye, he peered at her, still frightened but a little mollified. Immediately, she scooped him up in her arms and held him, wondering at the same time what was happening to her, but letting it play out. Finally, he stopped crying, and she handed him a handkerchief. He sat back in the chair and blew his nose, then tried to give it back. She held up her hand. It's got snot all over it now. He laughed, and after a moment said, Can I show you something? Please? Sure. By the hand, he led her to his bedroom, and there showed her all his models, the flying saucers and spaceships dangling on wires. A small, blocky gray robot stood by the wall. For Lauren, the models hung a foot below eye level. She read the names: the USS Bar of Soap, the USS Baby Ruth, USS Coffee Pot, and finally, the USS Quercus Damosa. Holding that one, she looked at Raleigh questioningly. What's that mean? It means the USS Scrub Oak, he said. He went on to talk excitedly in his stream of consciousness rambling on scientific fiction, stories detailing spaceflight, galactic empires, alien invasions, robots, and one about a police force called the Interstellar Patrol. She finally realized he meant science fiction. He reached up on his tiptoes and spun a flying saucer. I did them all myself, he said. Uncle Russell helped me hang them, but I made them all. What do you think? Excellent work, Raleigh. They look like the real thing. He beamed. Really? I want to make them better. Do you have any suggestions? She lifted the saucer to show the underside. Well, add a rotating ring almost the size of the plate. That would represent electromagnetic energy that generates an anti-gravitational field. Once you have that, escaping Earth's gravity is as easy as stepping onto a curb. He grinned, pleased.
Yeah, that would be the bee's knees.
Chapter 25. Down to the Sea in Ships. October 15th, 1927. Palos Verdes Peninsula. On a high bluff overlooking the ocean, Pauline Windsor and Ben Sorrentino leaned back against the hood of his Chrysler Imperial with its winged gold ornament, drinking champagne from expensive wine glasses. They were celebrating Top Outfit's victory earlier that day. From below, she heard the roar of the surf. The moon hung large above the horizon. A ship was anchored about 4 miles offshore, its dark shape and lights visible. As an actress skilled at making herself beautiful, she knew the moon's glow on her blonde hair would shine like a halo. She would be irresistible, and indeed, he was watching her. Was he in love with her? Perhaps. Was she in love with him? Perhaps. He was the most exciting man she'd ever met. That was certain. So, that made what she had to tell him even harder. He must not just show up at her house again. It was not him, but his profession. She had no choice. She was a little fearful about bringing it up. She put it off for now. She sighed and breathed in the fresh ocean scent. Here she was, high on a bluff with a gangster she knew she would be having sex with before the night was over. When she'd first come to Hollywood as a teenager with Max Sennett and hit it big, she became known as the Wild Girl, drinking heavily, screwing any man who gave her a tingle under the skin, and staying out all night. Then, in the early 1920s, several big stars OD'd. Fatty Arbuckle was put on trial for rape and manslaughter, and director William Desmond Taylor was murdered. America was shocked by the level of immorality, and the nascent movie industry staggered to its knees. There was no place in it for a wild girl. She either had to reform or give up her career. She reformed and took on a new persona in her movies, America's heroine. Also at that time, she got married and had children. That tended to tamp down the wildness. Now, with Sorrentino, she was reliving some of that excitement. It made her feel guilty, but alive, like she hadn't felt for years.
"Those are my boats,"
Sorrentino said proudly, pointing to the cove below.
"They're bringing in hooch from that freighter out there, my Mexican supplier."
Instead of hiding the fact, he was showing her where a fleet of boats scudded into one of the coves with a small beach.
"That's Portuguese Bend down there where they're unloading. It's good 'cause it's got a dirt road I can get trucks to the water on. The freighters come up from Mexico or down from Canada and anchor offshore in international waters like that one."
She saw far below crates being loaded from several small boats onto 3 trucks.
"I disguise them as farm trucks."
He chuckled.
"They even got some stacks of smelly cabbages in the back."
He was proud of how he did this, and she said, "Imaginative, Benny."
"Yeah, I think so too. We even got tunnels into San Pedro we use sometimes."
She glanced at him. "Then you are not just a small-time bootlegger. You are a mobster."
"I don't like that word,"
he said.
"I prefer businessman. That's all I do, Pauline. Just a little business. Someone's got to provide the hooch. You knew I was in the rackets."
"How much does a businessman make a year bringing in illegal liquor?" she asked. He laughed.
"A woman with a head on her shoulders. I like that. You can make a lot if you own the wholesale, distribution, and sales."
"Do you have that?"
"No, but I'm working on it. Wholesale is in Mexico and Canada. Gambling is the selling part. Put the bootlegging in with the gambling and you got a fortune, like a Rockefeller, and nobody gets hurt."
It was something she wanted to hear, that he was not really part of all this mob war going on in Los Angeles, but she was not sure that she believed it completely. She pushed it to the back of her mind. "You're certainly not just another pretty face, Ben," she said. He leaned in closer to her, his physical presence overwhelming, sexually and menacingly.
"Your restaurant, that entire building, would be the ideal place to set up a big-time gambling operation." You could still run the restaurant, while upstairs we could work the gambling. Sell it to me, Pauline. We can make millions.
Pauline's face drained. That's hardly the most romantic thing I've ever heard. He shrugged.
Sorry, I always got business on my mind.
To answer you, I don't want to sell the restaurant, or the building.
I'll pay you a top price.
Let's not talk business anymore, she said. He inhaled and forced a smile.
Sure.
But he was upset. Since he'd broken the romantic mood, she knew there would be no better time than now to bring up Wednesday night. She made her voice confident, assured, though she felt neither. Ben, I truly enjoy your company. I want to be with you as much as I can. But I can't have a repeat of Wednesday night. You've told me what you do. You can't tell me there's no danger in it. I worry about you. I don't want to worry about my children, too. His jaw clenched. He turned away from her and leaned against the car, folding his arms over his chest. Before he turned away, she saw pure rage flare through his eyes. She flinched and stepped back, but it was gone in an instant. She was not sure it had even been there. No, she decided, she must have imagined it. He sighed.
Look, Pauline, I can't help what people say about me or what the newspapers write. Hell, every time a boy falls off a tricycle, someone stubs a toe. Every time there's a murder, the police and the newspapers holler, "Get Sorrentino."